Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
All right, this is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
This is going to be some exciting stuff, Mo. Thanks for having me.
It really is. It really is. And of course, we're live and direct, ladies and gentlemen, back with another exciting public service program presented by the Los Angeles Tribune and all of our incredible partners. This program, David, is going to be something that I personally am so excited about. And I think it's really apropos given the climate. So let's go ahead and bring in Carissa Johnson, who's going to be one of the familiar faces that this community is going to get to see over the course of the next few days. And David, let's get right into it. Of course, we just saw an incredible clip from TV icon Jane King, who's going to be a part of this program. We're going to bring her up in a moment. And what I want to know, David, before we get into the comments here, and let us know, by the way, in the comments, what part of the world are you tuning in from? Because we want to know if you're watching in the virtual auditorium, what city, what country are you tuning in from? I see we have friends in the Philippines, friends all over the world. But David, how excited are you about what we're doing with this program for the community, please?
This is how excited I am. And this is something I really only do for Jane, but I wear a tie. Okay. So when I went on Jane King's show, I got to do a little guest co-hosting with her and got to have some clients on her show. It was a ton of fun, but I wore a tie. And so I hope this didn't throw you off today, Mo, but I wore a tie again. That's how excited and how much of a good impression I want to make today.
I think you forget I've seen you in a bow tie as well, David. So, you know, but Carissa, how excited are you? I know we're going to have Jane King join us here in a moment, but how excited are you for what we're doing with Top Talent Agency and Ace Productions? And we want to thank all of our partners that have made this public service possible, where some of the top thought leaders are coming pro bono to educate the masses all around the world. Carissa, how excited are you?
You know, I'm really looking forward to this event, especially because what people can expect from the Los Angeles Tribune is there has been a lot of mindset work. There has been a lot of thought leaders, and now we're bringing together people who are really doing this work, who are investing, who are leading shows, who are bringing us practical tips about where money is going, where the future is headed, and how we can actually start to bring some of this forth into our life. So I'm excited about some practical tips. I know I have a ton of questions, and I know that a lot of our audience is really looking forward to this more practical process here.
Yeah. If you notice, we've got people in the Philippines, people from Kenya, people in London, Sweden, Canada. Maybe later on, we'll have you guys drop where you're from at. Even in the States, it's kind of fun to see all the different places. I know the last broadcast, we ended up hitting 17 different countries. So Carissa, this is going to be good stuff, and even specific stuff. Again, I'm sure we'll dive into some mindset things here as well. But one of the things that we really had as a goal, as a target for this broadcast over the next 4 days, is really giving you guys some specific advice in various industries, things to do with technology and innovation, things to do with real estate, NFTs, crypto, but not even those big things at the top, but some of the specific, not just real estate, but, self-directed IRAs or maybe Airbnbs or fix and flips, and, not just, but like those subtopics, right? So this is going to be really good and a lot of fun. And so, we only have Jane for so long, so we want to bring her on and ask her a few
absolutely.
questions.
And Carissa, David, I could not have said it better myself. I think that given these uncertain times, it's going to be very important to listen and to learn. And I just want to point out that we are a free speech platform here at the Los Angeles Tribune. An appearance is not necessarily an endorsement, but we want to hear from people from all walks of life and from all different industries, and let the audience make their own decisions. And with that, we're going to go ahead and bring in TV icon Jane King, who is live now with us. Jane, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. It's such a pleasure to have you here with us live.
It is great to be with you, but I just have to tease you a little bit because it's 64 degrees in New York York today, and I just looked, it's 57 in Los Angeles. I don't get to say that very often in February, but it's amazingly warm here today. But it's great to be with you and great to see people from all over the world. Very exciting.
And, I'm going to step back, Jane, in a minute here and have Chris and David have a powerful dialogue with you. But I'll just kick it off by just asking, there are very few people, Jane, that have had the opportunity to speak to as many successful people as you have, and as many industrialists and business tycoons as you have. And I'm curious, what trends have you noticed being able to pick all of these minds now that we're in 2023 and beyond? What are you noticing just from a macro level that you can share with our audience after picking so many brains? Then I'm going to step back and let David and Carissa take it over. Please, Jane.
Well, that is a very good question, because I feel like I've been doing these regular interviews for about 5 or 6 years now. And I feel like I've been through a few trends even in that short of time. Like, kind of started, there was a lot of biotech action going on, and then things got into digital assets and crypto. And then last year, especially with the fall of FTX, crypto kind of went out of favor. And now it's more like AI. And even like with the market performance that we saw last year, with it being down and kind of in an inflationary environment, a lot of energy became really interesting to people, and new energy in particular. So I feel like there's been a lot of kind of mini trends that I've observed just over the past few years.
Yeah, that's great. And hopefully this isn't a step backwards, but I know a lot of people are probably a little bit new to you, or they haven't had a chance to hear your story. Like, they hear you interview people. So take a minute or two and kind of tell us your road, your journey to how you got to maybe where you're at, maybe a little bit of your background.
Okay. So, well, I grew up in Indiana and came to New York in 2000. I worked for CNN, covered the markets from the New York Stock Exchange, and then went to Bloomberg and covered the markets from the New York Stock Exchange. And then in 2013, Bloomberg decided they were going to get rid of the division that I was a part of. And so I launched my own company in January of 2014, Lila Max Media. It's named after my kids, Lila and Max. And work from the NASDAQ now, and have never looked back. I mean, you've heard people say like losing your job is one of the best things that ever happens, because it exposes you to new things. And I've experienced that as well. I mean, I'm here with you, and I've met all these interesting people doing interviews and traveled and things like that. So that kind of brings me to where I am. So I'm an entrepreneur at this point.
Yeah, we love those entrepreneur stories, don't we, Carissa?
Yeah, we sure do. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure to meet you. And I know we're going to dive into a lot of practical things, but I'd love for you to talk a little bit for the people who are losing their jobs. There are people who are kind of overwhelmed by all of the changes that are happening in the world. What is something you would say, because you've been in this industry, you've seen trends happen, what would you say to kind of calm our nervous systems down so that we can actually receive the information? What would you say to the audience who's kind of overwhelmed by the next 4 days or what might be happening in their life, to get them in a place where they can actually absorb what's going to come forth the next couple of days?
I mean, first of all, I would say that we're all overwhelmed. I mean, I heard somebody say once that there's kind of this low grade anxiety that you live with every day. Am I going to be able to pay the rent and keep my job and feed my kids? And, you're just kind of always a little bit worried about things. I guess it keeps us on our toes a little bit. But I mean, I would say just read as much as possible, and read a variety of things. The Wall Street Journal, I think, is great. Try to, find some of these cutting edge technologies out there that are doing some super interesting things. I mean, I've done interviews with some AI companies over the past few years. Then all of a sudden this year they exploded, and so I think it's work, to kind of keep on top of things. And there's a little bit of luck involved as well. But I would say, put some money away, try to save as much as you can, try to have a little bit of fun, and read and do research. There's, I've heard like Warren Buffett and people say they read like the company's reports. It gives a lot of information in there. So you can do that. They're white papers. Just learn about these companies that you're interested in. And that way I feel like that increases your odds, at least, to stay ahead of the game.
Yeah. No, that's great. You've interviewed some great companies, talked to some really good people. I know that Vince and Scott, who's a part of the show, have even invested in some of those companies. Have you got involved with any of these companies, or anybody you want to share anything with? What can be public information, I guess?
Well, I mean, I don't mind talking about it. So I wish I could invest in more. I wish I had a little extra money, but I have bought some shares of some companies. I just brought up AI. So I had interviewed Humayan Sheikh, who's the CEO of Fetch AI. A couple of years ago, he was involved with the Google DeepMind project and was coming up with this AI business kind of like for cities, like using AI to make trash pickup more efficient and parking spaces. And I just thought it was such a great company. And so I bought some tokens a couple of years ago. Well, they exploded this year. Now I don't know what to do. Like, do I keep them? Do I sell them? Do I sell some of them? I'm still thinking about it. But from time to time, I will like interview these companies. I feel like they're developed enough, or they have shares, things like that. And I will invest some money in them, or I tell my husband about them. But I think also just learning about all these different industries has just been fascinating. I mean, there's been biotech and renewable energy, and there's been some crypto and even business consultants and hemp, and I mean, it just runs the gamut, and it's just fun to talk to people who have this dream of building a business, and they've got they're organizing it, they're getting it all together, and just watching them kind of build a business is really exciting to me.
I know we're going to talk a little bit more about Hempico later on. Maybe you didn't even know that, but Scott and Vince are going to share a little bit of that.
Yes.
And I know that you did some interviews with them, and they just picked up a new celebrity endorsement with Snoop Dogg.
They did. We were trying to get Snoop Dogg to come to the NASDAQ and do an interview, but it didn't work out. But we haven't given up yet.
Oh no, I'm sure it's just a matter of time before that happens. But that's kind of a classic example. I know you guys did some deals. Some of you guys there with the programs. I think it was like, getting in at like 75 cents. You go and get like a celebrity endorsement. Boom, it's shooting up $3, $4, $5. Maybe it drops back down. Maybe it goes a little back up again.
Yeah.
But getting that celebrity endorsement, that does seem to be something that's obviously been around for a long time, but getting to be more and more important for companies. Is that what you're seeing as well?
Yes. Well, just this week, LVMH signed Pharrell Williams to be kind of a designer. Like I think he's going to have an equity stake in the company and things like that. So even the big companies are doing that, and their stock popped on that. So especially a small company like Hempico that isn't super well known, they're NASDAQ traded. I mean, they're a solid company, but they're not a household name yet, I would say. To sign somebody like Snoop Dogg, it really puts them on the radar screen. So it's a game changer for them.
Yeah. Thanks for correcting me on that name there. I wasn't sure if I was saying it right or not.
But Hempico, yeah.
Amazing. Well, I know we're going to bring Isabel up here in another minute or so, but I want to ask you a question about AI. This is a really hot topic right now for many people. Some people are sort of afraid of they're going to take our jobs. And we've had conversations with this with the Los Angeles Tribune, and Mo and I have talked about this extensively. And I sort of have this idea and philosophy that even though there's going to be outsourcing of jobs to AI with these new technological advancements and abilities to utilize these technologies in our business, there are also going to be more problems created as well that create new jobs. Do you believe that? Do you think that's possible here as well for people, that with these new advancements, there's also going to come new problems that also need to be solved?
Yeah, well, that's what history tells us, right? I mean, every time new technology comes along, there's like almost a new economy that is created around that technology. So it feels so new. And some of these potential stories about AI are just terrifying, right? And you hear the variety of opinions. You hear Elon Musk is, scared of AI and he thinks it could destroy civilization. And, other people are like, no, this is going to make everything more efficient. And the truth is, it will make things more efficient, but the scary part about AI is that it learns from itself. And is there an off switch? Is there like a kill switch? And who controls that? Right. So I think for something like this, it does need regulation. I think there needs to be some kind of board that kind of understands the technology in depth and that kind of regulates the industry a little bit, not regulate it to stifle innovation, but just to make sure things don't get out of control. So I just feel like, it's inevitable that it's coming. The technology is amazing. We're probably all going to be dealing with it in one form or another. We already are, I think, in many cases, and maybe don't even realize it. So we should get used to having it, but there should be some oversight.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I'm curious really quick, and I know we'll bring Isabella up here in a minute. We're anxiously waiting for her. I'm excited for her to join us too, which is, historically we have seen these shifts. There's patterns in our history, right? And so with that, talking about AI and technology and advancements during times of recession, people actually become more innovative, right? This is a time for people to really get creative. So can you speak to innovation and people's ability to make more money and sustain their wealth during this time as well, and sort of patterns that we've seen in history with that?
Well, if you look, some of the greatest companies in the world were built or started during times of economic recession. Even, I think Facebook was technically started in like 2006, but really grew during the financial crisis. And we do see that. So, yeah, there's something about facing some economic uncertainties that sharpens your thinking a little bit, makes you focus, makes you kind of be more, prudent in terms of how you spend your money and where you go. And some of the best companies in the world have been like that. I just think we're entering a time where we've had easy money really for the past 10 years. So 12 years, something like that. I think we're going to enter a time where money isn't so easy. That we're not going to have really low interest rates. I think interest rates are going to keep going up for a while, and things are just going to be a little harder. So I think we're going to have to be smarter about what we do with our money.
Yeah.
And doesn't mean we can't make it. In fact, I think it actually could be really healthy for us to be smarter with money.
Yeah, for sure. I know Isabel's got a couple questions for you. I'm going to ask you one more. You interview people, and I think there's a lot of people that would love to be interviewed by you. And I know there's a lot more decision makers than just you, but what makes a good interview or good story for your show? Companies need to have kind of that story, or maybe that origin story. What do you like, or what do you think makes a good interview, or what makes a good fit?
Yeah, well, that's a really good question, because I do have a lot of executives come on the show, and they want things to be scripted because they're kind of nervous about what to say. And I just think that's a horrible idea. I think it's okay to kind of have a loose script, or like an idea or some talking points or something. But what happens is they come on and they're like, okay, I had point 1, 2, and 3, and I forgot 3, and let me look at the script. And it just, it's like, I tell people, act like we're having a cup of coffee and we're just talking. Like, ignore all the lights and the cameras, and we're at Starbucks and we're just talking about your business. So I think what people should keep in mind is be comfortable, be loose. They know their content better than anybody on the planet. So, feel comfortable talking about it. And remember that this is the first time many people are hearing your story. So you got to keep it really simple, and you have to put yourself in a position of I've been say if I'm interviewing somebody and I'm like, okay, this is an app. Do I download it on my phone? And then I click on my, take us through how this would be used. Who would use this? If it's a biotech company, well, is it a pill? Is it a shot? How does it work? Do I get it from my doctor? Kind of try to live through the customer. Really, kind of walk. I think that helps people understand what the company is doing and trying to do. So I would just say be relaxed, and, just always keep in mind the consumer. And I think that's the way to tell the story the best way.
Yeah. All right, Isabel, take it away.
All right, my turn now. Hi, Jane. Nice to see you again. I had a fabulous experience talking with you and having a conversation with you on your show. But I want to talk a little bit more about women in business and kind of what your thoughts were on that. We've done a lot of growing and a lot of growth and seeing a lot more women-owned businesses. But in your opinion, do you feel like we still have a bit of ways to go? Are you really excited about the progress that we've made so far, seeing women-owned businesses coming into the market, dominating their space, and really making their presence felt?
Yeah, no, I think both. I think we have made a lot of progress, and I think there's still more to go. I honestly try not to think about it too much. I just focus on the work. It's like, okay, here's what I need to get done. I'm extremely efficient. So I I make lists every day. I mark things off. I try, so I just try to focus on what it is what needs to get done, and do it and do a service for people. I mean, I just try to follow those rules of business, like, do what you say you're going to do, charge a fair price for it, and outperform, maybe beat expectations. Like, so, but I still think there's a lot of things we can do, especially for you. I have a daughter, she's 13, and just to kind of encourage them, to give them some confidence, like, don't be afraid of this. You can actually do it. And, I remember when I started the company, I was all excited, and I kind of done a similar thing at Bloomberg and CNN. So I had like a little bit of history in the business. And I remember I went out and I bought my brand new Apple laptop, and I was having lunch with my husband, and I was like, what in the heck am I doing? And I was like, all of a sudden it hit me. I was like, what if this doesn't work? What am I going to do? I had these two little kids. So thank God it was 10 years ago, and it worked. But I think you just have to learn to say, you know what, I'm just going to do it, and I will figure it out. So
you have to still come in there and just say, you know what, regardless of all these things, regardless of the limitations that have been set prior, I'm going to beat this, and I'm going to keep moving forward. That's kind of the mentality that it sounds like.
And you just figure it out. Like, I learned how to edit on my computer. I took classes at Apple. I learned how to do a lot of technical stuff that, I mean, I was shocked myself that I still know how to do all this stuff. So, I think it's just, you learn about it, you talk to people, and I think you say yes to a lot of stuff like this today. I mean, if people ask you, can you do this? Can you do this? Can you speak at this thing or whatever? I just almost always say yes. And I figured, it's good to be out and meet people and network. Networking is always great.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
And I want to focus on that distinction a little bit more as well, because I did have an amazing experience on your show, and I would love to continue to see, more women who are empowered to continue to share their voice and share their story. Are you pretty much set on, the kind of women that you want to connect with, or are you looking for other people to help you reach out to those other individuals to like, hey, I want to know more about your story. I feel like this niche group of people really need to hear what it is that you've gone through. Can you help me connect with this person?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm totally open to really any business. I mean, provided that it has to be an honest business.
Of course.
I understand that not every business is going to be successful and isn't yet, but I think most entrepreneurs really want to make it work. So I like to hear their stories. I'm very sympathetic with what they're going through, all the frustrations, but the excitement, I mean, the exhaustion, I mean, everything that it takes to be an entrepreneur. So, I'm open, and I would love to help promote more women in their businesses.
Yeah, no, you've done a great job with that as well. And that's kind of why I brought it up earlier too, is, I mean, you do have producers, you do have other decision makers. I'm sure sometimes they're just sitting down people in front of you, a lot of times going, okay, here's the next person you're interviewing. You're like, okay, let's go. We're getting a lot of questions because people are very fascinated about, what you're doing. Maybe you can take us through the average day, like, you're at the NASDAQ studios, it's at Times Square. Maybe tell us a little bit about that. You show up, give us a little bit of behind the scenes.
Well, my core business of Lila Max Media is I do morning television reports for local TV stations around the country. So I arrive at the NASDAQ at 2:45 a.m.
Wow.
So it's, and I write and I edit.
45 Eastern Standard Time. We got to keep that in mind too.
That's right. And Red Bull is my, drink of choice. And so I write, I edit videos, and I start recording. I do several recorded reports, and those start at 4:30 in the morning. That thing that you ran before, the promotion that I did, that was recorded at 4:30 in the morning. So, so I do that, and then I start live reports at 5:00, and we start with the East Coast. So it's, North Carolina and Connecticut and Florida, and then we move west as the morning goes on, and I finish with Vegas and San Diego and San Francisco, and then I do a lot of times interviews after that morning shift. So that was when I met you guys. and other companies as well. So we'll shoot those at the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange. And then I usually go home and sleep for a little bit. So
this has been such a
You are
powerful.
human. You do actually get to sleep.
I usually take a nap almost every day.
Well, I just want to chime in here and thank you, Jane, for being a stand for women's business and women's empowerment. And I just want to take a quick second to welcome everybody here to Money Forum Live. I want to give a special shout out to someone in our virtual auditorium, Dame Doria Cordova, who is one of the biggest financial literacy teachers in the Philippines. And this event was heavily promoted in the city of the Philippines. And, we see so many folks from the city of Philippines that are tuning in. This is an internationally syndicated broadcast. So hello to the city of Philippines and the hundreds of students of Dame Doria Cordova that are currently watching. And Jane, I just want to piggyback a little bit off that incredible point that Isabel made. And here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we actually have an entire division dedicated to women's leadership content. And in our newspaper, we have a whole section just for women's leadership. And we just want to do a quick follow-up and say, what are some of the North Stars that you have had? Who are some women that have inspired you in your life? And what are some lessons you learned from them that you can share with our audience? Please, Jane King.
Well, first of all, I want to say great on the financial literacy class. So we need more of that for our youth globally. So that's great. I just, of course, my mom. So she was a nurse, but my dad was a farmer in Indiana, and he died a few years ago. So she's like taken over everything. And I'm like, dang, Mom. I mean, she like can run a business and like, so is strong and doesn't put up with anything. And so I'm like, so I do, look to her. And it's kind of funny that later in life that she would find that and be so strong in that area. And just, I know a lot of women bankers and in the financial industry, and they're balancing a lot of different things. Some of them have children. One of my good friends, her husband's an admiral in the Navy, and he travels a lot. She's got 3 little kids. And, so we're just all kind of just trying to do our best. And I really think everybody that I've talked to that is handling everything well has good time management skills and a lot of energy. So I would be, find that thing that gives you energy, whether it's Red Bull in the morning or, proper sleep, or maybe it's exercise, or, like have a lot of energy, and just kind of know every day, like I make a list every day of what I've got coming up the next day. And then, and I kind of look at it a few times. Just that time management is a really important thing to making it work. And the women and the men that I see making it work are really, really good at those things.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you for that. And I want to stay on this thread for just another minute or so, because I was reading, and I don't know where I read it, so I'm going to get back to that in a minute, but I was reading that women in their 20s are actually out earning men. And so I thought that was a really interesting statistic. So have you seen more women come on your show and more women in business? And what do you think is making a big difference with women and their ability to create wealth and create resources for themselves? And why do you think it's happening in the younger generations? Is it because they're more technologically advanced, or what are you seeing as some of the distinctions for that?
Yeah, no, I think that, and I think it's just easier to see yourself in those roles if you see older people in those roles doing the kind of things. And I think there's been a real effort in the past 15 years to teach young girls STEM, science, and, the high paying jobs, engineering, math, and making them be confident that I can do this, I can do this math, or I can do this science, or whatever. I'm trying to encourage my daughter to do that as well. So, I think those are really important. And I think the more we see women in these non-traditional roles, like another woman executive I've interviewed recently does loans for companies that work in like big equipment. So like, your earth moving equipment and farms and things like that, like not things you typically would see a woman involved in, but she does that and is running a killer business doing it.
You're talking about Courtney, right? Courtney Murray.
Courtney. So
she's actually going to be on this show. She's actually going to be on later.
She'll be great. She'll be great. So, yeah, I mean, it's just, I just think it's great that she's doing, something that's a little more non-traditional and really killing it. So, I would just encourage people to, and girls in particular, don't look at anything and go, that's not really what girls do. Give it a shot.
Yeah, it's through encouragement and finding out what it is that you're really passionate about that really drives us towards what it is that we are potentially destined to become, whether it is a business owner, whether it is running a bank, whether it is understanding the language of finance and math or the sciences. When you're able to really understand all of those things and you can really see what it is that you're passionate about, nothing can really stop you. Really, it's the limitations that if you don't know it's possible, then you can't really achieve or break through.
Place on yourself, right? So, like I grew up in a small town. Was not super. I took an economics class in high school. I think we had to, and I still remember the economics teacher had the Dow Jones charted every day on the chalkboard, and I remember like something about that resonated with me. And, and I don't know. I mean, it's just like my genes, the way I was made up. I just was, remember that him charting that and going, that looks really interesting to me. Yeah. And then I went to college and I ended up majoring in communications. Now, if I was 20 years younger, I might have done economics instead. But I became a business reporter. But it was always something I've kind of got pretty easy. And so I would just say, whatever it is, science, economics, go for it.
And it's never too late to start something new, it's never too late to enter that new chapter of your life, whether you're starting in your 20s, 30s, 60s, it doesn't matter as long as you are able to understand your limitations and how you can push through them to get to the other side.
No, a lot of good entrepreneurs start in their 60s. So don't go, I'm too old, go for it. Yeah.
So get out your crystal ball. Are you ready, Jane? You ready? You got out your crystal ball?
I'll try.
We're gonna do some either ors. So we'll do some predicting here. Do you think real estate or crypto is going to have more headlines this year? Do you think we're going to see more headlines in the news about all the ups and downs of real estate and rates, or crypto? What do you think?
That is a very good question. So, I do think we're probably in for a few more interest rate increases. So I think the housing market may have a struggling year again this year. Crypto is, Bitcoin's already up, like 30% or something this year. So the technology is amazing with cryptocurrency. I don't know what's going to happen, how this is all going to play out. But the blockchain technology is absolutely a game changer for many different industries. So, okay, if I get to pick the two, I'm going to say crypto will have more headlines this year.
Oh, okay. All right. I like it. Now, last year, which do you think had more headlines that you saw?
Gosh, they both had so many.
I know.
Of course, we had the FTX situation last year and just the collapse of all the cryptocurrencies. There were all those bankruptcies. It wasn't just FTX, but that kind of, led everything lower. But the housing market is still, more people are interested in that and get it. More people understand housing than cryptocurrency and are involved in the housing market. So, I think, housing still, people are still interested in this and they're going to live in a place. And is it a good? And what are the interest rates? And how much more do I have to pay every month? So, since I do local news, I'm kind of in tune with the non-financial world. Yeah. And they're definitely more interested in housing than crypto.
Okay. So we're going to stick with your crystal ball here. We promised some specifics, and you're being a good sport playing along. You could just say, David, take a flying leap. I'm not walking into this. Here's the next one. We spend a lot of time in Arizona. We just had the Super Bowl. There's been a bunch of news stories about how less than 50% of the Airbnbs ended up being rented.
Wow.
And what do you think the future of Airbnb is? Do you think it's kind of topped out? Do you think it's lost some of its fascination, or do you think it still has a lot of room to play?
Well, that's interesting. I hadn't heard that about Phoenix. They just had their earnings this week, and it was their first full year profit in 2022. I think
that people love to travel. And I feel like younger people especially love to travel and love to get around, see the world. They want that perfect Instagram photo and whatever, Greece or something.
Yeah.
So I think Airbnb is going to be around for a while. I have never stayed in Airbnb. Maybe I'm too old, but I'm just kind of like, I don't know if I like that idea. I like the hotel. We have the pool and somebody comes and cleans my sheets and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, but I do think Airbnb is, they seem to kind of, get some traction last year. And I think that'll continue.
Yeah. Do you have any types of real estate investments?
So like I said, I grew up on a farm. So I do have some farmland, and we'll inherit some farmland at some point.
All right.
I did own a New York City co-op for a while, and I will never do that again. Maybe a condo. I don't know. New York real estate is a whole nother subject to talk about. And I had a home in Indiana, but just farmland for now. And trying to figure out like where things are going in New York versus some of the other states.
Well, there's a lot of people that I guess left New York, and some of the headlines we're seeing now is that there's still a lot of people that haven't come back. I mean, as someone who lives in New York, have you seen people still not coming back? Or
well, I can tell you a few things. I do know a lot of people that moved and did not come back. I know people that moved actually to Phoenix and then to Nashville, Connecticut, Florida. My daughter's public school, their enrollment was down 10 to 15% or something. So, some of those like anecdotal things tell us that, people aren't coming back. It's expensive. You can work remotely. So I think, we saw Florida, recently surpass New York in terms of jobs. The number of jobs, there are more people employed in Florida than New York State now. Yeah. So, and there's really some of these big trends that are driving people away from New York, like high taxes and crime and things like that. Those aren't really improving yet. So, I think, New York might be in for a tough couple of years.
Yeah. Well, you're a good sport, and we promised some specifics, and we're getting it all from you. We got the flavor of the personal life and insights and
there's shortage of opinions. Yes, we'll see. We'll look at this in a year and see how accurate I was.
Yeah, let's do that, or maybe not. We'll see how good it goes, and then we'll decide if we want to revisit it. No, that's great. You've been helpful. You've been a great guest. I know you've got to leave in another 4 or 5 minutes here. Chris, I'll throw it back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know that we only have a couple minutes and that we've asked you a lot of questions. Is there something that we didn't ask you about money and investing that you feel like is really important for our audience to take away from today?
Yeah, good question. I might have to think about them for a little bit. I mean, I would say start early. You always have money to invest, and you wouldn't be amazed, even if it's just $5 a week, how that will grow. And if you start when you're like in your 20s, like it may seem like, oh my God, it's just $5 a week. I'm really, it will be in the thousands in 10 years. And then you started to get some power, so once you've got a little, and you can make choices. Power is really about choices. Do I have choices? Do I have to take this job? Do I have to stay here? Do I have to do this? Do I have to whatever? So, I think I would just say start really early, start small if you have to, read a lot, and take in a lot of information because it is changing faster than I think it ever has. Information and just knowledge. And I'm around this stuff every day and I'm surprised by things. So you're never going to know everything. Don't try to be perfect. Just try to get a good sense of what's going on in the world and make some, and put that money away so you can have some choices and some power later on.
Yeah. Those baby steps really matter. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Isabel, I know we're getting ready to round up here and Mo will have something to say too, but Isabel, one last one.
With a lot of different ways that people can absorb information and advice, whether it's books, podcasts, social media, seeing events like this, what would be one thing or one key area? I know there's a lot of different things, but I think I'll just keep it to a piece of advice that you would give to someone who is, kind of scared to be starting out and diving into whether it is the financial space, the sciences, the mathematics. What would you say to encourage them to continue to push through, and let that ego go a little bit so they can persevere and, see what can come to fruition?
Well, I'll tell you, like there are some times when you're in anything in life, but entrepreneurship as well, where you have to dig pretty deep, and you got to be like, okay, this like was a really crappy situation, but I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm going to face it again, and so I think you just really have to stick with stuff. And there now sometimes you can stick with things too long. You don't want to hold on to a loser, whatever it is, a job or a stock or whatever, but just stick and keep pushing forward. And it's such a cliche, but it's so true. Just don't give up. And those things happen, things click, and sometimes they take some time before they click, and you just have to stick with it and go through some bad times and some tough times, but it does pay off.
This has been such a powerful dialogue, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're just tuning in to the Money Forum Live, we're live and direct with TV icon Jane King, talking all things life, business, and of course, money. And Jane, I know we only have a few minutes left with you. I do want to throw in a question and start a brief conversation in closing with you about the state of media. The world of media has obviously changed so much in recent years. And I want to speak about, as someone that is a pioneer in the field of media, and as somebody that owns a media company, what kind of adaptations have you recently had to deal with and apply, and what kind of adaptations are you currently feeling? We have a lot that we can share with you guys about how traditional news companies are now forced to reinvent themselves given the changing technology and how things are moving at a Mach 10 speed. But I'd love to hear from you, Jane, about just some of the things that you have witnessed in closing here. Please, Jane.
Yeah. Well, so when I first started this business, that was 2014. And, one thing you have to remember is all media pretty much is ad driven. So even though it's hard for us to imagine a day without television, it's ads that pay for that. And if advertisers find that their dollars are better spent on Facebook or Google or, with an AI driven ad model, which is coming, maybe I think already here, that's where the ad dollars are going to go. And so traditional media, is struggling. I feel like from the TV side, things peaked ad wise in about 2016. And I think, it's gradually kind of gone down since then. So there's a ton of media right now. It's a weird time to be in the media because there's so much out there. Some of it is great, and it's stuff you would never know or see if it wasn't for Twitter, Facebook, things like that. There's a lot of misinformation out there. I think the only way that you can combat that is just read a lot of things and to be a little skeptical. Just go, okay, come on, where did this video come from? Okay, and how long ago was this really shot? Is this really what they say it is? I would love to, and this is a topic for another conversation perhaps, see blockchain technology applied to the media, where you can use that blockchain to verify photos, sources, things like that. Maybe that's sometime to come. If anybody wants to start a business like that, I'd be willing to talk to you. It's a complicated subject, and it's still, I feel like, playing itself out.
Yeah, that's great. Well, thank you, Jane.
A healthy amount of skepticism.
Thank you for coming on.
It's so great to be with you.
Yeah. I know that you've got to take off. We look forward to having you back and work on other joint ventures and other broadcasts. And I'm sure we'll see you again in New York real soon.
Okay. Talk soon.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you so much, Jane.
We still have more of Jane coming, and we have some great segments that have been curated for you from Jane's show, some that haven't even been available yet. You'll be one of the very first people to see it. We will have her coming back in more ways than one here. Mo, thank you for giving us the time and opportunity to connect the NASDAQ TV, Bloomberg, Fox business world with the Los Angeles Tribune.
Well, it's actually our pleasure and privilege, David, and Top Talent Agency for helping make all of that possible. We give a lot of credit to Top Talent Agency for all of the incredible leadership programs here at the Los Angeles Tribune. And I know in a few minutes, we're going to be joined by somebody who's been on our network before, someone who, in my view, does not need an introduction, because I think there's a certain level a person achieves in any industry, where they get to that point where they don't need an introduction. If I'm ever on a show, David, they have to introduce me. Unfortunately, I'm not there yet, but I know that our next guest, Mr. Dave Meltzer, is there, and he's going to join us in a few minutes here. But before we do that, David, I just want to recap a little bit about what we just experienced with Jane King, and we'll do that after this 1 minute break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Money Forum Live, a globally broadcasted event done as a community service where we believe that folks from all around the world deserve to have access to this information, access to these experts. And these programs are, of course, done pro bono. All of our speakers are here contributing pro bono because this is a free public service event that is part of the community outreach division of the LA Tribune, as well as our partners, Top Talent and Ace Productions. And so, David, and earlier we mentioned and we gave you a shout out to some of our partners in the Philippines. This program is currently being seen by hundreds of people all over different parts of the Philippines that usually would never have access to these speakers here in the States and other parts of the country. And so that's just an example of the power of the day and age we live in. And so you never know who will have their life changed with a breakthrough by listening to something or hearing the right thing at the right time. But with that being said, I just wanted to thank all of our friends and partners in the virtual auditorium and all of the folks that have made this possible. And David, just, I want to hear a couple brief points that you gained from our hour or so that we spent with Jane. I'm curious because I have a lot I can say. I was taking notes, but I'm curious, what did you think about that time we spent with Jane, please?
Well, I think that this is just proof of how media is changing and evolving. And Jane was just speaking of that, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, maybe even 10 months ago, you probably wouldn't have seen that kind of TV icon coming to host and co-host something that's being broadcast through social media and through streaming services like Roku. But now they're in search of that. They're in search of that. They know the power of Twitter and LinkedIn and Facebook Lives and Instagram and, true journalists. And when I say true journalists, I'm talking about somebody who they went to school, they have majored in journalism. They're broadcasters and journalists for CNN and NASDAQ and Bloomberg and Fox. These very traditional journalists are now carrying over, and they're excited to be a part of this.
Absolutely.
So that was one thing that kind of struck me. Like we were seeing history in the making a little bit there.
Absolutely. We truly were. And folks, if you're just joining us here on Money Forum Live, again, earlier I mentioned our next guest does not need an introduction. And it's really a pleasure and privilege to be able to be joined by somebody that does not need an intro. And I jokingly told you, David, I'm not going to speak for you, but if I have to be interviewed on a podcast, they have to introduce me. They have to read the whole bio. Our next guest is at that level where he doesn't need an intro. So we're going to be joined by the legendary David Meltzer here right after we play this clip with Jane King, who was just with us moments ago. We'll be back in a moment.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
Yeah.
And you know, David, I'm going to call you David one, or just so the audience doesn't get confused here. David Fagan, you know, we're going to have Mr. Meltzer join us in a minute here. But as you and I and the team and all of the incredible people at Top Talent Agency, the Los Angeles Tribune, Ace Productions, as we were having conversations and discussions about who are the right folks to invite to this program that is done as a community service for a globally broadcasted, for a globally interacting community, we thought, well, you know, David Meltzer is one of the few folks in business that has reached the pinnacle of business in multiple industries. And so in a day of age in which reinvention is almost becoming a prerequisite for success, we wanted to pick the brain of somebody that has done that, not just in one industry, but in a multitude of industries. And so, David, how excited are you to speak with David?
Well, you know, it's interesting, Mo. I've actually texted you from the airport several times saying, "Hey, I'm watching David Meltzer here on Reach TV at the airport." You know, if you're in a lot of
you still fly commercial, David? You're still flying commercial? I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just out here doing God's work. I'm not quite at your level there yet. But yes, as I'm flying commercially, most of the time just in the economy. Sometimes they put me in the very back right next to the restroom. But while I'm wandering around these airports, I keep looking up and going, "There's David Meltzer again. There's David Meltzer again." So I've seen him all over the place, but it seems like in the last year or so, I'm constantly watching him, on Reach TV.
Well, we definitely want to speak about that and welcome David Meltzer. Welcome back to the Los Angeles Tribune. You have been a friend to our network for many years. You've contributed your wisdom to our community for many years now. We want to thank you. And, you know, let's get the ball rolling, David, because I know we're limited on time. I already mentioned we're going to skip an introduction. You don't need one. But let's go into the meat and potatoes of where are we today, David, in the economy? Where are we today? What are you doing with your businesses? What are you guiding people to think about and be aware of in 2023, given all of the fascinating and uncertain things that we're dealing with? Please, David Meltzer.
Thank you for having me. And I will tell you, the other David number one, you know, if you don't fly private, your children will. So just as an option, but I do fly middle seat Southwest when it makes more sense. Always doing a timing and risk tolerance analysis in all of my activities, including flying, and appreciate being in every airport and hotel room beyond our Apple TV entrepreneurial content that we've been putting out. Martha Stewart and I both developing entrepreneurial content for Apple TV. But I think we're at its core. You know, it's interesting when you get old, you start realizing that there's always an economic winter. There's always an economic fall. There's always an economic spring. And of course, an economic summer. And they actually exist at the same time. It's just determinative upon the person. And where I've made advancements for me and the people that I work with is understanding what we do have control of if we are participating in a winter, fall, spring, or summer. And what we have control of is our mindset, heart set, and handset. In other words, I'm constantly taking inventory to have adaptable intelligence by looking within at three different things. And those three different things are also crucial in building a brand. And it's number one, my skills. Our essence is created by our skills. Secondly, our knowledge. And knowledge has a duality to it. It's not, and there's a great argument in two camps about knowledge. One is what you know, and the other is who you know. And they both are imperative to understand that you are made up, your authenticity, your knowledge, your brand is made up by skills and knowledge of who and what. Not just who, it's not just who you know, and it's not just what you know. It's a combination thereof. And then finally, the third component of our essence or our authenticity is our desire. Now, skills and knowledge determine your basement. We always want to align our basement with what's doing well, with what's stable, or with what we're supposedly thinking is going to be doing well, regardless of what season of economy you're in, the winter, the summer, the fall, or the spring. We need to align, find the synergies, how supplemental we can be with our skills and our knowledge, and then apply our desire to what's doing well today, what is stable today, and what we think we'll be doing well in the future, and then balance those accordingly, according to, as I stated, the way I fly, our timing and risk tolerance. And if you can determine your timing and risk tolerance, if you do daily inventory of your skills, your knowledge, and desire, and apply it to what's doing well, what you think will be doing well, or what's stable in a combination thereof, I promise you that you will maximize the economic summer and you will diminish the economic winter, regardless of what Tony Robbins says is going to happen in the next 9 years, regardless of what the president says, regardless of what mortgage rates are. I promise you, you will succeed in whatever industry, career, or job that is doing well, that's stable, or you think will do well.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to step back and have the two Davids in dialogue. But before I do that, I want to, selfishly pick David Meltzer's brain a little bit, just because this is a great opportunity for me personally, and something that I've always admired about you, David, just watching your work now for many years and paying attention to the things you do, is, again, your ability to reinvent, your ability to stay relevant, your ability to adapt to different times. I know that years ago, before social media, you were doing phenomenally well in business. And now, in the social media age, I'm sure you're one of the few people that were executives in your industry decades ago that are still relevant in pop culture, that are still making a cultural impact. In fact, you're probably the only one. And so I've always admired that about you. And I just want to be able to pick your brain a little bit about, how do you see reinvention? How do you see adaptation? I've always valued the adaptability quotient more than the IQ or even the EQ. And so I'm curious if that's something you're aware of, conscious of, that you consciously apply. Please, David.
Yeah, I really, the blessing of not only working in technology early in my career and then running Lee Steinberg, the biggest, most notable sports agency, and then carrying forward in the marketing realm with Hall of Fame quarterback Warren Moon, those were all traditional business executive positions. And I was blessed to continually, because of, at that time, my mission of making a lot of money, not helping a lot of people, although I wanted to help people, my real mission was to be rich. But because of that experience and being able to pursue and keep an open mind, I had one criteria as I adapted early in my career. It was whoever would pay me the most. So even when I graduated college and was an oil and gas litigator from the top maritime law school in the country, my business decision to go into the internet in 1992, despite my mom saying the internet was a fad and it would never last, was simply they were going to pay me more money. And so being able to keep an open mind, open heart, and open hands to careers, jobs, and professions outside of what everybody else wanted for me created a habit of keeping my mindset, my heart set, and handset aligned with whatever opportunity would pay me most. Now, my values have shifted and I'm able to adapt accordingly, not driven by money for this ego, this identity, but for me, I want to be able to shop for the best ways to help people and have fun in my life. And so money's still a priority, right behind health, number one, and family, number two. But I want to create abundance so I can actually impact more people. It takes money, as well as have more fun in my life. And so it's allowed me to adapt by utilizing daily practices in a trajectory of where I think I want to be, without defining myself as a lawyer, as a technical advisor, as a finance guy, or a real estate person, or all the other great things that I've been able to do, because I'm constantly looking for options, opportunities, and touches of favor, not looking to pinhole myself as a certain type of employee, executive, or financier. And so I think that's always helped me to take advantage of what exists today, including, look, it was almost my anniversary with Gary Vee 6 years ago. I helped him with his sports agency. I didn't even know what a Gary Vee was. And I was, a middle-aged mutant turtle just turning 50 years old with an open mind when he told me, hey, I know you have a syndicated radio show called The Sports Blender all over the country with Gal Media, but that radio stuff is not going to work. You got to make a podcast. 6 years ago, I told him initially, well, isn't there too many podcasts already? There's 200,000 podcasts. Why would I have a podcast when I already have a brand on radio? And with an open mind, I listened to this incredible digital marketer explain to me why it was never too late to start a podcast. And that led to all types of digital content, which actually takes up about 80% of my time, is just these type of digital communications that can help people. And I allow the universe to, and the money follows me instead of me chasing it now.
Yeah. So you're famous for working with a lot of, big names, helping them, kind of being on the inside circle. We would love to get the insight that you have from working with all these people in terms of how do you see these sports figures and celebrity type people investing their money? And there's a lot of things. There's restaurants and clothing lines and crypto and real estate. But what are you seeing the most right now? I mean, obviously we're not asking for any specifics about who they are, but, maybe speak to that a little bit. Give us those insights.
Well, it depends on how old they are. I try to teach about annuities and IULs, and the three characteristics of energy are aggregation, and money's an energy. So I want people to aggregate their money, attract more of it. I want it to compound. So we take time out as a variable, and you can study Einstein and the rule of 72 or many financiers about compounding of energy and money, and then acceleration. And so what I see the celebrities, athletes, entertainers, even billionaires, millionaires, and entrepreneurs that I work with, understanding their own timing and risk tolerance aligned with the investments that they make, in the understanding that investments, behavior, and money are all utilizing the three characteristics that make it successful: aggregation, compounding, and acceleration. So the key component, though, is to understand timing and risk tolerance, number one, up front. Because even if an athlete wants to buy a lottery ticket, and I use that analogously for several investments, we want to make sure that the timing and risk tolerance of the lottery ticket is aligned with what they already have predetermined. So that if you're going to invest $2 and have a 1 in a billion chance to make $500 million on Saturday at 8 p.m., and you end up pulling the numbers on Saturday at 8 p.m. and losing your $2, hey, you're happy because it aligned with your timing and risk tolerance. Where people get into trouble is, one, they don't know their timing and risk tolerance. And then two, especially celebrities, athletes, entertainers, what they do is they trust people that are closest to them, and they don't vet. See, trusting and vetting. Vetting is a process of trusting. So, David, if I trusted you full-heartedly, I'd feel very comfortable asking you really hard questions, uncomfortable questions, and following up on the answers that you gave me to verify the answers that you gave me, because I truly love you and trust you. You would be fine with it. It's this dichotomy that people, they trust everyone, and then they're afraid to ask the uncomfortable questions that then cause them pain, because number one, they don't know their timing and risk tolerance, and two, they haven't trusted and vetted the process determinative upon aligning an investment with their timing and risk tolerance.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do the host thing where I'm gonna push back on you. Like,
please
speak to some industries though. Those are
sure. So look, people desires are also there. So, we saw a lot of athletes in the crypto NFT space because they're used to collectible. And what I tried to teach in that space is forget collectible, think about capabilities of NFTs, the democratization, the fractionalized ownership. And so I tried to educate people on companies like Redium that allow for $100 investment in a multi-million-dollar real estate project. That's where I believe, Web3 and non-fungible tokens are going to be a real asset to people. And so through the trusting investing, I see NFTs and Web3 as a huge place where a lot of entertainers and athletes are investing. Real estate is always a place for them as well, and it will continue. We move from obviously flipping to cash flow to more travel type of opportunities. Commercial side of things have changed tremendously. Then also esports was another big spot. And in the long run, esports, NFTs, Web3 are going to do extremely well. The timing and risk tolerance has to be long on all of those. because of the participation. I'll give you a good example: pickleball.
Okay.
A lot of guys are investing in pickleball, but they're investing the wrong way. They're investing in,
Love
a
it.
spectator side of it, which it's not a fun sport to watch. But it is a participatory, an extremely fast growing participatory investment, meaning that if you could mirror what they've done in cheerleading, for example, companies like Varsity. So if you're going to invest in a company in pickleball, you should invest in the participatory, not the spectator side of things.
Yeah.
And then, of course, just insurance. There's a big push with, the Marshall Falks and the Sean Merrimans of the world. They're really in the Ed Miletts of the world. They're pushing the MLM side of financial literacy and investment with, WFG, LFL. I see a lot of that going on where they can utilize their celebrity to do mass financial planning and insurance sales. Which, once again, great business to aggregate, compound, and accelerate, but you got to stick to it. It doesn't happen overnight, and it's a percentage game for those that have the wherewithal.
Yeah. I love talking to you. I mean, Harry Dent, the economist, past client of mine, he talks about the seasons. I saw a little bit of that in there. WFG, World Financial Group. I know these things that you're talking about. You're getting me all excited here. Going back to some of the sports stuff and the NFTs. We've seen sports figures, the whole trading card. When I was a kid, cards were such a big thing, right? And now we're seeing that being digitized. And I'm hearing that some of these athletes, they're big time collectors. Like, it's fun for them, right? It's not even just business; it's fun for them. Is that kind of what you're seeing as well?
Absolutely. I think, when we align the skills, knowledge, and desire with the timing and risk tolerance of an athlete, celebrity, entertainer, that there's so much that we can do with a backdrop of sports, with a backdrop of those cards. And, there's some young entrepreneurs that aren't so young anymore that I've been mentoring for 20, 30 years. The Dan Fleischmans with the coffee and cards, they're starting to franchise. The young guys like Jeff Fenster with Everbull in the franchising space, and Acai Bowl, over 200 franchises we sold during COVID. There's all these great opportunities to allow you to use passion. And here, David, what's so interesting about investment and passion is, ironically, one of the biggest impacts on my life was the movie Jerry Maguire. Not just because I ran Lee Steinberg, which they based the movie off of, but it was really interesting because still today, 30 years later, people will tell me Jerry Maguire is their favorite sports film. And I'll push back on them, as a great interviewer should, as you do. And I'll say, wait a second, Jerry Maguire is not a sports film. It's a love story. That's why people, but they did it under the backdrop of sports.
Yeah.
And so I try to encourage people, whether it be for their profession, their career, job, or industry, or their skills, their knowledge, or desire, or even their investment, why not pick something with a backdrop that is something that you're passionate about, but you don't invest in, an NFL team, right? You invest in the cleaning robot for stadiums that are a backdrop of the NFL team.
Yeah. No, that's well said. Jeff Webb is actually a client friend of mine. We did his book launch. We were there as he helped make cheerleading an Olympic sport. Great guy. Sounds like we probably know some of the same people, which is cool. Let me ask you what might be a difficult question. I'll allow your legal mind to navigate these waters, but people have been named in lawsuits as a part of the crypto rise and fall and rise. How do you feel like that's playing a role in anything going on right now?
Once again, the trusting and vetting component, even the biggest names like a Tom Brady that is out there promoting stuff that they really didn't know about. And so they didn't. And this is an interesting thing. It's not just today trusting and vetting the opportunity. It's trusting and vetting the people that are presenting and backing the opportunity. My only difficulties in investing over the last 7 years wasn't that I didn't invest in the right thing, a guaranteed annuity. It was the person that was representing what I was investing in. And so I think as an athlete, celebrity, entertainer, that we have to go ahead and vet at a different layer the people that are assisting us in presenting the opportunities to us, because they're not the ones. I'll give an example of a screw up that I had. I think it's really pertinent. So I tried to buy 2.5% of the Miami Heat when LeBron James was there. There was a nice owner who wanted Warren Moon and he wanted an African-American to own part of an NBA team at the time. They were in a big surge to bring in, equity and inclusion and ownership in the NBA. And so they picked Warren and we got approved by David Stern, the old commissioner. Yeah. And one of the components was a $200,000 purchase of 4 seats on at that time. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it was at the time. $200,000 license fee for 4 seats next to the bench of the Heat. And I saw it as a huge business development opportunity. So I didn't do my due diligence correctly, because I was talking to the ownership and I didn't follow through the way I should have. And I got scammed like other people did in the same scam. I got scammed out of $200,000. Now, Warren Moon, the Hall of Fame quarterback, had nothing to do with the transaction. Yeah. He didn't even know I sent the money, right? Yeah. But when it came out, guess whose name was in the headlines? And all these people were calling in going, Warren, are you okay? Hey, it was my screw up. And so I promise you that whether it's Tom Brady or any of the other people being sued or interviewed or questioned, they had nothing to do with it. And so my biggest piece of advice is make sure, Warren Moon should have vetted his business partner, David Meltzer, better and made sure that he was trusting and vetting me. And I should have been trusting and vetting the ownership of the Heat with the facts that they were giving me.
Well, I saw you have Brett Favre on your show, and that was a great interview. And when I saw that, I was like, wow, that's, but it sounds like that's kind of what happened to him. Is that kind of safe to say? Or?
Yeah, he had good intentions, right? And what happens is the people that are effectuating and operating it just misled him on the facts of where the money was going. And so they probably didn't present to him. They probably said, hey, we could just move this money over here. And he's like, yeah, sure. Right? Because he trusted the people that were moving the money, and he didn't trust and vet, saying, wait a second, is that legal to do? Is that appropriate to do? Yeah. And I will tell you, I have many relationships of trust, like Warren, that he relies on the fact that, hey, if Dave says it's kosher, it's kosher. And so, I probably hold myself to a higher standard, but still, even at a higher standard, I still screw up, and my poor clients and associates and partners, they pay the price.
Yeah. Yeah. Chris is here to save us. We're geeking out sports and economy and athletes, and like, all right, let's get Chris in here. Get me back on track before I start, geeking out over more sports interviews. Go ahead, Krista.
No, I'm loving it. David, thank you so much for being here. I have recently come across your work from 2 of my friends who you've been working with, who are Tori Gordon and Nick Cavioto, and you've been at the AlignCon. So I've recently come across your work. I'm a big fan. And so you've been talking about, the importance of due diligence, and something that I'd like to kind of bring this conversation back down to is the distinction and the importance between making money and creating wealth. And, can you speak a little bit more to that for our audience? We have people who are in the middle class here who may not understand what the difference of that is. And so can you kind of brief us on what that means and any sort of practical tips on how to create wealth sustainably and create a legacy for your family? So similar to David, we can get on those private jets later on in our lifetime.
Yeah. Well, first of all, making money makes it easier to create wealth. But I'm someone who made a lot of money and lost it all. I lost over $100 million in 2008. I went bankrupt. I lost everything. And so I was someone who knew how to make money since the day I graduated law school. I was a millionaire 9 months out of law school. I was a multimillionaire from 92 to 95 in my mid-20s. But I didn't understand wealth. And wealth is sustainable. And wealth is the aspect of understanding the 3 characteristics of energy of aggregation, compounding, and acceleration. And so utilizing 4 core values is what creates that wealth. And wealth itself is applied to the 4 values. 1, what are my personal values? So, take Vanderbilt, for example. The only reason we know who Vanderbilt is not because he was the richest man on earth when he died at $105 million, which was his wealth. But the only reason is today his legacy is based off of The only donation he made with the 105 million was $2 million to Central University in Nashville, which became Vanderbilt University. That's his legacy. All the money that he sent out to his family is gone because he divided it, dispersed it, and it diminished and dissolved all the rest of his wealth. So personal values, number one. Then two, balancing your experiential values. You know, when you make money, part of your wealth is your experience, the situational knowledge and experience that builds relationship capital. I always say that that experience allows you to love what you do. And if you love what you do, forget about the old saying, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. If you love what you do, it will tell you all its secrets. And it's those secrets that create wealth and allow you to even make more money. And then the third value is giving. What are we giving? Which is, once again, a legacy of how we help other people. And then finally, the last value is receiving. And this is the one that I think most people, including me, have the difficult time to create wealth over making money. Making money doesn't require you to be comfortable receiving, because we can make money, and if we're not comfortable receiving, then what happens is we waste the money and we don't create aggregation, compound interest, and acceleration with the money to allow it to build the wealth and legacy that we're looking for. So I help people understand that I am wealthy. Therefore, I got to figure out what I'm doing to interfere with it. One of the interferences are comfortability of receiving, of asking for help and asking for more. See, most people live, when they make money, in a zero-sum game. So they think that everything's a trade negotiation, that there's not enough. I have transferred or shifted my paradigm from losing over $100 million to I live in a universe of more than enough. It's a value add game. So when I ask for help, when I ask to receive, I'm actually adding value, not living in a zero-sum game, taking away. There's no winners and losers. There's only giving, receiving, and witnessing, and they're all one in my universe.
Absolutely incredible. And David, thank you for always being a friend to this community and coming on here as a public service to share your wisdom. Brett Favre's name was mentioned earlier. As a Viking fan, I'm obligated to inform folks that his best statistical season was when he was in purple and gold. I just have to throw that out there. I'm going to give you the floor, David, to give your final words. But before I do that, I have a sports entertainment question. I'm curious what your thoughts are on Dana White's new endeavor, the professional slapping. Is it going to be a hit or is it going to be a miss? And then we'll give you the floor to give your final thoughts. David Meltzer.
Thank you, Mo. One thing to encourage you as well, Warren Moon, Hall of Fame quarterback's best season with the Vikings as well, with Chris Carter, the most receptions and passes in one season.
And Randall Cunningham. Randall Cunningham as well.
Yeah, I just got to throw my Viking.
And Jeff George.
Yeah, keep going. Those are all my clients. So
Yeah.
Absolutely. But slap, yes. Look, the riches are in the niches today in sports, and it's about what you know and who you know. And Dana White is both what and who. I'm blessed to be working with Michael Chandler, who we just announced the fight with Conor McGregor. The amount of money in the way that he builds community and transfers those communities, no doubt, is ironic or entertaining, or not entertaining as it sounds. Slap fighting will be big and it will make money. It'll actually be bigger than the USFL. Because of Dana White. You'll see he understands the game of niches where the USFL is playing in the masses. Finally, I just want to finish up with gratitude, number one, of you providing an opportunity for me to help other people and to have fun. I want to offer everyone in your community, I will be more than happy to send out my book to you. I will pay for the book. I'll pay for shipping. I'll sign the book if you want to devalue it, but I'll sign it. But david@dmeltzer.com. Hope it's that way. There's my email address. I live my life of service. I give free Friday trainings for over 23 years, over 80,000 people registered for this Friday. So it's quite a popular thing to do. It's free. If it's free, it's we. Email me, david@dmeltzer.com. I look forward to our next platform together. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, David. I'm going to take you up on that. I would love an autographed copy here in my personal library. You're someone I admire a lot. David Fagan, closing words.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, no, we've had another great guest on. It's great to have you on, David. Look, we're talking about the future of income and investing. And the reason why is because there's a lot of words thrown around that people don't understand: layoffs, recession. The actual literal definition of recession is not really what's happening right now, but we can say there's some economic uncertainty. And so having people like David Meltzer come and kind of show all the positive things going on in the world and kind of helping people understand where to place their energy. It's hard to be negative and positive at the same time, right? So it's been great having on Jane King and David Meltzer. And this is just the beginning, right? This is just the beginning.
And, we could speak with David for hours and hours and hours.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
He's so busy.
I'm
very fortunate that we did have the opportunity to have him on. And again, it's david@dmeltzer.com. I hope the audience here understands what a gift that was. I hope the audience understands that doesn't happen every day on every platform that David speaks at. I've never heard him say that. And so please appreciate what he just offered. We'll have that email sent out in the recap email after the event, David. And let's talk a little bit about our next guest, Peter. I'm going to step back because I need to take some notes with all these brilliant minds. So I'll have David and Carissa introduce Peter a little bit while I step back and take notes, please.
Yeah. So next up is Peter Beckelsman. And, I was introduced to Peter from Bernardo Moya, another friend of the Los Angeles Tribune and somebody that we're doing a lot of joint ventures with. When I say we, I mean Top Talent Agency and, the Los Angeles Tribune independently and together. And so Peter is going to be, one of the keynote speakers at the Best You Expo coming up here at the Los Angeles Convention Center. We're talking about 100,000 square feet of space. I'm not sure what that is in meters for all of our international friends there. I'll have to get a conversion there for you. But it's a lot of space, okay? 100,000 square feet of space. So Peter is one of those keynote speakers. He's been wildly successful in real estate. Very easily, he could have his very own real estate show or reality TV show. But I'm kind of getting to know him myself over the last 4, 5, 6 months. And some of the introduction we want to do with him. Sometimes I say parts of the bio and I steal some thunder. So I'm gonna leave some thunder on the table here, Carissa, to let him share a little bit of his story as well. But real estate is something that both Jane King talked about, and of course David Meltzer talked about. As somebody who's done some work there myself, nothing like Peter, of course, there's always a way to make money in real estate. When the real estate market's down, and bad things are happening, there can be things like short sales and wraps and fixing, all these kinds of things. When real estate's up, you're doing more with appreciation. And anyways, there's almost never a bad time to get involved in real estate. It's just a matter of where do you want to make your money? It's like the stock market, right? You can short something, right? And so some of you are probably scratching your heads going short and short sales. And David, what are you talking about? Well, that's why we're bringing these experts in and they can give you some of these insights. Do you know much, Carissa? Can we put you on the spot here? Are you going to get educated here, or do you feel like you already know about it?
No, this is going to be a time where I take a step back and I take some notes. I know that we have Adora here as well, and she's wearing her red lipstick, so I know that she's going to bring some fire, some heat, and some really powerful questions. So maybe in a little bit we'll bring her up here shortly, and so we'll bring up Peter for right now, and then I'm going to take a step back and take some notes while Peter gives us an introduction to who he is, so I get to learn and some talk about real estate. Thank you so much for being here, Peter.
Yeah. So Peter, thanks for coming on today. You're on the East Coast, right? You're in Florida right now?
I am on the East Coast. I'm actually in Georgia.
That's right, Georgia.
We love going to Florida. It's probably our most traveled state. It's also the state I've done most deals in outside of Georgia, but I'm in Georgia.
Okay, good. So you heard me introducing you and kind of talking about your role at the Best You Expo. And one of the reasons why I bring that up is because sometimes when people hear things about such a specific industry like real estate, they feel like, oh, that's just for a certain group of people that are really into real estate. And I think you're somebody who's very mainstream, meaning that anybody that wants to make money, anybody that wants to invest, anybody, that really wants to excel, real estate is that vehicle, and you really bridge that gap. So tell us, and give us a little bit of insight in the big world of real estate. There's so many things, Airbnbs and short sales and fix and flips, foreclosures. There's all these topics. What do you feel like you specialize in most?
Well, what I definitely specialize in the most is single family spectrum. I've done thousands of deals in the single family side. It's an incredible time to be in it, the way you all reference, because of what's taking place in the economy. But you're absolutely right. Whether it's an up, down market, and really, David, I think this is in any business. You can't just time businesses. This is not like stocks, where most businesses you can't just get in today and get out 6 hours later and make $1 million. That doesn't work in most businesses.
Yeah.
But the reality is, no matter what business you're in, and real estate included, you gotta be able to be profitable in whatever market you're in. But having said that, if you just happen to be getting into the real estate business right now, you're absolutely right. There's no better time because of the economy to be in. And so I am in a single family sector. I do have a very unusual model, as you mentioned. We do basically blow the doors off the real estate business in terms of how we do our deals and allowing everyday people to be successful in this business. But yeah, it's exciting. I mean, David, I don't do this, right? But like, we have so many deals going on that we're closing right now. And I'm kind of old school. My whole team's technology. This is how I keep track of things, pieces of paper. And I can tell you to you, and I'm sure to your audience, this means nothing. But here's what I can tell you. This is huge. We're literally doing more deals now than we've done in as far as I could remember. Because
let me interrupt you on that. Let me jump in on this, because we're getting some messages from people. So you got to understand, and I know you do, but you got to understand, people are like, wait, Peter, now? Like, the real estate market's been so hot, and now interest rates are up and things are cooling down. Like, really now, right now? Explain that a little bit more. Like, why now more than ever?
Yeah, well, so the basic premise, obviously I'm on the investor side, okay?
Yep.
And the investor side, it doesn't matter what business you're in. The investor side of any business works very, very, very linearly. You always want to buy and you want to get in when something's low, and you want to get out, you want to sell when something's high. It's nothing to do with real estate. That's how 100% of businesses work across the world. Well, let's face it, right now, again, I'm not into timing of things. I'm into understanding how to work different markets. Having said that, to piggyback off what you've been saying, right now is an incredible time if you happen to be looking at the business right now. From a perspective, it is a bad economy. Interest rates are high. Inflation is through the roof. There are layoffs, there are shutdowns, there are no expansions going on in many of the companies. Matter of fact, 5 of the largest companies in the world announce hiring freezes. So the economy is not a robust economy. I don't got to tell you that. The whole world's telling us that.
So then let's jump into good answer, and let's jump in now to some specific deals. Like, one of the things I love about you, Peter, is, you can pull up an address, you can pull up an area, you can, say, hey, here's a person, they came to me, here's what we did together. Can we get some kind of specific examples that might kind of prove what you're saying in terms of this being such a hot time?
Well, to continue what I was saying, it really answers both. Answers that previous question and the current question. It's very simple. What bad economies produce in the real estate business is they produce motivation. Because when a bad economy happens, people need to liquidate, or they at least perceive they need to be liquid, right? They need to get out of things. The business is shutting down, the company is laying off. I'm not making as much money as I used to. Inflation is up, so I need to make more. So what that creates motivation. And in real estate, we as investors, we help people that are motivated. We help people that need to liquidate. We help people that want to get out. We help people that want to create, liquidity and cash for themselves. And we do that by buying their properties when they want to sell them. And so there's more motivation now. The reason it's so good now for us as investors is just a ton of motivation. You have your usual motivation. I got divorced. I had a death in a family. I'm upsizing, downsizing. Then, David, you couple that with the motivation from the last couple of years of the pandemic. Then you couple that with the motivation that during the pandemic, mortgage companies couldn't take their properties back. Well, now with the pandemic being over, they could take their properties back. So there's huge influx of foreclosures going on. Couple that with the motivation of a down economy. So what that does is, whereas right here is where we usually float on motivation or opportunities. Now we're up here on motivation and opportunities. So there's just more opportunities for us to help people. I could tell you almost every single one of these deals that we're doing right now. And remember, my model is I partner. I do deals with people across the United States. Almost every single one of these is somehow tied into newly created motivation. I got fired. I got laid off. I'm afraid I'm going to lose my job. My business is no longer performing. Interest rates are through the roof. I can't, refinance, and my mortgage is, being due. It's all these things. And we help those people. And by helping people that are in motivating circumstances, we help them get out of a bad bind, and we help ourselves by creating great deals.
Yeah. Yeah. So can you give us some examples of some of the deals? And I know that you do some special things with people where, in a sense, you even partner with them. Can you speak to that?
Well, that's our model. We basically solve the biggest problem in real estate investing is that not a lot of people make money. You have people on shows like this, and you're like, the thing about watching shows like this, everyone is successful, right? But reality is behind the scenes. When you go into the masses, not too many people are actually successful in the real estate investing business. And the reason for that is because it's a very unorganized, dislocated business. You get your training in one location, you get leads somewhere else, you got to raise capital somewhere else, and 30 pieces in between. In my model, called a partner-driven model, I basically partner with people across the United States and do deals. But the key to the kingdom here, David, is that we solve that problem. We provide everything under one roof here. So when someone's partnering with me, they get trained by my team. We help them with leads right from here. We provide all the money they need. That's right. My partners spend no money out of pocket on deals. My back office handles all the back office stuff. We even come in and help them with renovations in the cities they live in. And then we put them in the market and split the profits down the middle, 50-50.
Yeah.
And so that's the uniqueness of this model. As far as I know, at the national level, I'm the only person doing this.
Yeah. So because you use the word renovations, a part of, I'm guessing a big part of what you're doing is actually more of like what would be called the fix and flip. You're buying a house, you're fixing it up, and you're reselling it. Is that true?
We actually do multiple strategies. We do that strategy, buy, fix, and sell. We also do what's known as wholesale quick turn strategies, where we get into deals and do nothing with them, but we get into them at such incredible prices, we're able to sell them right away. And then we do what are known as creative strategies. And creative strategies is basically the ability to hold on to deals over long periods of time, creating cash flow, creating residual income. That's where the wealth is. So in terms of strategy, David, it's pretty safe to say we encompass all of them. We encompass all of them: short-term strategies, midterm strategies, and long-term strategies.
Yeah. Any place in the country that you're focusing more in on, or you're finding most of your deals in?
No. My model is based upon people. When I find the right partner, a partner that is ready to level up in life, the partner that's really is coachable, humble about the success they start to achieve, and most importantly, or overriding, is they're a long-term player. That's what I consider to be the best place in the country. Mm-hmm. So I'm partner-driven, not market-driven.
Yeah. How would you define a partner, and how many partners do you think you have right now?
Oh, the partner number always fluctuates. But how would I define a partner? Is that somebody that was ready to level up in life, somebody that's willing to put time and effort with their local market, in terms of running the leads that we're working with them on, helping us negotiate deals, structuring deals, overseeing deals. But from a personality perspective, David, it's somebody that wants to level up in life, somebody that's willing to do above and beyond, somebody that's not satisfied with where they are and what.
Yeah. No, those are all great attitude type things. I guess what I think a lot of the listeners or viewers might wonder is, when someone says partner, like, are you forming a company entity with them? Is it some kind of joint venture? Is there some?
It's a joint venture. It's a joint venture, and then we split the profits down the middle in the back end, 50-50.
Gotcha. So it's a joint venture. So at any given time, you might have dozens of joint ventures or hundreds of joint ventures.
That's exactly right. That's right. It always changes. It always fluctuates. Here is just some of the deals we're closing on in the next number of weeks. So it's growing and booming and exciting time. It's an exciting time to be in this business if you know what you're doing. Is the bottom line, David.
So we have some different people they're coming on over the next couple of days. David Sullivan is kind of backstage. We have people talking about credit. We have people talking about different aspects of real estate. So it's great to just see where people are coming from and the directions and what their approach is. One thing that's been kind of brought up recently is there's a lot of homes that have really great interest rates and rates aren't as good. There might be homes out there with 2, 3, 4% interest rate and they're 6, 7%. Some people are trying to assume those old mortgages. Is that something else that you've gotten into, or is that just not even really necessary or on your radar?
That's a huge opportunity. What those types of deals allow you to do is they allow you to increase the bullseye of success. What I mean by that is those deals, you don't need equity, you don't need money on a table, you don't need opportunities. You just got to be able to use the word assume. That's not the key, though. You call the wraps, takeover, and all this. So huge opportunity. 100% believe in them, and we absolutely do those. Because you're right, you can get into a mortgage now that's been initiated at 2, 3, 4%. And guess what? You could reverse that mortgage, and then meaning you could put another person into that, right, at 8 or 9% and make the spread. Oh, and also collect the down payment on the front end. Oh, and also, by the way, when they refinance a couple years down the road, you have a big payout on the back end. Those strategies that you mentioned, David, have literally 3 paydays. So yeah, we do those. We embrace those and we love those.
Yeah. These are some powerful golden nuggets, and I hope the audience watching understands how life-changing this information is. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break, and then we're going to add David Sullivan to this powerful conversation and really create a live mastermind. We'll be right back. This is Money Forum Live.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
And welcome back. And David, you and I were recently on a cruise, actually, with hundreds of experts in various different industries. And one of the folks on that cruise who had this beautiful, incredible gold necklace, who I did not have a chance to actually speak with, but I'm glad we worked it out. So he's here live. And I mean, David, in the background, I wish I brought some more of my ice so we could sit and, compare, because I got a couple gold chains too. But with that being said, Mr. David Sullivan, welcome to Money Forum Live. I'm going to step back and take notes and listen to these brilliant minds discuss all things money, real estate, and today's state of the economy. David Sullivan, welcome.
Thank you, David, for coming on. Let me set this up really quickly here, and this is for all of you listeners out there. We're using a lot of terms. David's about ready to use a lot of terms: arbitration, rates, assumable, FHA. There's just a lot of things that are thrown out. Today, we're not trying to teach all those things. What we are trying to do, and what we are doing, is sharing off and showing off some real experts that you guys can reach out to and have conversations with and get that full education. I'm going to ask Peter and David both the question of how long they've been doing this and how many different markets they've been doing it in, and just as a way to sort of quantify it. But I'm telling you, this isn't something that you kind of learn overnight. And this is why we've sought out experts like this. And Peter, I'm going to come back to you more, so don't go anywhere. But David, we want to bring you into the conversation as well. So I'll let you answer the question first. Let the audience know kind of your background and maybe some of the different specific areas that you've worked in, just to kind of give them a flavor of where you're coming from.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And I've been involved in real estate since 2016. I actually bought my first property in 2015, and it was a total disaster. So at that point, I realized that I needed to get educated and needed to get educated quick. So at that point, I did everything within my possibilities that I could do to just get educated and just to learn the industry and just learn the business and learn the game. I also became a realtor in 2017. I'm a licensed realtor in the state of California, and I operate in 4 different markets.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. And you also work a lot in the credit industry, which I'm going to call sort of a necessary evil, the credit industry, but I'll let you explain it however you want. Credit plays a pretty big role in some types of real estate investing, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, one disclaimer is that you don't necessarily need to have credit to invest in real estate. There's so many different creative ways to invest in real estate. However, when your credit is right, it just helps a whole lot more. It just opens the gate to a lot more opportunities. And what I do is I do a lot of creative investing, especially in markets like in the Midwest where prices are really cheap, where we buy houses with credit cards. I mean, here on my desk, I have a book full of credit cards, and we buy houses with credit cards. And there's a strategy to do that. It's not as simple as just swiping at the escrow table. There's a whole strategy to that.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the things that we're going to be looking for with different guests and different interviews is anytime that there's a specific example. And I know that's hard, but I know our viewers love it. I'm going to come back to Peter and see if he has any examples he wants to share. But can you give me an example of a time you actually bought a house with a credit card? How much was it? Where was it at? What could you tell us about that?
Well, I'll give you an example with one that I'm in escrow with right now. The purchase price is $40,000. It's in the city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I'm purchasing it with a new business credit card that I have 0% interest for the next 12 months. So the goal is to purchase this property using that money where I don't pay any interest. So essentially, the money I'm borrowing is free money in my eyes. And I utilize that money. We go ahead and we put the renovations into it. We're going to put a tenant in there, and then we'll refinance after we have a tenant in there after 6 months, and we'll refinance and pull that money out and pay back the credit cards before the 12 months is up.
Yeah. Yeah. So Peter was talking about that too. Of course, the basics of, buying low, selling high. For those of you listening, we'll throw out another word. I know that there's a few comments about this, but arbitrage, right? Arbitrage is, making that deal, financing it at one low rate, and then making a return on that investment, a greater rate of return on the investment than what it's costing you. So in this example here, David is actually financing a property at 0%. That's a great place to start, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Bought the property right, and the financing's at 0, and he can turn around and flip that property or get out of that property before it ever creates an interest rate or ever creates a cost that way. Well, that's a good way to get into the deal. I've heard that phrase, right? In order to sell a property right, you got to buy it right. I want to shoot back over to you here, Peter. I want to give you the chance to answer that first question as well. Tell us a little bit about your background, quantify your experience a little bit in terms of deals and places and years and markets. And if you've got a specific example, again, our listeners and viewers, they really love hearing stuff like that.
Yeah, well, my background is about 20 some years in the industry. Started out strictly based upon excitement, which sometimes is good and sometimes is bad. In real estate, that could be bad because that led me to buy 6 properties within the first 2 months. And within the 6 months, I lost all 6 properties. Oh, wow. So I have a typical experience that a lot of people have that have achieved a measure of success. I lost it all. It took me years, and I mean years, to get it back. And when I say get it back, just to get to 0. I did the one thing that a lot of people don't do. I never blamed the industry. I always knew it was my fault. I was the one who made mistakes. So I toughed it out. During that time, David, I also learned some principles of success. The top one being you have to align yourself with the right people. Yeah. That to this day has carried me through. And, literally thousands of deals later, here I am still standing. Started our partner model many, many years ago. As you know, now we partner with people and do deals. And I'll tell you, our typical example right now is, we're in a market right now that's got a lot of people in trouble for a lot of reasons, whether they're coming out of COVID, where they weren't making payments, and now they have payments due. So probably a good 30 to 40% of our deals now with people that are in trouble. They're facing foreclosures, which is not a one-time event. A foreclosure, as David will tell you, is something that lasts with you for quite a bit of time and can set you back in multiple different ways. So people are reaching out to us that are in trouble, and there's a timeline involved. And so we have to move quick, which we're able to do. When we pull them out of foreclosures, we save them from money problems, financial problems, credit problems, potential lawsuit problems, deficiency problems, and all that. So our typical deal is, somebody would get a hold of us, or we would get a hold of them. They're in trouble. They got a 60 or a 90 or 30-day timeline where we got to do what we have to do to buy that house, which means due diligence, inspections, appraisals, have to have the right capital in line, and then we're able to help them, and we're able to save them and allow them to move on with their lives, and from our end, profit in a tremendous way also.
No, that's great, and people love this stuff. We got a lot of comments here. David, I'm going to go back to you, but Peter, I'll have you answer the same question. We're kind of got a nice little expert panel going on here, but is there a red flag type scenario that almost always, if you see this one thing in a deal, that you just totally stay clear? Do you have one or two things that you might be able to give the audience when you're, somebody says, all right, I've got a deal, I've got a property, I'm motivated, I got to get out of here. Here's the deal, here's the property. And you start, doing some searching or some due diligence, and you see this one thing or two things and you go, no, not for me.
Yeah, that's a great question. There's so many different red flags. It's hard to pinpoint just one.
There's a lot of them. Okay, good to know.
There's a lot of them. I think the number one thing, though, is that men lie, women lie, but numbers do not lie. And so you just got to make sure you run your numbers, you know exactly what you're looking at, and you don't take anybody's word. The biggest mistake somebody can do is take somebody's word, or, somebody that views somebody else as a professional. So you view, basically, this person is your realtor, your agent, your broker, for example. And they're telling you all these things. But at the end of the day, what we have to remember, and again, I'm a realtor, so I guess I could say this, is that, that's a salesperson. Their job is sales. So they don't necessarily know everything about real estate, so to speak, as you would as an investor. So you just have to make sure that you do your own due diligence and you dot your I's and cross your own T's. And for me, when I'm doing, for example, it's different scenarios based on the different types of property I'm purchasing. For example, if it's a fix and flip, I'm very careful at foundation, structural issues, things like that, because that can be a heavy ticket item that I necessarily won't want to do. And especially in this market, we just want to get in and out.
Yeah. Well said. What about you, Peter? Anything, I mean, obviously, like David said, there's a lot of things, but anything stand out to you that, like, if there's just like one or two things, if you see this, you're just out?
Well, look, real estate is real estate. It don't matter if it's Dave or me. We all look for the same red flags. I could tell you that. And he's right. I'll expand upon some of the things he did. A lot of times I'll tell you a big red flag, especially in the world we're in, when the property costs like 2 or 3 times more to fix than we're buying it for. It's like somebody will bring a deal to us for $20,000 and it costs $100,000 to fix. the number, heck, you can knock that thing down and build a brand new house for that. So the other reason why right now, and this is what David was alluding to, we're in a turbulent market. It changes. It changes month to month, whereas real estate many times changes year to year. Right now, in certain deals that I'm doing in certain parts of the market, it changes literally month to month. And I don't mean like 0.25%, like 5-10% drops. So this is not a time to be locked into deals for 4, 5, 6, 7 months. You got to be careful on that. The other thing you got to be careful in today's world is when somebody brings you a deal and they're bringing, well, look, 6 months, in the last 7 months, here's what happened 7 months ago in real estate don't matter anymore. We're in a world, because of what's taking place, we're in a world of here and now. And David, we're doing things we've never done before. We're actually projecting ahead of time. Whereas, like, you're in a market where it's going down by 5% a month. You got to project, if you're in this deal for 2 or 3 months, you better project another 5 or 10%. So how you value properties. And so when people are bringing you deals, you got to know how to value them correctly. And what David said is so true. What a big red flag is, trust but verify. When somebody brings you the deal, I don't care if they're a realtor, a wholesaler, an owner, those are the last numbers you're going to trust. Okay. We'll accept the deal, but those, I don't care what they say, how much they love you, how much they care about you. Here's what they see on your forehead: paycheck. They see paycheck. They see commission. They see somebody's going to take a problem off my head. And by the way, this is what got me in trouble 20 some years ago. I thought everybody was my teammate. I thought all the realtors loved me. I thought the contractors loved me. They loved the money that I was able to, provide for them until I crashed and burned. So you got to be careful. And so I think David hit the big highlighted ones.
Yeah, that's great. Well, thank you, David. Thank you, Peter, for coming on. We're going to start to transition a little bit more into credit, and we're going to bring on Courtney Murray here in a little bit. We're looking forward to seeing you at the Best You Expo. Feel free to share your information on Facebook and some of these other ways. I mean, I know there's people that have kind of Googled you and pulled up stuff here as well. So people can kind of, seek you out. We'd love to have you on again. I know the Tribune would have loved to have you on more if you opt to do something like that. But let's keep the conversations going.
I appreciate it. David, I love getting your text in the middle of the night of the places you're in being interviewed and all that. So keep that up. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. We're going to bring on Courtney Murray, and we've got Dave here as well. And, Peter understands these kinds of things too, but we want to have a little bit of a credit conversation. And Courtney, thanks for coming on. And credit's something that everybody cares about and thinks about, and it affects us all. I first met you on a project called Women Gone Wild, the Wealth Edition. But I've seen you do so much more than that. We had Jane King on earlier. I know you've been a big part of her show. Matter of fact, she was describing you to us on air as if we didn't know you. I was like, oh, you're talking about Courtney Murray. She's like, yeah, you know her? I'm like, yeah, she's up a little bit later. So, here you are. But it's a small world, and you're doing great things, big things. And, sometimes I steal people's thunder here a little bit. So tell us kind of your story. Give us the setup to Courtney Murray and how you got into doing what you do, which goes so much further on than credit. Oh, we're not hearing you for some reason here. Double check that. Yeah, see. Oh, I don't think I'm hearing. Try it again. Oh no. You're not on mute. So I'm not sure what that is. Maybe it's a mic issue over there.
And I know that while Courtney resolves that, Courtney, in the background there, David, let's just do a quick recap for the folks about all of the incredible gems of wisdom that have been shared. We'll be back in 1 minute, and David and I will do a quick recap before we have Miss Courtney with us.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
And welcome back. And David, it's hard to believe that we're only a couple hours into this. I mean, my mind has just been absorbing so much information from legends like David Meltzer and Peter and all of these incredible minds, not to mention media icon Jane King. And our next guest, of course, has been on the air live in New York with Jane King, and we're so honored to have her. We're going to see if that technical issue has been resolved. If not, we'll delay that segment for just a couple minutes, but let's try again. Courtney, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys.
Oh,
there you go. You're on.
And we can also hear you. So I'm going to step back for a couple minutes and let David have a wonderful, powerful dialogue. David, you've been doing such a good job. I don't want to steal your thunder. I don't want to step on your toes. I don't want to interfere.
Sure.
And so with that being said, Courtney Murray and David Fagan.
Thank you.
Yeah, Courtney, we just kind of left off with, you kind of sharing a little bit of your journey, because we do want to have a conversation about credit because everybody cares about it. It affects so much of our lives. But before we get into that, and you do so much more than that, I want to give you a chance to tell us a little more about yourself.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, my past has brought me here in quite a few different avenues, but I guess the journey I'd like to start with is I have been an entrepreneur 3 times over, and my first entrepreneurial position was opening a clothing store. And with that said, I was in it for about 3.5 years. I had undercapitalized myself. And what does that mean, right? Undercapitalized. So does that mean I was cash poor at the time? Yes. But there are certain avenues that you can take to create additional capital for your entity. And that's something I just had no knowledge on. I mean, I was new out of school in my early 20s, and they don't teach you credit in school. I didn't have anything established. So it was very hard to take a risk from a bank, which we all hear about, bank lending, because they didn't know if I could pay back, a loan at the time. And so one of the things I learned, and why I became so passionate about business equipment financing and capital asset backed lending, is because there are avenues to use other people's money to grow your entities that don't disturb your personal credit report, and they help build on the business side of things. And so with that said, I started and ended in a position that took me to this here, owning Coastal Capital for 12 years now, and something I'm deeply passionate about, and helping assist other entrepreneurs and anyone for that, matter, that doesn't know about the ins and outs of credit and how it's viewed on a personal side as well as a business side.
Yeah. Yeah. And I want to talk about that term you use, under capitalization. It can take a certain length of time for us business owners to really not just turn a profit, but be able to maintain that profit. Sometimes I'll ask an entrepreneur, how much money do you make, right? And they'll basically tell me their best month ever, right? It's like, oh, I make $12,000 a month, which translated means 1 month I made $12,000. So now, but what it probably was, they made 12,000 and they made 5,000 and they made nothing. And then they made 10,000 and they made 3,000. So how long does it take for us to make these profits? 50,000 a month, 100,000 a month, and month end over end. So until we do that, how are we going to not just pay the bills, but invest in our business? And maybe that's a good transition for you, Courtney. There's different types of financing that you help provide to business owners to handle some of these other types of costs that, we as business owners sometimes forget about. Maybe you can elaborate on that a little bit.
Sure. So one of the things that I always like to talk to our clients about, and a lot of our clients, they're long-term because we like to educate. I mean, there are different arms of financing out there. There are bank financing, investment financing. I love that you guys were just talking about rate as well, because I think that plays a huge role in the education, because obviously there's inflation and things that happen with rate change in the banking community. And so something that people need to educate themselves on is how the bank is carrying their money, and how you can actually borrow with your business lines and keep your personal credit intact. And so one of the things we always like to talk to our clients about is, you're looking at borrowing bank financing that takes a guarantee on your personal credit. And so it's going to show that you will have a trade line affected. And if you're trying to grow your business, you want to make sure that you have the ability to go borrow other people's money if you're in a crunch. You're talking about those high revenue months. Everyone in any sort of entrepreneurial position or any sort of business owner, we're going to have those months. Economic times, you might have something that, happened personally. It doesn't matter what it is. You're never going to be here all the time when you're starting a business. One thing that people are not educated about in bank financing is banks use fractional reserve banking. And I don't know, a lot of people probably don't know a lot about it.
No.
But it is a bank-owned life insurance. And so your money doesn't actually sit in the bank. It's not just sitting in the bank. They put it away in basically a tax-free shelter for the bank
Sure.
to collect interest. And so what people don't know is they can also do that. They can have, one of these life insurance policies that they can pull from, and it allows them to do things tax-free without being, taxed that interest payment. And so we like to tell our clients that keep your line for yourself open and start building your business credit, because it's just as it might be more expensive to someone who is in an interest bearing society, because that's what we learned. We learned bank and interest, brick and mortar, right? But you don't understand about the opportunity costs that the business side is taking on when they're
So let me recap this a little bit, and let me reword this a little bit, and then you tell me what, if anything, is wrong here. Okay. So we're getting some great comments and some great questions, and you're very knowledgeable. So you're gonna throw some of our listeners for a loop here. So we've got an individual who has personal credit where they're borrowing money, essentially using their social security number to identify who they are. And then on a whole nother side of things, you have a business that has a tax ID number, or it has their own version, right? It's like a social security number, their tax ID number, and they can borrow money through their business that they personally aren't as attached to.
Absolutely.
Right? And so people love that, because if something ever happened to your business, heaven forbid, if you truly built up that business credit like you help people do, only the business is injured if it ever has to be shut down. You personally are not on the hook for that.
So we do not commingle personal and business credit. So I want to be very clear on that. We do, until the business is built and established, we do take a personal guarantee in the consideration of default. So if something were to default, of course, you're going to guarantee mostly a new business, right?
Yes.
Because you don't have any line established as of yet. But once you get into the 2-year mark, you're a non-startup. And now you've started to establish that credit line for your business.
So you have your personal credit and your business credit. And if your business doesn't really have much credit, then you personally have to kind of guarantee that business credit. But eventually, as your business credit has its own identity and history, you personally won't have to guarantee it anymore. And that business could then stand on itself.
Exactly. And I also want to make sure it's very clarified that we do not report to personal credit, only in the fact that there's a default. So you're guaranteeing that it's being paid under the business entity. But if there's a default, that's the only time we'll go back and have to report a loss.
This is great. So in the personal world, we've got TransUnion and Experian and Equifax. That's all for your personal credit and social security number. Now in the business world, we have things like Dun & Bradstreet. Is that the main one, or is there other types of ways that people are evaluating your business credit?
We use PayNet a lot, and Dun & Bradstreet. Dun & Bradstreet can be tricky because it doesn't report a lot unless you're set up with them. So PayNet is a little more accurate. And we also use Experian Business Credit. It's usually pretty accurate. A lot of people do report to that bureau, but it's exactly like a credit score. And so it will show how much comparable debt you have, how much you've taken out that year, if your company can support it. The difference in business lending is that we still have application-only programs up to $500,000. If you're qualified under your tax ID and that PayNet score is high enough, we can get an application in and fund in the same day for a piece of equipment up to $500,000. That's a lot of money without having to collect financials. So we take a risk on the asset.
Yeah. So you said something I think is key there, and that is equipment or asset. So obviously there's types of funding that's maybe more of a line of credit that can just be used for whatever, you think is a business expense. Then there's other things that are like, hey, this is just for fuel, or hey, this is just for this piece of machinery.
Yes.
Obviously, anything that's an asset's probably easier to lend on, but what does that world look like? Is it easy enough for people just to get money in general, or do they have to designate it towards something?
No, they don't. We have lines of credit. There's also SBA type of loans. There are working capital loans out there. Those are a little more short term, but they're very unsecured. There's nothing to secure them. And again, not reporting to the personal credit. So if you're going to need inventory for your business and you need to access a line of credit, it still won't be reporting against your personal credit score. So you could also apply for a mortgage at the same time that you're applying for this business loan, and it won't commingle, showing that you're searching for credit. And so it really does take a business owner into a different perspective. We have a lot of clients that come to us after their credit's tied up because they went to the bank first and they didn't know that this arm was out there. And then they've leveraged themselves a little too much.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to create a little bit of an expert panel here on credit. We're mostly going to just talk about personal credit right now. Then we'll talk about business credit, but we're going to get a couple different opinions. We've got David here, West Coast, San Francisco area. We've got Courtney here, East Coast, Florida. We're even going to have Courtney up tomorrow as well. But I want to give some hot tips here on raising credit scores, raising personal credit scores. So Courtney, I'll let you go first, and then David, we'll have you give a tip, and we'll see if we can go back and forth. We'll see if you guys can out-tip each other. No, I'm just teasing. It's not a contest. All right. What do you think, Courtney? What do you got? What's your hot credit tip for us here?
I will tell you, do not ever close your oldest trade line. Make sure you keep that intact. Your oldest.
We were just having a conversation about that, me and Isabel. Anyway, sorry, keep going.
So that is very important. We like to see the depth on the credit bureau, and so if you keep that intact, I don't care if it was Home Depot that you started with. We like to see that old trade line because it shows that you have established credit on the bureau for a certain amount of years. And the second tip I would say is we like to see at least 10 trade lines open to establish yourself. And we like to see them paid on time for at least 24 months. And so those are two good tips.
So the myth might be, oh, you have too much credit, or, oh, you want to close some of these out. I mean, that makes sense, right? Common sense is, geez, maybe, but what you're saying is, oh no, keep those and keep them open. And it might actually help you. Okay, I'm going to switch over here to David. David, what do you got? Hot credit tip. What do you got?
Well, first off, I want to just totally agree with Courtney because she's absolutely right. I still have my starter Capital One card from 20 years ago, and I hate that card, but I keep it because it's the oldest card on my report. So she's 100% right. And I would also add on to that, and I would say keep your utilization low. A lot of times people, and this is the importance, again, of business funding, when you're an entrepreneur, because sometimes you do have to utilize that credit to get your business off the ground. However, when you're utilizing your personal credit and you're maxing out those cards, your score is just going to go all the way down into the dumps. Right. So you want to, keep your personal credit at your utilization at 30% of the credit limit or less. Preferably when you're going for funding, I always recommend my clients to keep it at 10%, so that's very important.
And that kind of goes back to what Courtney's saying too, as well, right? I mean, that's all the more reason to have high limits and more credit available to you. You close out that credit and it's a percentage, right? So you go and close out a bunch of your credit, or you don't raise those balances, and it looks like, you're using more than what you are. So yeah, good point. All right, Courtney, back over to you. What do you got? What's your next tip here?
The one thing to watch as well is, yes, we like to see 10 trade lines open in my business when we're looking at a personal credit score, but we like to see a diverse amount of trade lines, such as real estate, some installment, some credit card, maybe a loan, and keeping those down in the 10% mark is your ideal. Yeah. Obviously, you're going to utilize them at some point in time. And if you're going to go buy a car, then yes, it's going to be a brand new trade line, but that is an installment loan. So that's something that doesn't fluctuate. We really like to see for credit to be established. We really like to see installment loans because it shows that you have a monthly payment that you can obtain and, remain intact. When you have a credit card that you're just keeping open and maybe you're putting, lunch on there here and there, it doesn't show that you actually can't afford a payment of that sort. So when you're looking to purchase something of the same value or over, we like to look at comparable debt.
Yeah.
And so getting your credit established to a level where if you are an entrepreneur and you're using your personal credit and you want to buy $100,000, whatever it is, we like to see that you have some established a history on paying something that large. And so credit score can be 800 plus, and you might only have a $500 credit card open. It doesn't mean that you have established credit with an 800 credit score.
Yeah. Yeah. So you want to have multiple accounts. You said trade lines. So an example of a trade line: car loans, department stores, credit cards. I mean, it can be a lot of different things that can make up a trade line. I can hear Isabel in my ear now. See, David, it's good we have all these. I think, see, it's good we have all these trade lines going on. We got 20, 30. But yes, there is a balance to that. That's what trade lines are. Good. All right, back to you, David. We covered utilization. She covered having trade lines. What do you got?
Well, I always say keep everything on auto pay, at least for the minimum payment due. You do not want to miss a payment. I often tell people, if you're in a bind, if I'm in a bind, I'd rather my bank account go negative than miss a payment on a credit card. And here's why. I missed that payment. It's now on my credit profile for 2 years, and it's really going to hinder my chances of getting more credit. Versus if my bank account gets overdrawn, I pay that overdraft fee, put some money into it when I get paid or whatever the case may be, and I'm back in the game. So I always tell people to always put the auto pay on there, the minimum payment. You do not want to miss a payment. It's very important.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah, I know that there's times where you can even end up with multiple accounts with the same place, right? And I've had times where, you got a couple with American Express or you got a couple with Citi or whatever. It can be really tricky to remember, well, I made that one, but I did this one, so you're kind of going back and forth. I can see that. I'm sure there's some people here that are just thinking, this is crazy, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. You guys are throwing around these numbers and these clever bank games that you're playing. It could be a lot. Do you ever get nervous, Courtney, about this? I mean, how do you coach your clients to just walk around with so much credit at their fingertips? Do you ever have people say, no, Courtney, that's too much money. I don't want all that money.
I don't think we've ever had that happen. No, we definitely educate our clients because we are in a position that we see what they're doing. We're business lending, so we like to see what their assets are and things like that. And we don't like to have people buy outside of their comfort zone. And so one of our goals is to always say, I know you're looking for this, but can you start here? The one thing with credit, business, personal, anything that you do, you can always grow. It's a lot harder to take away. And one of the things that David just talked about, making sure those are on auto pays, one of the biggest things that we see always on personal credit reports is someone who forgot that they had a yearly fee on that credit card and they just forgot. They don't use that credit card. Maybe it's again, Home Depot card that they haven't put anything on in a while. And then you have a yearly fee for that card. And you see that go into, you didn't pay a $35 balance on this card. And now your credit score dropped 50 points. And so education for us is making sure that it fits their needs. I mean, we never want someone to go and access a ton of money from different creditors because we also don't want them to be a bankruptcy waiting to happen, how it looks on paper. We don't want them to have so much credit that they can't manage, but we want them to have a nice, diverse mix of credit showing that they are an easier risk to lend against.
Yeah. So David, thank you for coming on. We're going to continue on with Courtney, but I always like to give people kind of the last word. Anything you want to share with us before you go? You can leave with one more credit tip, or you can leave with, what you're all about. But I'm going to give you the last word, and we'll sign you off, and then we're going to continue on here with Courtney.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you, David, and thank Mo for having me on here. It's been a blessing. I'm truly grateful. And, I'll just leave with a tip that at the end of the day, credit is just really mindset. And what I mean by that is that you have to get in the mindset that you got to pay people that you owe money to, period. Don't get around that. There's no quick, cheap way to get out of that. Just pay the people you owe. And if you think with that mindset, and also think of it as the banks are your friends, the banks are if you're an entrepreneur, the banks are your business partner, 1000%.
Nice.
And you have to think with that mindset. And as long as you do that, you will succeed. And just remember, I'll leave you with one quick funny quote. If you're green, you're growing. If you're ripe, you're rotten. Stay green. Knowledge is infinite. You can never stop learning. So thank you again for having me.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, David.
You too.
Courtney, I know you deal more on the business side than the personal side of credit. I mean, that's true, right?
I do. I mean, we look at personal credit on every transaction.
Yeah.
But yes,
it's more business. So with that being said, there's certain services out there that provide like rapid rescoring or, things like that. Do you believe in any of these third-party services or certain things with credit bureaus where you can get kind of fast turnarounds to like raise your score? Or what do you think of those?
We do not use them. I know in mortgage, that's a big deal in mortgage because they're FICO driven. With business financing, we are not as much FICO driven because we look at a lot of avenues on the deal. So I do believe that there are some good agencies out there. But honestly, to really get down to the nitty gritty of it, I mean, I haven't had perfect credit my whole, until I was older. I was in my 20s. And again, nobody teaches you about credit. If you do educate yourself, it's very easy to write a letter yourself and get some of those things turned around if it was an accident or if you've made good or your payment history has been cleared, for the last few months, maybe you had a mistake or COVID. So I don't think you always have to pay an agency. I think you can talk to an advocate and get information out there. But I don't think that those are necessarily a bad approach if you're with the right people.
Yeah. People love specifics. I try to always, the people I'm interviewing, I try to push them like, give me a specific. And, sometimes it just doesn't work. But can you give me a success story? Obviously, we're not looking for names or anything, but hey, here's a woman and she had a business and here's what she was doing and making. And she came to us and, in this amount of time, we got her this much and over, can you kind of pick, not like here's the kind of people we help and do, but can you pick one case study or success story that would really help paint the picture for the audience?
Yes, actually, one is always at the top of my head because I use it when I'm training my sales team to talk and educate their clients. And so we do have a client that came in and he had under 600 credit score. And as you know, that means there's quite a few derogatories showing up on the credit report. And he had a successful business. And one of the things that we wanted to do is get him access to additional dump trucks. He needed dump trucks and he needed about $1 million in dump trucks. And one of the things that we're able to offer is our application only programs. And so we knew that at the time, his financials probably didn't qualify, but we knew that the revenue that he was generating did. And one of the things I always love to say is that we're a story time lender. We got the story and we were able to make sense of the story. And now it's been 8 years, $2 million later, 8 dump trucks in the fleet. He now has a way above 700 credit score. We were able to walk with him slowly as he needed the equipment, as he was able to generate revenue. We would add another piece of equipment on. And that's what we were talking about, growing slowly, but with an advocate. We were able to educate him on not over buying, not over purchasing, and also educate him on the growth of his credit. and not just keeping his personal credit intact, but growing his business credit line.
Yeah.
And so he was able to take some of those personal credit trade lines and refinance them into a business loan with us and really keep the credit intact. And so one of that success story just came back to us last week for another 2 dump trucks. And so he will be a 9-year client this year of ours.
Wow, that's great. That's great. Well, I love it. I know we've got Adora backstage, and you know her well. I'm gonna add her. Adora, we're just kind of wrapping up here, and anything you want to jump in with or say, or I know that we've got some fun stuff ahead, but I know that you guys know each other, and I didn't want to leave without adding you to the conversation.
Yeah, I just love, Courtney, the stand that you are. I mean, you're a woman working with predominantly a lot of men, and and that's been your bread and butter.
Yeah.
And you have this heart for women in business and really helping women know what we know now. I love that Carissa brought up earlier that 21-year-old women are now being paid more than men. They're outperforming men in earning right now. So I just want to ask, is there anything that you want to say or to women specifically, that are walking through that entrepreneurial journey around this topic of credit and funding and momming and all the things?
I would definitely give the advice to any woman that has a dream of being an entrepreneur or being a businesswoman, or anything that they want to do. I don't care if you want to be an author or whatever. Don't let your credit score affect the way you feel about yourself, because it's a number and it's created from private entities that are creating these scores. And I believe that you have the ability to ask the right advocate. And we're here in the same type of community, Adora, you and I know this from knowing you for a while, but to uplift one another. And so just don't be embarrassed over it. Ask, because the worst thing that you can hear is no, which you're already hearing in your head. And I think pushing yourself over that hump to just say, this is what I'm dealing with. How do I get over the hump? I need somebody to take a chance on me. And if you're passionate about it, you have the equity in yourself and you believe in it, then someone else is going to believe in your path. And we're here to uplift each other. And yes, working in a male dominant world in heavy equipment mostly, it's taught me a lot, but it also taught me to come out behind the things I was scared about and have a voice. And it's helping a lot of people. And I love it. So,
I just heard so many gold nuggets, right there. Like, you are not defined by a number. You're not defined by your credit score that was created by someone else. So that's for anybody. If you have a jacked up credit score, don't take it personal. It doesn't define who you are. The other thing that I heard is that just put equity in yourself, believe in yourself. You get to start there. And then the third thing is we're here to uplift each other, and you're standing in what else is possible. So when you're facing a roadblock, like your gentleman with the 600 credit score, when you're facing that, don't let that be the stopping point. Go, what else is possible? How could I get this done? How could I have this happen? And so many of us, not me anymore, because I hope you call me on it if you see me doing it, but we limit ourselves with what the current rules or the current reality is, but that's not what pulls us forward. It's that vision beyond the credit score, that vision of where you're going. So thank you so much for that. It was very powerful.
Absolutely. It was great seeing you again.
Hi, yes. You too, David. Great.
And we're going to have you. And we're going to have Courtney back tomorrow, some more during this event. She's a big partner of this event. She has a lot of knowledge and wisdom, and I differentiate those two. I mean, knowledge is everywhere. Get on YouTube, Google, knowledge is everywhere. But wisdom, how to really apply the knowledge, how to really implement it, that's the value. And I think that's what Courtney offers. Courtney, a lot of people asking how to learn more, get more information. I'm sure we'll share that in multiple places, but please feel free to share that here right now.
Sure. My company is Coastal Capital, but capital is spelled with a K. So it's coastalcapital.com. And I have everything from the Woman Entrepreneur page, podcasts that I've done, different segments with the LA Tribune that I've done. So there's a lot there, but we also have trained advocates all through my office that are willing to talk to you about any business endeavor you have. And so if you are interested, that's where you can reach us.
Nice. That's great. Thank you for coming on again, and look forward to seeing you again real soon. We have several other guests coming up. One of them is Mike Filsain. I don't know if you two know Mike, but we're going to geek out over some AI stuff here, ChatGPT and all that other type of stuff. Are you seeing that affect you guys yet? Are you hearing it in the news? You seeing it? Yeah, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. So I'm going to add in.
Yeah, big time. In fact, I was at an event, and I'll get the gentleman's name. He's pretty important, but it's hi Mike. But it's
hi, nice to see you.
Me right now, and he said the people that own the technology will be the masters of our universe coming up. The people in this topic. And I'll pop off and get his name, and then it'll have more weight with you all. Rather than sounding like Marvel, the masters of the universe, a Marvel commercial.
Nice. Well, speaking of universes here, Mike is all things Groove, GrooveCon, Groove Mail, Groove. Mike, tell us about the Groove universe. How many different names do you have where you involve the word groove?
Hey, David. First of all, thanks, Dora. Nice seeing you both here today. So the main company is Groove Digital. We're digital marketers, and we focus on creating wealth for digital marketers and e-commerce marketers. And the Groove Digital brand has our main SaaS platform, which is called Groove.cm. It's not Groove.com, it's Groove.cm because customers matter. And that is an all-in-one platform for email marketing, funnel building, brand website, video hosting, content management, e-commerce, selling your product, setting up an affiliate program, video hosting, all that. And then our other big company is GroovePay. And GroovePay.com is like a place for you to get set up to get a merchant account, so you can do processing online at good fees. So we've got other brands, but we're starting an AI brand called Groove.ai, but that's what Groove is.
Yeah. So going back to the first platform you discussed, I want to slow that down and dial that in just a little bit. You talked about emails. You talked about all these different things. Let's drop a few names that would be similar to Constant Contact. It'd be similar to maybe a Keep. I know that it's different, and you do some things that maybe they don't. But what are some other companies that maybe people would know about that your technology is competing in?
So originally we were called Groove Funnels,
okay,
and so we compete with ClickFunnels.
Sure,
but we didn't want to be strapped down to just, a lot of people thought that we only did funnels like ClickFunnels.
Yeah.
So we changed the name to just Groove. And so our email, Groove Mail, for instance, would compete with MailChimp or ActiveCampaign.
Okay.
Groove Sell would compete with things like Samcart or Keep or Infusionsoft. And then you would have Groove Member would compete with things like Kajabi or Thinkific or Teachable. Things like Groove Video would be like Wistia and Vimeo, and Groove Cart is like Shopify. And finally, Groove Webinar would be like GoToWebinar or EverWebinar or Webinar Jam.
Yeah. Okay, good. I think that'll help kind of give a reference point. Yeah, I remember the first time Wajid Salam, for someone who know him really well, Captain Lou, they came to me like, David, you got to get into the Groove. It combines all these things. And I remember the very first time that I heard about it. I know about a year ago, about maybe more than a year ago, right before the last Marketers Cruise not this very last one. We were just on one. But before that, I know you guys had a big event. So I know that
November
it's really
21,
been,
I think that was.
Yeah. And I know it's really been evolving, right? So yeah, it makes sense that it's turning into all these things. But I brought that up just to kind of qualify you as the expert that you are, and let's qualify it one step further. You're not a small operation. How many people you got over there? Quantify this a little bit more in terms of accounts and users, employees, dollars, whatever you feel is necessary.
Sure. So our company has about 70 employees. 30 of them would be 25 to 30 of them would be developers. We have another maybe 15 or so in support, and then the rest would be the founders, the marketing team, mainly the marketing team and the founders. Break it out from there.
Yeah.
I've been doing online marketing now since 2002. It's been 21 years. I've generated about $175 million online with the companies that I've created in those 20 years. Groove has about 750,000 members on the platform now in 3 years. It's a free platform like Trello or Gmail. So I don't want people thinking that we're that rich with 750,000 members. Only about 7% of them are paid, and about 93% of them stay with the free model, or hopefully they'll upgrade at one point. And we're an 8-figure company. We do about 8 figures per year.
Yeah. So Chris, I added you to the conversation because I told Mike I was going to roast him a little bit here. I first texted Mike. You guys just heard all the qualifications of Mike. I first texted him. I'm like, yeah, we want to have you on. We want to interview you. We got to talk about AI and all these things out there. And he's like, no problem, David. Just Skype me. Just send me a Skype. I'm like, Skype, you're going to be my AI high-tech guy, and you're talking about Skype? Like, I'm looking on my phone. I don't even have a Skype app anymore. I was like, oh my goodness, Mike, what is going on here?
The hairs are gray. Remember, I was even
thinking, maybe WhatsApp. I don't know. Like, we're going to do some kind of, video conferencing. And he's like, David, can we get on Skype? I'm like, oh my goodness, does Skype still exist?
I was watching a video today. And on the video today, they were talking about how this person had so many followers on TikTok and so many followers on Instagram. And then they went and they said, let's see how many followers they have on Facebook. And then they said, well, okay, not a lot of followers on Facebook. Facebook is for old people. And I said, oh my goodness. Now, even Facebook, because it came around in 2005, and, it's coming around almost 20 years. So even college students are now getting into their 40s, close to 40, that people that started on Facebook, even when they were in college. So for me, I'm 55 years old, and I've seen the tech, come and go, but we've been running our company on Skype now for, oh gosh, a good 15, 20 years, so 15 years at least. And so everything's come on like Slack, and people use WhatsApp and all these different things. And I am such a dinosaur with my company when it comes to Skype. It just works.
Okay, so with that as our segue, let's talk about cutting edge AI. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, exactly. That's why you have me on, the dinosaur talking about cutting edge technology. But seriously, I am a tech geek. I went to New York Institute of Technology. I started programming on my Commodore 64 back in 1983, 84, and I sold software to a company called Lottery Players Magazine when I was 17 years old. And then I got into the car business. So I spent 14 years in the car business from 1990 to 2004. And during that time, the internet was rising, and I was seeing, and I said, okay, that's going to be for me the second I see the opportunity. And then internet merged with direct response marketing.
Yeah.
And that's when I jumped in 2002. And I would be considered a leader in the industry in terms of marketing, but I'm really the person that's brought a lot of technology to the internet. I had the first Tell a Friend software that that was online. We had the first one-click upsell technology. We brought all of this different automated webinar technology, all of this stuff to the forefront in our industry. And what I saw, a couple of things happen in my life. I saw the internet come around in the late 90s. And I said, okay, this is going to be really, really big. But from the time that I saw it come in like 1995 to the time that I got on, and I was a tech savvy person, was 7 years. And then it took another 3 to 5 years for me to even be on an airplane when people would say, so what do you do? And I would tell them what I do. And they would say, so you build websites? And I'd say, it would take a 5-hour flight to California. They still wouldn't understand what I do. Now today, I talk to somebody what I do, and they're like, "Oh yeah, my niece, she has 300,000 followers on TikTok." Everybody understands influencers. So we're talking the internet where people saw rapid development. Then the next big thing that I saw was when the iPhone came out. Like, we knew, Google issued a code red that day. They were working on on their own different things. And I think Eric Schmidt from Google was on the board of directors of Apple, and he had to resign from the board of directors because they were like, okay, this is going to change the world, and we need to pivot immediately and create and start competing with the Android operating system, or Apple's just going to get too far ahead. And then that created the way for iPhone apps. And it created billion-dollar companies like Airbnb and Uber and all of these companies now that that couldn't survive without the iPhone. And I think what we're seeing right now with AI trumps both of those things. We're talking Gutenberg press type of shift in what's happening for humankind. When we look at what the calculator did for numbers, we have to look at AI, or just what we're talking about, things like ChatGPT. It's a calculator for words, and the people that are willing to just to go in and play with it for free, because it's a free platform, are going to see the power of this thing. AI is now writing music. AI can do customer support. It just last week, it just passed. What's the name of that? The Wharton School of Business gave it a test. It just passed it with a B, which is really incredible. If that doesn't sound impressive, trust me when I tell you it's impressive, because what it's taken is the language model has taken all of the world's information. Yes. And not only just the world's information, they fed it every movie, and they had it transcribed, and all the metadata from IMDb, and every video that's on YouTube, or every public information, everything from Wikipedia. And they put it into a language model. And this is very, very different than just indexing Google and having it spit out information. When you ask it a question and I ask it a question, you're going to get a different answer, but the right answer. So what I would say is, if you ask me to explain AI today, and we meet again and we do this again next week, I'm going to tell you essentially the same thing, but the answer is going to be different because I'm rethinking it every time. That's what's happening with this neural network. It's tapping into these different parameters that it has. And I have a little thing on my screen right here that says right now, ChatGPT-3 has 175 billion parameters, basically neurons in its neural network. And what's going to be released sometime this year, we're expecting in the next couple of months, we're going to go from 175 billion parameters to 100 trillion parameters in the next release. So what we're seeing right now is literally just the tip of the iceberg. We're talking about something the size of Mercury going to the size of the sun in terms of expansion. Hey, Isabel.
So Carissa and Isabel are going to throw hard. They're going to give you some questions. Everything we ever wanted to know. We're going to see how you do. I told them to throw hard. I told them none of this fluff stuff. Like, I want tough questions here. But I'm going to sign off for a bit and let them fire away. But thank you for coming on. And I know that's kind of was a long setup on my part, but I really wanted people to know who you are in our world, because there's a lot of respect that we have for you in this industry. Doria Cordova says hi. She just said love Mike. And I'll put her on there as well. But I'll kind of ask the first one, and then I want to turn it over to Carissa and Isabel here, and you can give the answer as I sign off. I'll still be listening in. But how are you using, or to what degree are you using things like ChatGPT, or are you using something else? Because that one's getting the most press, but there really are a lot of other platforms out there. So maybe you can speak to not just that, but other ones, and which one are you using the most and why?
That's a great question. So I'll put a little history behind what's actually happening. So there's a company founded by Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and the founder of LinkedIn, and then this real genius that was like the head of Y Combinator. Y Combinator is the company responsible for most of the startups that we see today. And they felt that the way there was a nuclear arms race, against Hitler. They heard, Einstein was sent a letter that Hitler might be trying to create an atomic weapon. Einstein said, "Oh, it's not possible," and they said, "No, there's actually a physicist that actually cracked this code with uranium and all this." And Einstein mind freaked out, and he contacted the president of the United States, and he says, "I don't believe that anybody should create this, but if he gets his hands on it before we do, it's the end of humanity." So in that same sense, with nuclear technology, many people in Silicon Valley felt that if one company like Google, who was doing DeepMind, got access to this technology before anybody else, it would be an arms race and they would get so far ahead. So these guys decided to create something called OpenAI to democratize it. And OpenAI was an API for any developer like you or me to go in and start working with their API. And there's a company that jumped on it, a few of them, like Jasper, they were formerly Jarvis, Copy.ai, Writer, WriteSonic. And these companies, we all thought, oh my God, what they did was so amazing and so revolutionary. Basically, what they did is they tapped in to the API. And Jasper is about 2 years old, and they're now worth $1.5 billion. They were on Microsoft's slide the other day when Microsoft was talking about AI. And so the founder of OpenAI was like, "You guys are missing the boat. Like, I'm telling you, the way to do this is conversational." And everybody was like, "Yeah, Jasper, Copy," all these other companies were like, "No, we'll play around with it this way." And what they did is they created task-based programs that walk you through a wizard. You want to create a blog, you want to create a video sales letter, you want to write an email, a marketing email, a social media post, and you went through this wizard. And nobody was getting what he said. So the founder said, "You know what? If nobody's going to make this conversational app, we're going to make it." So they created ChatGPT for one reason, to showcase what AI can do. And they had no idea that it was going to explode the way that it did. They reached 1 million users in 5 days. No other company had done anything faster than that. And they've reached 500 million users in 60 days. Yeah, the fastest company to do that before was TikTok. So when your aunt, your grandmother, and your friend, your neighbor, your brother starts talking to you about what's this ChatGPT and AI, and it's all over the news, this is big stuff. So to answer the question, what's the difference between something like Jasper or Copy.ai and something like ChatGPT? Those are task-based. So if you want to go in, you follow a wizard and you make a blog article. I'm using both, but I do like the conversation with ChatGPT. And here's what I would recommend anybody do with their life or their business. You just create your account with ChatGPT, and then you just go in and say, "I'd like to give you some information to use later." And it says, "Sure." And then you tell it what it is. Tell it that you're a marketing expert or you're a social media expert or whatever information you would want to be talking to an expert. This is like having the world's best consultant tell you what you want to do. And then what you do is, let's say you have an information product or anything that you're selling or anything about your business. You literally just start doing a free flow of consciousness. And you say, "My business is about this. I created it for this." And now you'll start saying, "People that use my business, they suffer from these problems. They're looking to have this type of benefit in their life. This is my competitor." And you kind of just do the brainstorm where you don't have to worry about any order that you're doing it. And after you write about maybe 1 or 2 or 3 pages in a Google Doc, you just paste that in there and it's going to say, "Okay, I understand this about your business." And now you could say anything like, "Write me a pitch to go on Shark Tank." Make it fun, witty, and conversational. It'll say, "Hey, Sharks," and it'll write your pitch for you to be on Shark Tank. You could say, "Write a post for social media. Write me a Facebook ad. Write me a 3-minute explainer video. And give me the B-roll." And it'll say, "Opening shot, a person sitting on a couch looking frustrated. Make the video in black and white." And then it'll give you the voiceover. Anything that you could imagine about your business by spending maybe 3 pages, about 20 minutes writing everything you know about it. And that one little file in ChatGPT will do anything that you ever need for your business.
Wow.
Anything.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is really impressive. I want to dive deeper into this, and I have so many questions about ChatGPT. Sometimes that's even a mouthful to say. I'm curious though, can you talk more specifically about AI and ChatGPT? We'll just use that because that seems to be a hot topic right now. and money. We're talking about how we can use it, for marketing, but how does that actually translate to money and investing? What are some ways that you're planning to use it, or some ideas that you have about how it could potentially be used in the future of money and investing?
Yeah, in terms of, the context of the day, the Money Forum, the first thing is that it can be used for information, to understand a market better. Let's say, I know some of the things you might be talking about today are NFTs, right? And so you can just start a conversation with ChatGPT and say, what are NFTs? And if you've ever had that experience with Wikipedia where you're reading something in Wikipedia and you're like, oh, there's something about Queen Isabella. I'm going to click that and it opens up another tab. And then you open up another tab and then you're Queen Isabella and you learn. And the next thing you know, you have 17 different tabs. This is a little bit like that, but it's conversational. As it starts to give you information, you can just say, what does NFT mean? And it says, it'll tell you it's a non-fungible token. Then you could say, can you explain that to me like I'm a 4-year-old? And then it'll explain it to you. And then you could say, elaborate on that. Give me more information. Why would that be good for investing? Is there any risks that come along with it? And so you can make it your personal expert in anything. And that's an example in NFTs. You could do that for the blockchain. You could do that for Bitcoin. You could do that for financial investments. You can do that for commodities, all these different things over the years that were like, what is it when I'm actually investing in a mutual fund? What's the difference between a mutual fund and a hedge fund? And you start going into that. And then once you understand, okay, this has given me information that I've never been able to get before because I've typed it into Google and it's blogs and it's ads and it's clickbait, and they're trying to get me to buy a product. This is something that can really expand your mind. Mm-hmm. And then you could start exploring with it. And now I don't know how much they've put in. They have a lot of protections in ChatGPT. You could imagine people can say, how do I create a bomb that can't be traced, right? So they put all these things that are going to say, hey, you're not allowed to do that. So I'm curious. I haven't done it, but I could imagine that you could say, what is a good strategy that I could use for investing in the stock market? Should I invest in a particular stock? And I'm sure it's going to say something like, as a large language model, I can't give specific stock advice. Like it won't say, I recommend buying Google today and selling Google today, but it'll give you more of an understanding like that. And I think that's something that everybody here, since the whole context of this is the Money Forum Live, should at least start with a conversation like that about money with ChatGPT.
Yeah, I was very familiar with Jasper and Jarvis. I never really utilized those systems just because that wasn't really something that I understood that was going to be the next big thing. But it wasn't until recently, Mike, that you taught me that you were telling us about ChatGPT, and I really started to experiment and mess around with it. And even at this level, there is so much potential for what it can do and for what you can see. But yeah, like you were saying, there are examples that they provide you with when you create the account. There are capabilities that it'll let you know that it definitely can and cannot do, but then the limitations as well. It even says on there that it's limited to information from 2021, so 2 years ago. With the potential that it is now, how much more powerful do you think it would be if it had information from 2022 or even starting this year?
Well, it actually does. You can now go to Bing, and Bing has built the GPT-3 protocol, which is what ChatGPT is built on, right into Bing. So Bing now has a conversational search engine that they just launched. And so if you ask ChatGPT, who is Sam Bankman-Fried and what is the controversy with FTX? And that was the big whole, $64 billion collapse of, the fraud with FTX, alleged fraud. And you ask ChatGPT, it doesn't know. It says, I'm not aware of any controversies with Sam Bankman-Fried, right? Because it only learned up until November of 2021. Bing is taking the information of that language model, but then what it's also doing is it's taking the top 20 results that it gets in real time and injecting it right into the model and sending that information back to you. So you can now use Bing to get real-time results. And so there's a book called Innovator's Dilemma. And basically the Innovator's Dilemma is Kodak. Kodak, believe it or not, developed the first patent for digital photography. They felt that it was going to ruin their business, so they sold it. because they were like, hey, if people go digital, we're going to close all of our photomats, right? Rather than getting ahead of it. Google has the same problem. They make 80% of their money from search. So Google wrote the paper in 2017 that created OpenAI, saw that and said, oh, this is how we can create a language model. And so Google is actually 2 years ahead of ChatGPT and OpenAI. What they've done with DeepMind, if you look at what they did with AlphaGo, all these different things, they're so far ahead, but they've been burying the technology because they have innovators' dilemma. They built their whole business around search and ads and giving you recommendations in a search engine that they felt we're not ready to do this. Now, Microsoft buys 49% of OpenAI, immediately introduces ChatGPT into their search engine. People are flooding over to Bing and making it their default search engine. Google issued a code red, which is the same thing they did when the iPhone came out. And the owners, Larry and Sergey, they've been retired since 2018. They left Europe, came over in their pajamas at the middle of the night, had an emergency meeting with the company. Sergey asked to get access to the code, which he hasn't been in the computer in years. And Google is in a huge panic right now because they're behind the 8 ball on AI. But do not count Google out. This is a company that has Gmail, they have Word docs, they have Microsoft Excel. You can imagine not only are they going to build something that is conversational, a search engine, but you're going to be able to put a prompt into a Word doc or into an Excel spreadsheet and talk natural and say, give me the sum of these two things divided by this cell, make it into a gray border and give me a pie chart. And you'll be able to use natural language with Google in every one of their products. So I wouldn't count them out just yet.
And I heard a couple of years ago that Google did partner up with Apple in order so that way every single iPhone would guarantee that the search engine was Google instead of any other
they
search
pay
engine.
$10 billion a year for that. And Apple's raising the price every single year so that Google could be the default search engine on an iPhone.
This is an incredible conversation, Isabel, Carissa, Mike, and I just want to say,
questions, Mo.
I'll just pop in real quick. Stealth mode, Isabel, and I just want to say that that this has been such a powerful dialogue. You're tuning in live to Money Forum Live. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break, and we're going to come back with this powerful dialogue that Adora Evans is also going to join to help co-host this segment. We'll be back in 1 minute.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
And welcome back, folks, to Money Forum Live, a globally broadcasted event done as a public service, bringing some of the top thought leaders in different industries together to share wisdom and knowledge to help you with your life and help you with your business. I'm going to step back. Adora and Isabel are going to continue this powerful conversation. Mike, I'm running out of paper back here because I'm taking so many notes as you're talking. And with that, Adora
digital,
and Isabel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, it's incredible what AI is able to do, as we've already been talking about. But Mike, I do also want to come to you from the angle of, as a book publisher and editor-in-chief of my own digital magazine, how do you think AI in and of itself is going to change the publishing industry? Or maybe it already has, and what does that look like in the coming years? Before, it was a lot of ghostwriting, one-on-one interviewing, very conversational with two individual people. But how is AI going to make a major impact in the publishing and magazine industry when people can just talk to an AI?
Well, here's the thing. They said that when calculators came out, it was going to get rid of accountants. They're saying that AI is going to get rid of jobs. Self-driving cars is going to get rid of truckers and everything. The economy will always shift, but technology is always going to increase throughput in the economy. So I'm on the opposite side of the doomsday sayer, the people that says, oh, this is going to get rid of copywriters. No, this is going to allow publications to create more content rapidly and make more money and boost the economy. So copywriters, book writers, authors, nobody needs to be scared of AI. What AI will do for an author is it gets rid of writer's block, and it gets rid of what we call blank page syndrome.
Okay.
So what you can do is you can just say, you know, I just have an idea. I want to write a book about, let's talk it from my perspective. I want to write a book about funnels, but I don't know what to write about. So I could say, what are the top 10 most searched information about marketing funnels? And ChatGPT will go, oh, okay, now it just gave me inspiration. So I like the third one. And I say, okay, I want to write a book on this. Create me an outline for the book. It creates the outline. And now that you have chapter 1, the introduction, you can say, write me the introduction. And now it could give you the skeleton of everything that you need. And now you can go in and say, okay, this is a great place to start, but I'm going to add my, my Isabel Fagan personality into this. So we're doing a webinar next week on a launch of a platform that we have called Groove.ai. And we're going to be launching it as a Kickstarter. So we're doing a webinar Wednesday. And Donna said to me, do you have any hooks for this thing? And I said, no, I don't. And then before I hit send, I hit delete. And then I went into the little project where I uploaded all that information about Groove.ai, everything I could think. And I talked to it. And I said, I'm doing a webinar on Wednesday. What would be a good hook? It spit it out just like this. I said, great. What would be a good headline for that webinar? What would be a good subheadline? Give me 10 bullet points. And then I said, while I'm here, write me the email. And I just told my copywriter, I said, here, your job is done for you. And it wrote this great email. And it wasn't perfect. It was everything that would have been good. But then I wanted to put in there, hi, it's Mike Filsaime. I'm coming to you today. And I added a little bit of salt and pepper in there. And this is something that just made everybody in my company's life easier. So whether or not you're doing party planning, you want to write a book on financial advice and you want to come up with chapters, this is going to help you, but then you can add your personality so it's still your own.
Awesome. So Mike, it took me a minute to get your face and the memory put together, but I remember I bought the all-in Groove funnels. I knew you as the funnel guy, not the AI guy, right? And
that's right.
We met on a few events there. So I want to take you back to what you said earlier about that place that you go into Chat GPT. We're doing this, Oprah, I love, she does the workshops. I know you do a lot of workshops where you're actually working people through things, and we have that opportunity now. So when you go in and you give that big, what did you start it with? I'm going to tell you something that I want you to remember or save for the future. And then how do you go back into that piece?
It'll just say to you, okay, I'm ready. And it's like having a chat with an expert. And
but so once you save your file of, I'm Mike, how do I say your last name? I'm sorry about that. Mike F. There we go. And here's my company. Here's what I'm about. Here's who I help. Here's who I serve. You save that. And then when you go back into Chat GPT, how do you get it to reference that file?
So what I'm going to do, if you can, I don't know if you guys have done this today. I've just added my screen. If the producer wants to add that to the okay, there you go. So here's my screen.
Okay.
So I want to show you. I zoomed it in.
Oh, you have ChatGPT Plus.
Yeah, I have the Plus. I pay the $20 a month. This is just, here's an example. I'm just going to show you. Like, I'm creating a new software platform called Groove.ai. Look what I said here. This is just a conversation. This is the answer to your question is, these are all the conversations here on the left. So in this one, I said, you're a SaaS tech consultant. I want to use for full stack for a new company. The company is going to build on top of OpenAI's API. What's the best code to build on? Should I use PHP, React? And it literally told me, based on the requirements of your company, I would recommend using Python and Node.js. But that's just an example of me saying, for that particular need, I said, you're a SaaS tech consultant. Now, if you look over here, you're going to see, here's Groove.ai. And if I go all the way up, let me scroll all the way up here to the top, you're going to see I did the same thing. I'm creating a SaaS company. Whoops, I'm in the, let me see here, using the OpenAI API. Can I tell you about it? It said, of course. I'd love to hear about your AI SaaS company. Tell me. And then this is what I wrote in a Google Doc, and I just dumped it in here. everything I could think about it. And then when I was done, it says, got it. You're creating this. And I said, great, give me an elevator pitch. I said to it, how would I explain this to a marketer? I said, write me a pitch that I could use on Shark Tank. And here, hey, sharks, I've got a product that'll make you want to swim with the big fish, blah, 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 blah. I did the same thing for another company I have over here called Fit Class. Let me see here. It might have passed.
You guys, this is changing my world while he's looking for it. Because you know what I was doing? Making a new chat every time. So I see what you're saying. You pop over into the chat that you started, and then it continues. So this is such a game changer.
Exactly. So for this particular, consider everything a project, right? I'm just trying to get the scroll bar here so I can scroll up. It doesn't want to.
See, Mike, I'm trying to get the mere mortal experience, so I just got the free account. So this is definitely taking it up a level. It's inspiring me to take action.
There's no difference. The free account simply has mine gives me the information faster, and during busy times I'm guaranteed access. That's it. So you don't. It's just guaranteed access. So here I said I wanted to give them information about a new company called Fit Class, and again the same thing was here. And then when it was done, I simply said to it, I want to build a website for this. What navigation should I have? And it said, okay, you need a home, et cetera, et cetera. And then here I said, write me a block by block section for the homepage. And it told me I need a header, a hero section. And then I said, okay, what copy and headline should I have for the hero? So it literally built out everything. And then I had this little Share GPT Chrome extension plugin. And then I took this and I gave this project to my copywriter. And I said, here, that's everything that you could possibly need for this particular project is here. But again, as we were saying here before, I can say, explain NFT to me like I am an 8-year-old.
While you're doing that, what I love for this, for those of you that are, if you're watching and you're a coach or an entrepreneur, let us know in the comments, what is your area of expertise or what is your business? But I'll tell you, like, what used to take, 30 minutes a day for an email, you can now take 30 minutes and have 7 emails written that then you go back in and edit and add your sauce to. And now that I know this new chat thing, instead of making a new chat and stay in there, you can say write and direct response, copywriting, put some urgency around this, make it more casual, give me 10 hook headlines for that. And I mean, you just gave me the missing link of not starting a new chat for everything, because I didn't understand, why do they still sound like a robot?
Right, keep it in a project.
Like a professor? Yeah.
I did this right here. This is what Donna asked me. She said, Mike, I need a hook for the webinar. Now I already had the project, so I didn't start a new project. I said, right here, give me a hook for a webinar to launch this. Use a blind offer, use FOMO, fear of missing out, and make it about how AI is going to revolutionize the digital marketing, et cetera, et cetera. Here's what I need. I need a hook, a headline, a subheadline, and 10 bullet points. It gave me all of that right
Guys,
here.
put in the comments like what your expertise is, because Mike could give you some ideas. Not only that, when you're engaged, other people get to see you. We don't ask a lot what you do for a living. This is your opportunity to be seen. So definitely put in that, okay, global real estate consultant. How could a real estate, not just for property listings, but for finding clients, how could a real estate agent use this?
Yeah, so I would click new chat, right?
And you would go chat GPT. How could a real estate agent know?
I would say, I am a real estate agent. You are a marketing consultant, and it's hard for me to type and talk at the same time. So just bear with me.
You're doing great. This is like
you're doing fantastic, okay. Mike. Don't even worry about it. Don't even stress.
Give me, whoops, I got to move the microphone. Give me 10 ideas that I could use to find new clients.
This is huge. It's going to multiply your money. Look, even if that's loading, even if you have a job and you need to write an email or you need to be more efficient, there's so much that you can offload here and free up more of your bandwidth and
Yes.
show up like the genius that you are and get the raise and promotion.
I'm
Right?
going to blow my screen up a little bit more.
Sometimes
So
it'll
it's a little
take.
bit easier to
Sometimes it can
read.
take as easy as like an hour to write 3-4 emails to your database, depending on what. Depending if you have multiple or you have one major database, whether it's promoting events, book launches, product launches, promoting somebody else and introducing them to your world, to your people. With this, it cuts down the time so significantly. But like Mike said, like a chef, like an editor, you are not being replaced. This is just giving you inspiration. These are giving you ideas. And once you get those ideas and it takes out those writer's blocks, you're going to be able to add your personality, add your zeal to it, and make it more customizable. But again, this is just to inspire your mind.
I feel like I'm watching the world's first episode of QVC selling ChatGPT. I mean, the enthusiasm from Adora and Isabel is absolutely incredible. But you know, we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna come back, and I have a couple questions for you, Mike.
But we didn't get the answer.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
And welcome back. And, you know, I know that Mike is going to go over some practical applications of ChatGPT. But, you know, I want to go a little bit on the macro side. I'm so glad that your sentiment is a sentiment of calm, cool, and collective, Mike. I know some people are a little afraid of AI. And I was telling a friend of mine the other day that actually when we were speaking with Naveen Jain, a billionaire entrepreneur who's part of this program, that 100 years ago, people were having the same conversation when the Industrial Revolution happened. And so I'm glad that you are here to kind of share that sentiment of adaptability. And so would you like us to go ahead and bring that screen share back? I think you're still showing us a few things.
While we're doing that.
And I know this is new for a lot of people. Please.
Yeah, that, you know, the one person said in 1895, everything that has already been invented has been invented, you know, that so they thought that, you know, there'd be no new technology. So yeah, I'm definitely an optimist. I think that, you know, in the multiverse, you know, we got that Goldilocks universe of the perfect universe. So I think everything is going to work out for humanity in the end. So here we said, I'm a real estate agent. You're a marketing consultant. Give me 10 ideas that I could use to find new clients. And it gave me 10. So for instance, host an open house. And I'm going to use that one for an example here. Because it's something that everybody will be able to relate to, but I could pick any one of these and expand. So watch this. This is a conversation. All I have to say is, can you expand on number 2 and give me an outline to execute this? So all I have to say is number 2, and it knows. It's very, very conversational. So sure, here's an outline on how you can execute an open house, because that was number two. And now it's giving me, and if all of this stuff makes sense to me, except for maybe one of these different things, like advertise the open house, create flyers, I can say, can you give me step-by-step instructions that I could give to my 6-year-old, or, you know, on how to paste these things around town or whatever. Again, just examples. But now this is how you can take every single part of the outline and drill deeper and deeper and deeper. And this is just one example that we're doing right here for a realtor marketing strategy. We could do the same thing for social media. We could say, give me 10 things that I should be doing on social media. And then you get into Instagram. You could say, give me 10 things I can be doing on Instagram. And then it tells you about video marketing. And then you could say, give me 10 things that I need to do to have good quality video. And then when it gets to good quality video, you can say, I'm on a budget. What is a good camera you would recommend between 200 and 300? It'll literally give you different brand names in that. So that's how you could imagine that this thing is your personal expert in anything that you could imagine. And I can pretty much tell you that it never has a bad day. So the information that you're going to get is probably better than most experts on a good day.
With information like this, it's absolutely limitless of what you're able to really do. The only true limit, though, on yourself is what idea can you think of to ask it, because it has tons of information, as we've seen from this. Mike has broken down, number 2 about an open house, and it gives you all these examples. And there's different ways you can, rephrase a question. Something I like as well is if it gives you an answer you don't really like, you can hit the regenerate response, and it'll think of a new way to phrase those things. So it's extremely conversational. What other system do you think, or what other kind of companies do you think would greatly benefit from using ChatGPT, whether it's integrating it into their own system, they're using it for personal use or business use? Thoughts?
Isabel, I don't know that there's anybody that can't use this. Very rare is there something that everybody around the house, when I show them this, gets excited. Over Thanksgiving, when I was showing it, my brother's girlfriend is a school teacher. She freaked out. She goes, "Oh my God, my kids are going to be able to." And I said, "They already are. Trust me. Your kids know about this. They're writing their essays on this." But now there's articles on how teachers can use AI to create better curriculums and use it. My wife saw this, and she has her own little company called Fitness Food Fun, and she wanted to write a little outline for a diet guide. So she said, "Hey, I want a 7-day diet guide. Give me information for breakfast, lunch, and dinner with 2 snacks during the day, and make it keto friendly or something like that." And it gave her everything. And then so once it did that, she said, "For day 1 breakfast, give me the recipe with instructions for a busy mom." And then it wrote it as for a busy mom, but you could have said, write it in the style of Gordon Ramsay, and it would have told you to make soft scrambled eggs and use creme fraiche and all that. So you can literally use it for
Put the pan on heat, take it off heat, put it back on.
Yeah, I used it for a birthday idea the other day. I gave somebody information on what I knew about the person. I said, "This person likes this, this, and this. Can you give me 10 gift ideas that I could use for this person's birthday?" And the ideas were incredible. I was like, "Oh, wow. That is really an idea that I can go execute." And that's what I did. So it can be used for anything. I wouldn't even rely on it for too much. I think you can literally use it for inspiration for anything in any business.
Gift ideas, marketing, email, social media, that it's truly limitless. When it comes to conversation of tools and technology, there's always something new around the corner. Like I said, I didn't even know about this until you told me about it last month. And I love it. I've been using it for my own social media posts. The results that I'm getting from people commenting and liking has just increased since I've started using that. What I love about it as well is that we keep saying this, but it's so conversational. You're not talking to a machine, even though you are. It understands what it is that you want, and it's able to deliver you real-time results.
Yeah, it's like you've always said, "Oh, if I could just have that expert, I could pick their brains." This person is now any expert you need for anything, whether it's for plumbing or, again, bringing back to, Money Forum Live, ways to increase wealth is not just making money, it's saving money, right? So you can start with what are 10 things I can do to start saving money for retirement, and then it'll give you a little outline, and then you could say expand on this, and it can help you with an action plan with anything that you need. It's really
it's something that I like to get in conversation with you, Mike, and I know we're short on time, and we appreciate you sharing your expertise here with our audience. Seeing that we were just on a marketer's cruise, I think it's apropos to segue into, one of the things that a lot of folks have been able to use as a competitive advantage is their own industrial way of thinking, right? Their own astute way of marketing, their own style of copywriting. In some ways, this technology now being accessible to the general public and to various different industries is going to level the playing field. Right. In other words, if you are relying on your skill and talent of being a good copywriter and coming up with a brilliant headline, well, that skill is essentially sort of now become democratized. Anyone
Yes.
can write in something like, in the spirit of Dan Kennedy, in the spirit of Jay Abraham, give me a headline. And so what is it now that a lot of the copywriting skills and the marketing skills, now that it's essentially AI, what are the ways that you can have a competitive advantage with this technology now?
I literally saw a video on that, and it's such a great question you just asked. There's literally going to be new jobs and careers built around something called prompt engineering. You have to understand, if you ask ChatGPT something, it is literally going to come at you like a robot. Here are the 10 different things. So you have to look at everything as primer salt. You take a piece of chicken or tofu. There's 1,000 different ways to make it. Or vodka in a glass. It is the base of the cocktail. Chicken is literally the most bland thing in the world, but it can make 1,000 dishes. Same thing with an egg. That is what ChatGPT is. So what you want to really understand is something known as prompt engineering. And the beautiful thing about that is you can hack that. You can go to a site called promptbase.com, and there are people selling prompts for 99 cents to $2.99 for anything. So you might want to write a resume and have ChatGPT help you. But what if somebody seasoned this thing Gordon Ramsay style perfectly with a beautiful prompt? And this is about getting a job for $200,000 a year. Well, go buy that prompt for $2, paste it into ChatGPT, and it's going to help create an incredible resume maker for you. So prompt engineering is the difference between saying you're on Chopped and you have an egg and you have a piece of chicken, make something, right? It's like, okay, how do I use the pantry to really elevate this dish, right? As Gordon would say, one stunning dish. That is called prompt engineering. So it's the same thing. We're talking just about a language model, but they have text to video, they have text to images now. So you could create images, but if you just say a woman standing in a field, look, you could get a woman standing in the field, but if you describe it as Julie Andrews, I think, in The Sound of Music, and you say, no, in the Swiss field, she's wearing a dress in the early 1900s on a sunny day on rolling, you're going to get something closer to that. So that's prompt engineering, is what's going to make you stand out in understanding how to really prime this for your advantage.
One thing, Mike, now you're making me hungry. And for a second thing, I love learning new tools and technology. So can I just follow you around for a little bit and you just tell me all the different things that you know? Because now I got like half a page of notes here going now, just on all the prompt engineering and prompt base.
I'll give you one tip because I know you're going somewhere with this, but I'll answer that. So prompt base is one thing out of a website that you can go to on all things AI. It's called futuretools.io. So if people want to know where I'm learning about all of this stuff, you can go to futuretools.io. You can type in any type of category like video, content, marketing, voice to text, anything like that. And it'll filter out all of these different companies for you. That's where I'm learning it.
It's amazing how if you just ask the right questions, you can get amazing answers. And that's exactly where I was going with this. It's like you're learning all these things. Are you just having thousands of conversations daily, or is there an actual resource that you're going to? So now we know it's futuretools.io.
Yes, that's exactly it. Yeah.
Mo, you disappeared. Where'd you go? You're on mute.
You're on mute, buddy.
I literally just bookmarked prompt base. I literally just bookmarked future tools. I've been a busy man. And so, until there's the next big level playing field moment, for now, we're going to go ahead and focus on the prompt base. What I really appreciate about you, Mike, is I asked you a direct question. You gave me a direct answer. You didn't cite a self-help book philosophy. You actually told me, hey, go to prompt base. That is the answer. And, you just bought me another couple years by doing that. Eventually, in a year or two, they're going to catch up on the prompt base thing. Then I'll have to ask you again. But, I think I just bought another year or two by talking to you today. So, Mike, I know you've been very generous with your time. I'm going to step back and let Isabel ask you a closing question, closing statement. We're going to give you the full floor for just a couple minutes to share whatever you want to share with our audience with the full screen after Isabel has a final question.
Thanks, Mo. My last question just simply is, what are some ways that people that are meeting you for the first time or have known you for a lot longer and haven't really gotten to get to know you more on a business or personal level, what are some ways that they're able to get that interaction, be that, person that can just hear what it is that you have to say, what else they can learn from you, what other events do you have coming up where they can just attend and just get more of mindful same in their life.
Thank you, Isabel. And I appreciate the time and the platform to be on here with everybody today. To learn more about me, I guess the best thing to do would be to go to Groove, the word groove.cm, because customers matter, and sign up for a free account for Groove. It's an all-in-one marketing platform. Even if you're not interested in marketing, the reason why is that's going to get you on our newsletter, and you're going to hear about our different live streams that we do on all things marketing. And now we're getting into artificial intelligence. And so if you are an entrepreneur, because I know this is about money, making money, finance, investing. So it may not be for everyone, but if you are an entrepreneur and you liked information like this, and you like me and you like my style, just go to groove.cm. That's going to allow you to get into our Facebook group after you create your free account, and you'll learn everything about us from there. And I want to thank you, Isabel, and David and Mo and Adora, I think it was, and everybody. And Carissa, right?
Carissa.
Yeah, all I'm trying to remember all the names that were on here.
That's the man who read his Dale Carnegie. Remember everyone's name, right? The sweetest sound to a person's ears. Mike, a pleasure and privilege to spend some time with you here. I wish you and I had a chance to speak on the cruise, but I'm glad we finally had a chance to meet here virtually. We're going to take a break, come back, and we're going to do a recap with Adora and Isabel. You just listened to a very important and powerful segment with Mike, and we'll be right back in about a minute.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
Welcome back, and wow, I've been taking notes all day with some of the top experts in various different industries. Isabel, Adora, how are the two of you holding up with this powerful event so far, please?
Well, I'm glad that I have very strong shoulders, so my head can stay up, because I feel like with all this information, I would just tip over just a little bit.
Well, but Isabel, what I love, Mo was talking about our enthusiasm, but our enthusiasm, I really think it's because we're a stand for entrepreneurs. And when you lean into this instead of like freaking out, then you can actually get ahead of the curve and use it and elevate, and you are actually can ride that wave up. It's when we go, oh my gosh, someone's going to get my job, that, it's constricted. So I love it. And I love that tipping over. And I saw all the bombs that were being, like, all the comments. You all, like, did you get some ideas about how you could use this? I even thought, like, hey, I'm Adora, and you are my man. And I need to know how to get him to do, like, there are so many ways that you can use this personally and professionally.
It's not just using it for, go ahead, Mo.
I was just going to say to all my friends out there, I hope that your significant other is not like an artificial intelligence robot. I've seen a couple movies that usually does not end well.
You're a therapist. How do I get my man to allow, invest in?
That's for the relationship event. That's for the relationship. We'll save that for the next. We'll save that for the next summit. Absolutely. And so, with that being said, I'm excited, Adora and Isabel, because next we're going to have a gentleman on who's going to speak about his career, his unique way of building a career for himself. Something that, as we are moving towards more of a solopreneur, entrepreneurial economy, creating your own career, creating your own job, if you will, is something that this gentleman who's known as Captain Lou has been able to do. And so, I personally was just on his cruise that he puts together. I am a customer and a client of Captain Lou. I've already signed up to be on the next cruise. And he's backstage eating a banana. Should I wait for you to finish your banana, sir? You know, I don't want to be rude.
Well, why would you call
I don't want to be
like
rude.
that?
So let's go ahead and bring Captain Lou on. He's going to brighten up the event, brighten up the day a little bit. And of course, he has his lovely, healthy banana. Hopefully that'll give you some energy.
Oh, wait. I have a hat.
Because we want you to have a lot of energy, Captain Lou, because we're going to ask you to go ahead and give us the secrets, give us your story, give us your niche. And look, I'm surrounded by all these captains now. So we're bright, you know, we're in the captain section here. But Captain Lou, you know, for those that don't know, you are a marketer. You have been a practicing marketer. You've now had the Marketer's Cruise for 16 years. So go ahead. You only have 60 seconds. I'm going to stand up after 60 seconds, Captain Lou, because we got to get through a lot of intros. So you got 60 seconds to give us the 60-second version. Who is Captain Lou, please?
Well, first of all, Mo, wow, you got to get Isabel to put back that colorful captain's hat so we can have the dueling captain's hats. Who's Captain Lou? I'm the producer planner of the amazing annual mastermind vacation known as the Marketer's Cruise, now in its 17th year. And you guys were just on it. And it's amazing. But I'll let the proof be in the pudding. Did you have lots of pudding? I don't know if it was pudding on the cruise ship. But basically, I have been, I carved out a niche where I show entrepreneurs how to take their audiences out of stuffy hotel conference rooms and bring them onto a fun luxury cruise ship to the Caribbean or Mexico or the Bahamas or Europe or Alaska, wherever. And we have fun in the JV jacuzzi and pizza and profits and all sorts of fun things like that while organically doing joint venture.
I'm sorry, Captain Lou, your 60 seconds is up. We have to interrupt now. We're trying to go through a lot of speakers today. So unfortunately, we have to be strict with our 60 seconds. Doesn't mean we don't love you. But you said something specific, Captain Lou, in that you carved out a niche. I'm going to step back and I want you to really, and obviously you're a phenomenal marketer. You've created this public figure, this public persona that you've been able to monetize for 16 plus years now. And we're going to get a little bit into that later. We're going to go, you know, the Wizard of Oz today, Captain Lou, we're pulling back the curtain. Okay. And so we're going to go see who is this Wizard of Oz. But before we do that, talk about carving out a niche. That is something that I think too many people don't have a conceptual understanding of. So just from a basic fundamental level, please explain what it means to carve out a niche and tell our audience how you did it. I'm going to step back and let the captains have a dialogue together. Please, Captain.
Okay. Well, Mo, I love this. This is great. Isabel looks great. Okay. So basically there were several careers, and in each one I carved out a niche. I won't go back to childhood and just talk about going from being a blind man, where I specialize in these custom window treatments in the 5 boroughs of New York. And I show up at an internet marketing seminar. Internet what? Internet? This new thing called the World Wide Web back in January 2003. And I was trying to start a travel business for my wife, Phyllis. And she should have been there learning, not me. But anyway, someone in the audience says, hey, Captain Lou, want to do a JV? Want to do it? I never heard the term before. And she says, you want to do a joint venture? You want to do a joint venture? It was a loud room. I didn't hear the second word. I thought she wanted to do a joint with me in the bathroom. And so I'm like, no, that stuff smells funny. I don't do that stuff. And she's not a joint venture. So we go to lunch and she says, this kind of thing where we're doing a conference, can we take it out of this stuffy hotel conference room and put on a cruise ship and mastermind with our peers in like a luxury cruise ship setting, sipping a pina colada while we sail away from some exotic island and, you know, in the hot tub. So this idea wasn't even mine, and I had never had anything planned. I showed up at a seminar without a product, without a list, without a plan, and without a clue, and somehow I created Captain Lou. And so that's my big exotic romantic story about 20 years ago, when somebody else said, can you do this? And having never ever done anything like this at all. I didn't even know how to do an opt-in page. I leaned into the opportunity and said, sure, I could help you with that. And then I paused and I looked in this woman's eyes and I said, in fact, that's my specialty. And it wasn't. So I had no idea. And so, you know, was it fake it till you make it, or was it acting as if and leaning into the opportunity? You decide, and the rest is history.
You showed up without a clue and you created Captain Lou. You know, we've had some very successful people on this Money Forum Live so far, but that's my favorite quote that I've heard all day. I mean, we had David Meltzer that helped us open. We had folks from NASDAQ TV at the beginning, but showing up without a clue, creating Captain Lou. You don't mind if I get that tattooed, do you?
I
mean, that's a powerful
Mr.
quote.
Dr.
Now,
Seuss.
here's the thing. We're having fun right now on Money Forum Live, but what you're actually seeing, folks, is literally an example of how Captain Lou has produced revenue for 16 plus years. You see the hats, you see the smiles, you see the laughter. That's part of the shtick, if I can say, Captain Lou, right? And you got to have the chutzpah to go out there and make it happen. Now, I want to bring in Mr. Saji from the U.S. Business Council to help with this dialogue. There we go. That's the 16th annual Marketers Cruise that, of course, we were a part of. I personally had a fantastic time, Captain Lou. You and I didn't have a chance to really talk too much, but hopefully next year. And I'm going to bring in somebody, Isabel, that's going to help be a part of this conversation and wear two hats, no pun intended.
Ooh,
one as a guest, but also as a guest co-host. And so we're going to bring in Saji because we're talking about the art of niche making, the art of finding your own niche with Captain Lou. And Saji is a very successful attorney with the U.S. Business Council, official partners of the LA Tribune, has also found his own niche as an attorney. And Captain Lou has found his own niche as a event planning organization. And some people say some people in the comments are writing and saying they've never seen a captain and an attorney on the same place at the same time. But that's what we do here on the Los Angeles Tribune. You never know what to expect. So Saji, let's delve a little bit into the art of crafting a niche as a entrepreneur, as someone that owns his own practice, as an attorney. Please, Saji.
Well, this is a transition like no other. I got to say, I mean, there's some kind of joke in there about a captain and an attorney and probably an iceberg somewhere in there, but I can't find it at the moment. Listen, where's my captain's hat? That's what I want. 'Cause Isabel, you were donning it a minute ago.
So this is actually a gift from Michelle Filsame, Mike's wife. And I got it on the last cruise. It was my second time on the cruise, the Marketers Cruise. And she had one too. I think it's purple. I'm like, I want one. And she's like, okay, hang on. She's like, well, you promised to wear it? I said, yes, I promised to wear it. And so Michelle, if you're watching, hopefully you are supporting your husband, supporting everyone here. I'm wearing it.
It suits you well. It's great. I mean, you have a nice accents with the color in the background, and so I'm missing my hat is my thing. But I will say that because the theme is cruising, I have this hat, which I'll put on. Is that nice. For whatever the cruise is?
It's a very dashing hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
It's more for the sun, not for office wear. But oh well.
Oh, no.
Oh, I've said.
Blue.
So for those of us tuning in, this is the hat hour for the Money Forum Live.
Exactly.
Don your hat and not to be out-hatted.
Yep.
This cruise took an interesting turn.
Okay. So we're talking about niche. We're talking about what it is and what it means to create a niche, and delving into that a little bit more, Saji.
Yeah, creating a niche. Gosh, I feel like whether you're what society will deem a traditional professional, or a creative, or somewhere in between that spectrum, I think that people that I've read about and grew up with, admiring, they say that there was a plan in place to land where they landed, but I don't know that it was always the plan. So I mean, the niche that we all find ourselves in is the niche that's our calling, isn't it? I mean, when you find yourself leaning into your energy and you live your energy, you accept your energy, and you learn to sort of embrace that, and you start to realize that people respond to that.
Yes.
I was just talking to someone yesterday about the same thing in sort of different language, little less mystical and more concrete, saying, look, what you like and what you enjoy is what I see when I see you. So show up as that, and then I will see you that way. Yep. Meaning, if you're practicing as a loan officer today and you want to be a realtor, if you speak, and you want to be in that realm, and you show up in that realm, that's how I will see you. So finding the niche, I think that is suitable to you. Like for me as an attorney, it would have been easy to just sort of be a cookie cutter attorney. There's a lot of fantastic attorneys out there, but I want to live a purposeful life. Yes. And it's, the joke might be that, well, it's hard to do that as an attorney to begin with. But the truth of the matter is that's sort of pop culture, jokes. But the reality is this country, the fact that we can talk about money openly and growth and freedoms is built upon the premise of good, noble practice of law, right? And so purpose is in everything you do. So for me, a niche was, I want to be happy. I want to have an impact. I know that I'm one person, but within that one, I can do a lot. And it wasn't like an overnight thing, though. So with Captain Lou, 16 years of perfecting it and realizing and arriving at where you're at. So even as I speak today, and I'm sure 10 years from now and another 10 years from now, it's all a process of arriving. And here's, I guess I'm bringing it back to port, is that you're always arriving, right? The destination is the journey. You keep hearing those things, but the niche, I think, develops and evolves. So for me, I set a path for purpose. Then I took some turns that were not going to lead me to that purpose. And then I found clients that were like-minded. And I found enterprises like the Tribune and others that were passion-centered and philanthropic and community-centered and wanting to push the envelope to have a purposeful life and to build that bridge or that deck for others too. And that's what I want to do. So that's what I decided to do that. And I went out on my own. And I'm building a ship that I think, it not only does it float, but I'm loving it. I'm loving the practice. I know a lot of attorneys who are loving their practice too, but not necessarily in a way that I am too, because they haven't really found their niche yet. And I love bringing people in to allow them to sort of see like my light, and I gain from theirs as well. And I think that's what this forum is about too, as well, right? It's the money aspect of it, but it's also the money comes when you find your niche, when you find your purpose, and when it comes together. So those are my thoughts.
And Saji, you can admit this. It's okay. It's just us here. There's no one watching this.
Yeah.
Is it true that Captain Lou is slipping you $1 every time you're making a ship joke?
I won't want to say that, but
no.
But we call them vouchers on board. Yeah.
No,
they're vouchers.
You touched on a really good point, though, is that you have to show up into a new space. If you're going to go into something new, if you're going to go and hone in more on a niche, since we're really focusing on that word, is to show up as the success you are now versus the success you used to be. So in a past life, not many people know this, I used to be a makeup artist. So I would come up to a studio set or photo shoot set and I would put makeup on people. But I don't do that anymore. Now I do top talent agency. You used to do some things as well, but now you focus on what it is that you do. Captain Lou, the same thing for you. What is, this is a question for either of you, what is something that you would advise someone who is hesitant to enter a new space that they're more passionate about now so they can hone in on that and find their own success? What's something that you would advise them to do?
Captain Lou?
Okay, well, for me, I do a keynote on this. I won't take the full 18 minutes.
Thank you.
It's the title of my next book, Too Stupid to Fail. It's to have enough self-confidence in yourself and position yourself, again, with poise and passion and fun. In the cruise industry, you've got to have a lot of fun. Now, I don't know if I do as well being a mortician, selling, gravestones, whatever. But so I leaned into every opportunity. That's how I became a ring announcer for Vince McMahon's World Wrestling Federation back in the late 70s and went on tour with Andre the Giant and all the pro wrestlers. And that was a fun 4 years. I just thought to myself, I never thought of all the things you need to know, learn, and perfect. I just leaned right in and showed up, and that was it. The same thing with the window treatments. And now, for the last 20 years, cruise event planning. 3 completely different careers.
Yeah.
I think that my parents instilled in me too much confidence. So I didn't really know all the things you really need to. You know how marketers and entrepreneurs are constantly learning.
It's good to have a delusional amount of confidence, though, Cap.
Yes, I was and still am completely delusional.
No, you know what I meant.
No. I'm serious. I back in the late 80s, I decided to do a stand-up comedy routine at the Comic Strip Live in Manhattan, and Chris Rock opened up for me, but he wasn't Chris Rock at the time. He was just a guy struggling to be a comedian. I never thought that I couldn't do it. A lot of people struggle with mindset and self-confidence. A lot of people, that's the biggest barrier, I think, to success. And we were talking about niches. I wanted to be unshoppable, and I wanted to also scale and use automation, which for my business is important because there's a low margin of profit in the travel industry. Why would somebody who in their right mind would go from a cash cow business selling window treatments where you make 40, 50, 60% margins to something that pays 10, 12, and 15%? So there are a lot of facets, a lot of elements involved. But my big thing, like Forrest Gump running through the world and having all these great experiences, I was just too stupid to fail. Because I didn't know.
Okay. Captain Lou, I want to talk to you off the air because I think we have to talk about your self-esteem. Because, I think you're much smarter than you give yourself credit for. You started off by saying you didn't have a clue. You became Captain Lou. You're writing a book about how you're dumb. I just watched you for a week on a cruise. You're a sharp, shrewd guy. So I'm going to talk about your self-esteem off the air because we got to fix a couple things with you. Now, before we bring on our incredible next guest, which I'm so excited about, one of the highlights of this entire event, Captain Lou, I didn't actually know that about your career, that you worked with WWF at the time. Do you have any good Iron Sheik stories you can share with us?
Oh, I know, but I have a good Ivan Putski story, the Polish Power. He appeared at one of my first annual wrestling fans conventions at the Americana Hotel in Manhattan. I was barely 18 years old, and he hates me to this day. I don't know if he's still alive because he thinks I screwed him out of $300. It's a long story, but I didn't, I swear. And Andre the Giant drank too much, but was a wonderful, wonderful guy.
Wow.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, you gave us a lot to unpack there. And for the record, if you're watching, Captain Lou did not take your $300. Please forgive him. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back with our next guest, Bernardo Moya, who I know this audience is very, very excited to hear from. We'll be back in 1 minute.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
And welcome back. No pun intended, but we're going to switch a couple hats here. We're going to shift the dialogue from speaking about niches to specifically speaking about events. And Captain Lou, you put on events. Bernardo Moya has put on some of the most historical events in the self-help space, which we're going to talk about. And Saji and Isabel, the two of you are going to help co-host this next segment with Bernardo Moya because we have the opportunity to pick his mind, pick his brain. Hopefully he'll let us in and actually let us get some of those secrets of what has made him so successful. Very few people alive today have actually spoken to as many successful people as Bernardo Moya. In many ways, I would classify him as a modern-day Napoleon Hill because he has been able to interview, speak with, and exchange thoughts and conversations with so many of the top thought leaders of our era. And with that, Bernardo Moya, who is the founder of You Expo, the official sister partner of this event. What we mean by that is if you're watching Money Forum Live, and a lot of people ask me, Captain Lou, Bernardo Moya, they say, Mo, you must be making millions of dollars with your upsell with this huge international community. What are you selling at the end? Do you have $100,000 mastermind or opt-in? I mean, you must be killing it. We have one upsell on this program, and it's for you to go to the Best You Expo. That's the only call to action that you're going to get from us. And and the ticket for all of the viewers watching this costs absolutely nothing. So we're here as a community service. We're here as a public service to spread positivity, to spread empowerment, to partner with like-minded organizations that are also doing the same thing. And honestly, what Bernardo Moya is doing is not just impacting the world, but also the county and city of Los Angeles. And so it's our pleasure and privilege to endorse, support, and edify the Best You Expo and serve as the official media partner of this powerful event that's coming right around the corner. With that, I'm going to step back and let Saji and Isabel continue this dialogue. Isabel, let's start with you. What's your first question you have for Bernardo Moya, please?
How are you doing today? No, I'm kidding. I mean, I genuinely would like to know, but that's not my official first question.
I'm good, thank you. Thank you, Mo, for the great introduction. Way over the top. Nowhere near like any of those people that he mentioned. Captain, lovely to see you. I was gutted I couldn't make it this year. I really was, but I couldn't put myself with the idea of having a little pina colada with you guys while I had this going on. So I had to stay here, but I saw many photographs. I had loved it last year, and I can't wait to be there next year.
Good to see you, Bernardo.
Yeah, it's great to see you, Bernardo, for sure.
So Bernardo, my first official question about the pending and upcoming Best You Expo is, what can we truly expect? Or can we expect more conversations similar to what we've already heard today from Money Forum Live, conversations about money and AI? Are there going to be similar topics? Are they going to be more in depth? What kind of variety can we expect to hear from?
Well, when Mo was mentioning about niche, I think the whole concept and idea when I launched the Best You Expo was about being anti-niche. Anyone and everyone, has this idea. I came up with the whole concept is because, kind of the big international speakers, the Tony Robbins, the Robert Kiyosaki's, the Jim Quicks of these minds, they always have a platform, and obviously hundreds or thousands of millions of people watch them. But what do those other people do that haven't got there yet? How can they share their expertise? And there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people that are changing the world. And the whole concept and idea was the Best You was to bring a great variety of speakers with much and many different experiences in life. So the event is themed towards anyone and everyone that's interested in becoming a better human, and that means and entails many different things. So we got a room that covers discussing love and consciousness. We got another room that discusses health and well-being, and one for empowering speakers, another one for best for business or passion to profit. How do you transform or change, from an idea or a concept to start creating revenue? Then we've obviously got the powerhouse, which is the empowering women room, which is always packed with great energy and great women. And then, the main stage. So we've got multiple stages, and anyone and everyone that feels that they have something to share there. That's what people can expect at the Best You Expo, a massive variety of brands, organizations, and individuals that are out there enhancing the world in the way that they believe that, people should do and should follow.
I love seeing powerful women. Saji, Captain Lou, do you guys have any questions for Bernardo?
I do. I just want to lean in on that because I think you're taking sort of the humble pie, and you're not leaning in too much about your greatness, Bernardo. Frankly, to do this, to facilitate and create this platform, and this is not your first rodeo. This is what you do, and people admire, they appreciate, and they love you for it too. I'm just going to push a little further and ask you, what is your why at this stage, at this phase of your career, and you're doing this and you're creating these platforms for people? Why do you do it?
I always answer the same thing. I have absolutely no idea why I do it, because it's just a tremendous, ridiculous, monstrous amount of work. No, I mean, you know what? It's funny. It's just one of those things. I suppose because I'm living it and I'm doing it, I don't really see it as great. I see it as something that I've done and something that I'm responsible for, and it's part of me, and and me as an individual. It's my brand. But it was just beautiful. I mean, I still hear people that attended in 2018, and for me, it was a small event. We had 4,000 people. People still talking about it when we did it in Long Beach. I just spoke to someone. No, well, that was in Long Beach, but then kind of I just spoke to someone that mentioned that attended in London, and they said it was fabulous. We had 14,000 people. So, you know, kind of my why was different now than it was 3 years ago. Every single time I've done this event, I've always said I'm never going to do it again because it's just so much work. I mean, now we're literally full on. I've got a great team working loads of hours to make this happen, but I do it because it needs to get done. And I think, you know, kind of in this period of my life, in these last 3 years, I think I'm really doing it because it needs to be done. I think there's never been a more important time for people to come together to really explore kind of what brings us and what unites us. You know, there's just so much divisiveness out there, so much animosity and so many things about what makes us different. When what at the end of the day, what we all want is ultimately, you know, hey, to be healthy, two, to be loved, and third, hey, financially, hopefully independent as well. But the rest is just completely irrelevant because none of us can take anything with us. So my real focus is about really elevating consciousness and, you know, getting people to wake up, to take the light, step up, and be part of the solution, you know, because the planet and the world needs leaders more now than ever.
Yeah. Bernardo, sorry for being out of the loop, LOUP. I'm assuming that the best You Expo is a live in-person event, or is it online?
No, it's live. It's online. We did a few online. We are doing it online. In fact, you know, we've got thousands, tens of thousands of people already registered. So, no, it's live, Lou. I mean, you know, kind of we basically grew the event. That was it. The last one we did in London, we had 14,000 attendees, and in March 2020. We had 12,000 people pre-registered and the pandemic happened. So kind of like, you know, I went and the brand went in hibernation. Although we did, I think we were kind of the first company that did kind of like a big virtual event. We had 9 stages online. So we moved virtually. But no, I'm here to kind of hopefully now to stay. You know, we've already penciled in 2024. We want to double the space in 2024. And in my mind, in my eyes, this event will only, you know, really make a difference once we start having 50, 100,000 people attending, and we get hundreds and thousands and millions of people watching it from all over the world. That for me is kind of something hopefully that I'm aiming for, and that's the goal.
Yeah,
those are big, bold goals, and that's fabulous. And I think that live events and travel is vastly returning. And we try to do the cruise events through Zoom. It didn't work in the pandemic.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no one's gonna make my bed, and there's no way for me to get soft serve ice cream whenever I want.
But Bernardo, we're talking about our whys at this point in the game. I think we've both been doing this, what each of us do in our niches for a while. And I think at this point, other than being a blessing in other people's lives and watching a connection, camaraderie, and communities form, I think for me personally, I'm kind of I was orphaned as a teenager. I have no family, so this is just my personal why. And I've kind of created I've made family from friends, and taking clients and turning them into friends, and then eventually they become family, is a personal why for me, to know that I've got people all over the country and around the world that would be there for me if I don't exactly have a next of kin, which I do, but it's my life. So that's just a personal why for me, is to kind of feel like a sense of family
and belonging
with everybody, belonging.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Yeah.
If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And when you find your tribe, when you find your people, your chosen friends and family, there's nothing that you can't do, because you are consistently helping each other grow. And so there's someone for everyone at the Best You Expo. There's someone for everyone at the Marketers Cruise. There's someone for everyone here. At every event you go to, there is countless possibilities of the kinds of connections that you're going to make. It's just you have to get out of your own way and say, oh, I can't do that because of these things. Yeah. Once you take away your excuses, whether they are extremely real or ones that you made up, once you take those away, there's nothing that you can't do, no conversations that can't be had, and no relationships that can't be developed.
Absolutely right.
Well said.
Well, I went and took a quick break and I came back, and the panel here is amazing. Hello, Saji. Hello,
welcome back, Carissa.
And Bernardo, lovely to see you again. I will be seeing you at the Best You, and have a conversation and have a question about the Best You and money. If you're you're open to indulging me in that, where I think a lot of people join these events and, there's some of them are on like one end of the spectrum. Some people are really, they're prioritizing money as their main incentive or their main why, or some people are like really of service and they might have a different money mindset and they're not necessarily believing that they're worthy of money, or maybe they're still working on money. To kind of stay in line with the topic here and also to incorporate the best you, I'd love to hear from you. How does being familiar with money and having a good money mindset and knowing where to allocate your money only amplify you becoming the best you? What is the correlation there, and what has been your experience and you getting in touch more with your experience with money and knowing where to put it and to show up as a leader with it? How has that amplified you becoming the best version of yourself?
Yeah, I think I call it the holistic approach. I think in order to become the best you, there's so many different factors and things that fall into place. Obviously, kind of eating well, surrounding yourself with good, positive people, getting rid of negative ones, kind of the right mindset, yoga, meditation, whatever it might be, that there's a combination of reasons. But obviously, in updating your mind and enhancing your mind and learning new skills is essential. I think for me, one of the things, obviously, kind of with what I do or who I am is, but it's a really important word for me, is to be congruent. I think congruency is something that's really important. I find and identify that a lot of people in this industry, although they might have the best intentions, and I'm not doubting that they do, kind of they're not financially independent. So, they can't really go out and make a difference in the world. And I think, if you are a leader and you are someone that is, trying to change the world, it is really essential and important to be up to date with whatever's going on the planet, especially from a financial point of view. There's so many things happening, look at the stock market, look at the crypto, look at the different kinds of, blockchain, look at AI now. You have to up your game. And that's kind of an analogy I always use. Think about it. A lot of people are still walking around with the same software they had, when they came out of school, maybe 30 years ago. But we don't use the same phones. We change our phones and we change it every year. And then the moment we get a notification from Apple to update the new software, we do that. But yet a lot of people are still working with their own the older operating system. So we got to be on top of the game. You have to really take care of every aspect of whatever it is that you do. And it doesn't matter what you do, but even someone that has a 9-to-5 job and has aspirations, you have to be exploring, how can you do more? How can you become better? What new technologies out there? And again, it's all about the empowering questions, a good positive internal dialogue in your head, and that will hopefully give you the answers you need. That's my approach.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of what Jane King was saying, which is, wealth, resources, financial literacy gives you power, it gives you options, it gives you choices. I'm curious if you're open to sharing with us a little bit about, what sort of choices are you making this year with ways that you want to give back? You come across to me as a very heart-centered human who is doing big things in the world, considering the best You Expo is a labor of love in so many words that you're putting it on. What are you planning to do this year and these coming years to give back to the community in a way where you're maybe offering time or resources in a way that's going to advance the collective and move things forward that are going to change things for people?
Well, I think kind of, look, part of what we're doing is for example, our event is sponsored and taken care of by our speakers, sponsors, partners, and they obviously invest a lot of money in themselves and they invest a lot of money in their brands, and then they learn and then they go and come and share that expertise. So, kind of having a platform where I can invite tens of thousands of people, and to know that hopefully, potentially, we're touching the lives of some of them, where they can then, go out and change the world is a beautiful thing for me. But apart from that, we've got loads of charities and causes that we're supporting and creating awareness about those conversations. And then, so we're supporting them financially. We got a gala this year where we're also trying to raise revenue. But the whole elevating consciousness aspect is the most important one. It's becoming part of the solution. The thing is I've shared this before, but the bottom line is, what does elevating consciousness mean? Elevating consciousness means simply just becoming aware of what's happening, aware of your surroundings. Okay, so male suicide is one of the biggest killers. It's a fact, and the fact is, a lot of people choose to ignore it. Why? because it hasn't happened to them, because it's not within their families and communities. This morning I was speaking to Kerry Conley. She's one of our speakers. Unfortunately, she went through that. So she's sharing her message and her expertise. And that's elevating consciousness. The opposite is becoming ignorant. So I'm a tool to provide people, hopefully, the platform and the opportunities to share whatever it is that's out there that we need to hear about, and we can be part of the solution. But I'm also there to support them, and hopefully through what we do and those charities and those causes, we can bring them at the forefront so they got an opportunity to reach more people.
Thank you for that share, Bernardo. I have a question for both you, Bernardo, and Captain Lou. So whoever wants to answer first, but I'll just direct this one directly to you, though, Bernardo, and then Captain, you can come in with your response as well. But Bernardo, as a man who puts on big events, what does the future of events look like? Or what kind of advice would you give to someone who wants to put on their own big events or expos?
Don't. No, don't do it. No, it's funny. Yeah, I'm being honest. Okay? I'm being congruent. So it's funny when I had an article came out in Entrepreneur magazine yesterday, day before on Valentine's Day. Funny enough, it was a great piece actually, and it was Jessica Abo. Actually, she's one of our speakers, and funny enough, I went back to my media page and I got an article from Entrepreneur magazine in 2018, 2017. And it was asking me the future of live events. It was so random how, 3 years later, 4 years, and I was literally kind of putting out there the way I thought it was going to be, which, funny enough, it materialized. The events are going to be virtual, we're going to go back, we're going to get back into. So it's so funny how that happened. Look, I think the question was how or why, or how would you put these events? Was that the question? Sorry, I got carried away.
What advice would you give to someone who wants to put on their own big events or their own expos? So for Captain Lou, what advice would you give to people who want to do their own version of business networking on a cruise?
Yeah, listen, I mean, I think it's a beautiful thing. I think, it's a challenge, but the reason I do it is because it's a challenge. If it was easy, I wouldn't do it. And I think everyone in the world has to challenge themselves and have to push themselves. If not, it's boring. So I've got the option of it's going to be an absolute disaster on the cards. I'm saying it's one of the options the moment you start. Oh my God, I'm going to fall flat on my face. I'm going to have to go and find somewhere in Argentina and hide there for years. So that might be what happens. But you know what? I'm gonna go for it, because that's what a good entrepreneur does. A good entrepreneur visualizes kind of the final idea, the concept, and then just makes it happen. In my mind, the way my mind works is I see the event, I put it on the map, I put it on the calendar, I book the place, I book the space. Once that's done, all the other different falling parts have to fall into place. I know they all have to fall. And then it just follow an order. I mean, for me, it's all filed. I know I've got to do this, got to do that, got to do this, got to do that. I mean, we're doing a gala as well on the 4th, just to put a little bit more pressure, so kind of, it's all these things. But I think, you have to challenge yourself. But my advice, if I had to give someone, don't go and do an expo, build up, kind of like events and start, slow. I mean,
build up database, build up community.
Exactly. I mean, I started doing events for 200 people. They were expensive tickets, but I started doing it. I did it for 4 or 5 years and I was kind of knocking it out. It wasn't really much sweat. And then I just thought, well, this is not big enough. Let's do more. But, it took me years. I mean, I share this story and I'll do it very quickly. But my first event, I didn't sleep for 4 months. I went to the door to see how many people were outside. And there was 10. And 6 were from registration. Okay. So I went looking for the bar. There was no bar, obviously. It was 10 in the morning. I thought, oh my God, what if no one comes? Eventually 3,000 people came. But 4 years later, I went out to the door to see how we were doing. And I couldn't see the end of the queue. I had to walk to the other side of the queue and there was 2,000 people waiting. So you see, you build it and they will come. But my advice would be start slow, start small, JV, partner up. You guys know about this, and work with people. I'm personally looking for people that would like to do an expo anywhere in the world. If anyone in the world says, Bernardo, will you bring the Best You Expo over there? I said, if you have the chutzpah and you have some experience and you want to do it, I'll be there doing it. So kind of like I'm in. So partnerships, JVs, start small.
Okay. Well, just so you know, Bernardo, you put yourself out there.
I did. I'm here.
And Captain Lou, what advice would you give to someone who wants to start doing a business networking opportunity on a cruise ship?
Well, okay, Bernardo, when I started out a million years ago, I remember showing up for the Learning Annex in Manhattan right after a blizzard to talk about travel. And there were 4 people in this big giant room. And I had this whole multimedia 3-hour presentation. And I spoke as if I was at Madison Square Garden for the 4 people. You know, you have to deliver. But
nice.
Event planning sucks. And again, I was too stupid to know what I didn't know, but now I love it. I would say it sucks until the magic happens, the right people show up, and everything falls into place, and you go, wow, it worked. And you love it, and you want to come back and recommend others.
I always share this story, Louis, as well. That kind of like, I always ask myself, why am I doing this? I'm asking myself this week again, why am I doing this? Why the hell am I doing this?
It's all about the challenge. First, you got to juggle. Like David said before, first you're juggling, then we're going to put a blindfold on you. Then we're going to put you on a tightrope, and then we're going to put that tightrope about 10 feet in the air. Then we're going to take away the balls that you're juggling with. We're going to replace them with chainsaws. We're going to start putting things under you. We're just increasing the level of difficulty and anxiety.
Absolutely.
Just to feel something.
But I mean, I think the reason we do it, Lou, and you probably feel the same thing, is that when you see people's faces and when you see everyone coming through the door and you feel the love, that's why we do it. And we do it because ultimately we really want to help people. We want to share we want to give them some hope and give them some wisdom and give them some ideas to live a better life. That's the whole idea.
So I asked my cruise event planners, because I do things other than the marketers cruise. We've done real estate and martial arts and murder mysteries and dental conferences and finance and everything with groups from 50 to 500, not 500,000 like you do, no, like you're growing into. But they're wonderful. They're on cruise ships. And I asked them 2 questions. Number one, why do your people want to be with each other? Like-minded souls sharing similar goals, like we do with marketers and entrepreneurs. And the second question is, why do they want to be with you? Now, obviously, Bernardo, you have this really charming, effervescent personality of leadership. So people will want to fly. Mo does as well. David, not so much, but no. but he's good looking and he's got a hot.
He's good looking and he's got Isabel, so that brings it all over the line. Listen, he knows a few things. He knows a few things.
I can't with the compliments, gentlemen. I can't.
but anyway, stop. So you have to have a strong bonded community. You have to have people that want to be with each other and want to be with you. So those are my big ingredients to get an event launched. And then, of course, as a personal plug, I'll say, come and see what I do on the Marketers Cruise, and then bring us a small group of your own. And then if you want to talk, we could produce your own event.
Let's take a Best You Expo down and put it on a cruise. Let's just bring something to it. Let's bring something.
There's only so many people we can fit. You have a lot more capability with the Best You Expo than we have on the limited amount of cabins on a cruise ship. So
Here's the only thing you need to know about putting on events, Mo. Just look at Bernardo and look at Captain Lou. Here's the only thing you need to know. They're actually
I was going to say, David.
4 years old.
I was going to
years old. Look at them, and if you want to be 24 and look like their age.
By the way, Captain Lou and Bernardo, if the two of you do business together because of the fact you two were on the air, David and I are getting a cut. That's a rule of thumb on anyone that comes on this program and does.
We'll only charge you 25% more. It's all good.
Just want to throw that out.
We'll only charge you 25% more.
Throw that out there.
Everyone wants a JV broker commission, but what David said, my partner Mike Filsaime, you guys have heard of Mike. He said to me, Lou, you seem to age about 10 years every year. And I'm like, I hope he didn't say that on Mike.
And you've been doing the cruise for almost 20 years, so you do the math.
Listen, I had loads of hair. I had more hair than Isabel. Look at me now. Seriously.
Hold on. I'm gonna go on a cruise to no hair.
Wow. Very interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Money Forum Live. We're having a great time. We have a group of eclectic entrepreneurial folks that are sharing some of their insights, sharing some of their wisdom. David came back, but now he left again. Don't leave me hanging, David. Your break was long enough, buddy. You said you're leaving for lunch 4 hours ago. Get back on here.
I love the union. You forget I'm union.
Oh, okay.
Wait, you're unionized about me?
But here's the
Bernardo,
thing.
aren't you dealing with the union over there at the LA Convention Center?
Next conversation, please.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
we'll move right on from that. But here's on a serious note, one thing that both Captain Lou and Bernardo expressed here is the difficulty of putting on an event. And as I break that down psychologically, it's because there are so many different factors that you don't have control over, right? But here's the thing that I want to point out. Even if you play it safe in life, right, you're still going to have so many different factors that you have no control over. If the last 2 or 3 years showed us anything, so many people played it safe. So many people thought they had a cushiony job. So many people shied away from the lifestyle that the Bernardos and Captain Lou's and David Fagans of the world have embraced. And yet they still ended up being punched in the face, metaphorically speaking. And so it's unavoidable, right? The point I'm making, but having the courage to embrace it, I believe, is the quality of success that both Captain Lou, Bernardo, and David have been able to use for their lives to become successful. Embracing the fact that no one is going to write a check for you in 2 weeks, right? And embracing the fact that, hey, you're out there, you gotta make it happen on your own. I have so much respect for people that live life that way. And those are the kinds of folks that I like to have a cup of coffee or drink a beer with, because we get along, we understand each other, right? And so I want to talk a little bit more about this idea of self-reliance, right? Yeah. One of my favorite essays is Self-Reliance by Ralph Waldo Emerson. And rest in peace to the great poets of the world. GPT is killing all of them. There won't be any more Ralph Waldo Emersons in the future. It'll all be AI. But thankfully, we can still look back at some of these great minds. I want to talk about the importance of self-reliance while I have these folks here. And David, if you don't mind, also, I know you've been doing a great job as a host, but this is a question for you. If I may ask you a question for this program, the importance of self-reliance for the success of top talent, the importance of self-reliance for the success of Best You Expo, and even for you, Saji, because even though you're an attorney and you did take the traditional path, the business you created was unconventional, and you still wear multiple hats even with your own practice. And so I'd love to just get this idea, have you guys elaborate more on this idea. Let's start with you, please, David.
Well, it's interesting. I've had a lot of conversations over the years with friends and family, and we all have those family members that have no idea what it is we do, right? And they stay in the corporate world because of quote unquote stability. Well, a lot of the people that I know that are in this quote unquote stable world, have had 5 different employers over the last 10 years. Meanwhile, I'm still doing the same thing. Bernardo's still doing the same thing, and Lou's still doing the same thing. So yeah, there is a little bit of myth in the world to the idea that, entrepreneurialism can be so wildly unpredictable. Yeah, there's some truth to that, but as compared to what? Relative to what? There isn't really a whole lot of stability in the world anywhere, and at least we can be in control of our own destiny. And self-reliance is something that's really important. And even when I'm hiring people to work with us and for us and be a part of the team, even as contractors, even as strategic partners, one of the things that I look for a lot is not just self-reliance, but the ability to be self-taught. Do you have the ability to be self-taught? Because things are constantly changing. And do you have the ability to Google, watch a YouTube video, and just learn? We have to adapt very quickly nowadays, shift very quickly, pivot very quickly. We were out in Kenya doing all kinds of, training at universities. I've been able to guest lecture at UCLA. They're studying things that are absolutely obsolete. Things will not even make it into people's textbooks about Chat GPT until it's called something different. It'll be 3 or 4 years from now that it'll actually be in a textbook, or a part of a course. So yeah, and Jane was speaking of this earlier today. In order for you to be self-reliant, you need to be self-taught. My words, not hers. So she's talking about reading. She's saying, man, you guys got to keep reading things. You got to keep studying things. And that's what I love about this event. You know, thanks to like the Marketers Cruise, we had Mike Filsain on here, you know, breaking down some of the cutting edge of things of AI. We had Peter Beckelsman here, who we met through Bernardo, talking about some of the cutting edge things that are happening in real estate. We've had people on here talking about, you know, crypto, right? We were talking to David Meltzer, and he's talking about celebrities and sports athletes and the future of trading cards. We used to hold trading cards in our hands. I don't know if you guys remember that. But now it's an NFT. Now it's a digital image, right? We're collecting these digital images. So we're learning through, you know, platforms like this. We're learning that we need to continue to be self-taught and self-reliant. And, you know, this is where it happens. I'll leave with this last thought. This really is history in the making, as always. Having someone like Jane King, a true journalist, meaning she went to college to be a journalist. She worked at CNN, she, you know, NASDAQ, all these places. But here she is today, thrilled to be on with all of us on, you know, social media type platforms, streaming type platforms. And there's lots of journalists like her that are looking around. She's telling us this, right? They're looking around going, hey, where's the action at? Where's the fun new thing? I want to be where the action is, right? Where people can collaborate and talk back and forth. We got a whole comment thread of people, you know, sharing comments and sharing things as this is happening. That doesn't happen on the old school network TV. So this is history in its making, and these are the people that are changing the game.
Yeah, it's a dialogue, not a monologue.
Yeah, dialogue, not a monologue. Yep.
You know, I appreciate the fact that you emphasize the autodidactic way of living, David. And I know that there's a book coming out that your company is publishing. And thank you for inviting me to be one of the contributors.
Okay, I think we just have to pause, Mo. I got to interrupt you here. You keep dropping these $10 words on us here. What's that? Autodidactic? What? Can you even spell that? Where are you getting these words from?
You know, let me tell you something, David. You don't need to spell it if you know how to say it. Just so you know. Okay,
okay, that's a pass.
You know, I'll share a couple of my secrets on the air too. You know,
sorry, I shouldn't have called you out like that. It's just you keep dropping these $10 words. You get smarter every time I talk to you. I think you're doing like word of the day over there or something, or I don't know.
Well, you know, that tells me you didn't read my chapter for the book you're publishing.
Okay, autodidact. What was that word again?
But the art of self-taught, self-education, and you know, you represent that. There's so many folks in modern history. Leonardo da Vinci, as an example, was 100% autodidactic.
Yeah,
Leonardo da Vinci had virtually no formal school training. And in many ways, many people can make the point that sometimes some formal training can actually limit someone's mind. Now, I want to segue into asking Bernardo some questions. And Bernardo, I had a chance to watch you from afar, but most recently be a part of this expo. And I've attended some of these calls and seen your team in action. And I see how you are personally overseeing literally dozens, if not hundreds of moving parts. And literally hundreds of people asking questions. And, you know, you yourself are very accessible. Even last night, my team was corresponding with you at about around 11 p.m. over some technical matters regarding the expo. And consequently, I've been able to watch. The other day, I was asking myself, there's no way when we met up for lunch, I'm like, there's no way there's only one Bernardo. I must have met one of his clones. You know, I don't know which Bernardo that was. Was that Bernardo number 7, Bernardo number 8? But I'm witnessing up close how many moving parts you have to deal with. And that is something that I just don't know how many people have the ability to deal with that much pressure. I mean, you seem to be just handling it, so you make it look easy. And I just want to know, what is it that you would say, you know, I want to know a little bit about your mindset when you're dealing with all of these people, and everyone wants something different. Everyone, you know, has a different game that they're playing, and you got to play chess nonstop. You got to be Bobby Fischer from the moment you wake up till the morning you go to sleep.
Stalker.
Right. And so I'm just kind of curious how you handle it. And I also want to take a second to thank you, Bernardo, for the opportunity for the Los Angeles Tribune to be a part of Best You Expo. We'll do everything in our power to make it a success. While we're there, we'll do everything in our power the next few days, and of course leading up to the event, to make it a success as much as we can. Anything that my hands can do, they will do, Bernardo. I wish I had a third hand, but whatever these two can do, I will do. So please, Bernardo, let us know just how do you handle all of these different moving parts, please.
It's funny. It's kind of like I was talking to be honest, I've really got a relatively small team. I've always had I did have a bigger team before, but if anything, I'm very hands-on normally. I'm very hands-on on this one, but just because in my mind, I kind of organize all the different moving parts, kind of there's a marketing aspect of it, there's the sales aspect. There's obviously the PR and public relations. And then, in this case, it's the gala and the award ceremony. It's it's obviously kind of like, the stalking aspect of trying to speak to people that, are going to promote or promise to promote and then don't promote, but I got to carry on asking them to promote. But, there's just all these different parts. So in my mind, kind of like, I see I've got a deadline now. It's very close, but with the deadline in mind, and I'm seeing everything moving at the pace that I kind of feel that we've got it covered. It's very different market here, the UK to the US. I mean, I can tell you that, for example, normally 1 month or 2 months before an event, I would already have 80 or 90% of my people registered. So to give you an idea, in London, we had 20,000 people pre-register and we had 14,000 show up, and nearly all of them were registered at least 2-3 months before. So we were already in 14, 15,000. LA, unfortunately, you guys have so much on offer and you're so last minute. Kind of everyone's to the last minute. So there's a lot of, there's the machine, the PR, the press machine, the marketing machine happens a lot later than I would ideally like and prefer. But I mean, for me, kind of like I just simply divide in my mind all the different things I have to do. And then I give roles to all the different people that I have working. And kind of as long as they're doing what I ask them to do within kind of the timelines that we've got, things tend to happen and they materialize. But it's very, very exciting. Very, very exciting. I can say that a lot of the stuff that's happening behind the scenes in these last just 3-4 days, there's some big companies, big brands, big organizations showing some massive interest with some big, massive lists that want to get involved because they want a piece. So, kind of, but at the end of the day, Mo, kind of, I'm as good as my last event. And my last event was the one I did in London, which was 14,000. That was a long time ago. But for me, in order to come back and to stay here, which is what I wanted to do, and that's why I booked 2024, I want to make a splash. I want to make a big comeback. And so I know the pressure I'm under. It's not easy. But what I do know is that when I get to my events, normally the day before, I tend to relax. And the reason I relax is because I have done absolutely everything in my power to make it happen. I've given my 100%. If I then decide and I walk through the halls and unfortunately there's not enough people there, at least I know that I've done everything in my heart and effort to make it happen. But look, I rely on speakers, partners, sponsors, and people like yourselves. I'm very grateful to have you and David Fagan and Isabel and kind of like, and Marissa Peer and Greg Reed and all the amazing people. We're talking about 150 speakers, all of them believing in my bloody dream, kind of like, all of them thinking, yeah, let's do this. So, I'm not doing this alone. It's not my event, it's our event. But, kind of, I do carry that responsibility. But it's funny, Mo, because I hate it, but I love it. And also kind of like I'm at my best when I'm under pressure. It's when the best in my animal version comes out. So I'm on full on. I mean, my mind is like working 100% nonstop. I don't know what's going to happen on the 7th, third, 4th, 5th, the 6th after the event. But right now it's full on. It's exciting and can't wait.
Yeah, I see that Ava has also joined the conversation, senior editor of the LA Tribune leadership newspaper, the Best You Expo. Returning to LA is one of the cover stories on the front page of the news. Super excited about that. And so I know, David, you wanted to chime in. I didn't mean to cut you off. I also want to get Saji in the conversation as well. But sure. David, please, I'm curious to hear. I can tell you have something powerful you want to say. Intuitively, I can tell Bernardo, touch, moved, and inspired you. Please.
He's dressed for the occasion.
He did. You know, him, Lou. I mean, success leaves clues. We hear this a lot, right? And we were asking Bernardo and Lou, like, you know, hey, what's your advice to someone that wants to put on a big event? And they joked and they said, yeah, don't do it. But then, you know, Bernardo just said something that I know that Captain Lou's also a big believer in, and we're a big believer in, and that is, it's not my event. It's not Lou's event. It's not Bernardo's event. The most successful events, it really is, you know, all of our, you know, event, you know, Captain Lou, you know, he's got 20, 30, 40, you know, different affiliates, and he's celebrating those people. And we use this word affiliates. If you're listening to that, it just means somebody who's referring you, somebody who's bringing people to your event. And that's a difference maker, you know, and same thing with Bernardo, you know, he's telling you Marissa Peer and, you know, Jim Poole and Mas Sajadi and Greg Reed and, you know, you yourself, Mo, you know, we're supporting that event. You know, if you try to go out and do an event, and this is, you know, Money Forum, and we're talking about the future of income and investing and what do we invest our time, money, and resources in. If you're going to try to go it alone in the event space, you're not going to go too far. It really has to be a combination of multiple people and multiple spheres of influence. And I'll leave it with this last thought. When I say sphere of influence, I'm kind of like drawing a circle, right? So Lou's got a circle and Bernardo's got a circle and Mo's got a circle. And sometimes our circles even overlap each other a little bit. But I go on the marketers cruise because I know that I'm going to engage, you know, 15 to 20 people bare minimum that have a sphere of influence that isn't connected to mine at all. I mean, there's hundreds of people on the cruise, but there'll be, you know, 10% of them that's like a whole new group of people. It's the same thing with Bernardo. You know, when I went to the very first big one that I saw him at back in Long Beach, you know, I met somebody there in London that was totally new to me, Sarah Davison. And it wasn't just her that became a client. All of a sudden I had access to her whole world. So in the event space, in the influencer space, in the business growth space, which we all should be, you know, we really want to be looking for these spheres of influence that we can align ourselves with. And any successful event is only successful when they have those people all making it their event and sharing that role and responsibility.
David, I think that's half of it, and I don't think you'll disagree with me. It's the sphere of influence, but it's also, and this is, I know this is Money Forum Live and you want to talk specific investing, this and that, but I'll talk a little bit about mentality and how to approach things. It's a genuine, this cannot be faked. It's a genuine desire to see the people that you're working with also be successful. If that element is not there, it does not work. I genuinely want to see Bernardo Moya have success. I genuinely want to see David Fagan have success. Captain Lou, I'm just getting to know you. So, you know, maybe by next year, you know, but no, in all seriousness. And so the people that we work with and connect with, we have to genuinely be happy for each other's wins. It cannot be faked. I really believe there's something to that. There's a magic to that, to really wanting to see other people do well. It doesn't work if you look at someone else's W and ask, what about me? It will not work that way, you know? And Captain Lou, you probably have a lot to say about this because you've seen so many joint ventures over the years, and I can tell by your smirk and you know what, Captain Lou? Yes, I want you to be successful too. Okay, I hope you're not gonna say your feelings got hurt. But please go ahead, Captain Lou.
Well, first of all, I smell what Mo Rock is cooking. That's number one. Say that's from The Rock, and you've probably heard that before. And we always celebrate David and acknowledge a lot of it. It does take a community. It takes a village. But a lot of it is to celebrate, recognize, and acknowledge the people, the speakers, the people that are rallying, that are your ambassadors for your cause. Look, Bernardo has, 150 speakers? And so we talk about herding cats with internet marketers and having them check their egos at the door. I don't know how Bernardo takes it to a whole different level. And to get people to abide by the culture and cooperate is a magical quality to have. And then to take the time to really put them up on the pedestal that they deserve, because a lot of the speakers, I know for the cruises that we do, we have the world's worst affiliate partner program. That's where in normal marketing, you'd make some decent commission. There's not a lot of commission in the cruises, but people work for the stage time, the acknowledgement, the recognition, and the business and brand building that it brings. Am I right, Bernardo?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I believe so, and I think kind of. Well, we've been talking about this, isn't it? It's really about sharing kind of the stage and providing the platform and giving them, kind of just just simply becoming that conduit that then helps them go out and put it up. It is quite simple. I mean, kind of, I think when you start bringing people together and I think it's towards that goal and that aim. Ours is, I suppose, because of the brand, the best you. Well, who wouldn't want to? You wouldn't want to be aligned with the crappy or the average you. No, I don't want to sign up for that one. But this one, well, that sounds like me. I want to be there. But but for us, it's quite simple. There's really no rocket science in this event. The moment I started, from an affiliate point of view, and not affiliate, it's a partnership point of view. It's a partnership point of view.
Well,
I have 150 speakers.
What are the best tips, partnerships and friendships?
Yeah, it is. But I'm saying is that if we're partners, and I'm putting everything on the line here, it's a 450 grand production, plus obviously the whole human aspect around it. But if 150 speakers, each of them invite 100 people, it's 15,000 people. That's it. That's the end of it. There's nothing else to do, because it's done. But it's that process of getting people to. So yeah, kind of with all those job roles, as I said, and I was joking before, becoming a stalker. You say, Mo, we were texting at 11. You haven't seen me text people at 3 a.m. I haven't seen your affiliate links. What's going on? Where are the people? And I don't do it for any other reason. It's just because kind of it's something that we both agree in. But because if we're both committed, don't keep it a secret. I mean, you need to let people know. But look, ultimately, our message, I think, if people are aligned with what we're doing, is because I think all of us agree that there's never been a more important time than now for us to get back, for us to be able to connect. And I think there has been, you said it before, Mo, there's definitely been a shift, with these 3 years and stuff like that. There's been a shift. And I think we're on a verge in the next 2 to 3 years. It could go either way, but I'm just saying is to kind of really take and elevate consciousness. There's so much intelligence and so much information, so many great things and great people out there, so much great technology that we have to take advantage of it. So excited about what's happening in the next 2 to 3 years, to be honest.
Thank you, Bernardo. And Captain Lou, someone just booked for the Marketers Cruise from this conversation. I expect an extra champagne and some extra chocolate-covered strawberries next year.
Strawberries, yeah.
Yeah. So amazing. Folks, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. This conversation has taken twists and turns that were unexpected, but this is Money Forum Live. We'll be back in about 1 minute.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now joined by Ava Manuel, senior editor of the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Special Thought Leader Edition newspaper, which features some of the incredible folks you've seen on this event. And Ava, I'm curious, how is it that you feel so far about this event? How has it been listening to this powerful dialogue with David, Saji, Bernardo, Captain Lou, Carissa? We'd love to hear your input. In fact, there are folks in the virtual auditorium that have asked about you. You have fans already. Usually I got to talk to get a fan. You haven't said a word. And there's people saying, we love Ava. We can't wait to learn about you, Ava. So please, we'll give you the floor and just hear your thoughts and what you have to say. Ava, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, Mo, I'm so grateful. I've got Bernardo Moya on stage. I've got Captain Lou on stage, Saji and Carissa, and of course, Mo just left and David. But this is we're talking about events, and really, what pulled me into the space of self-development and professional development is events. I believe that events are transformational, and to Mo's question, this has been such an amazing half a day already. It's practically half a day only, and it's absolutely transformational. We all are not going to come out the same way we came in after this event. So I just wanted to encourage all of you, but I just had to jump in and be a part of the virtual space, the virtual event space. And I love what Bernardo's doing with Best You Expo. Bernardo, tell me a little bit more about how you're making the Best You Expo hybrid. How there's physical at the same time, there's also a virtual part of it.
Yeah, to be honest, when the pandemic, we obviously created multi-platform, multiple stages, kind of replicating what we did, and it was a bit of a nightmare challenge, just because kind of the technology out there. But we did a few virtual expos. This one in particular, because we have so much going on, we've got 9 stages. We are filming everything, but we can't stream everything. We're not going to focus on that too much this year. We do, and we'll have an online presence. So, we're going to be filming everything that's happening on the main stage, and then the red carpet spotlighting. So we're spotlighting a lot of the speakers, sponsors, partners on the main stage. So everything's going to be streamed directly from there. We're going to be streaming it, and we will be streaming it on our channel. We will be streaming it on the webpage. It'll be open as well, Facebook. So we'll have multiple platforms where people can watch it for free. But our main experience is obviously in the live, where you can engage, connect with people, see speakers and exhibitors. But I mean, I think kind of like, I really know that, and that was the whole aspect of building the Best UTV, was to really bring live events to kind of the next level. I think for me, as I said, next year, my plan will be for us to have around 40,000 people minimum. And then my objective will be for us to see if we can reach 400,000 or 500,000 people online, because I'll have a lot more time to plan it. And the way we're going to do that is with some of the sponsors and partners and big brands that are getting involved with us, which I can't name yet until we've done those deals. But the bottom line is that will allow us to then reach 500,000 people, hopefully around the world. That's kind of what I'm really interested. That's what really excites me. That I love putting these big events, and I love having 10, 12, 15,000 people. Hey, welcome all of you, come and join me. But it's this idea and this concept that I have that we can reach more, because why is Tony Robbins the only one that can do it? Why can't the rest of us do it? So if he can, why can't we all? So, he's just taking too much of the pie, so let's just get all of the other speakers out there. But yes, we'll have an online aspect to it as well. And Ava, I just wanted to point out, you're a lovely soul. You're very lovely. I met your husband as well, who's great. Thank you so much for coming to the cocktail. But you're the smile of the Los Angeles Tribune.
Oh, thank you. And talk a little bit about my challenge for you in breaking a Guinness World Record.
Well, you just threw something at me that I just couldn't do this time. But Ava, you and me are on it for next year. So Ava said to me, why don't we go and break the world record? It's only like 20,000, 40,000 people. I said, and I had to pass on that one just because I have a few things I would rather. I had to focus on what's happening live, but we'll visit that next year. Let's put that on hold, and next year we'll go and break that Guinness record.
So I just want to invite everybody. The Guinness World Record for the biggest virtual event is only 21,000. I'm like, Bernardo, you could absolutely do more than 20,000. I'm sure you've already done that, you know? So, so that is our challenge, is to hold the record for the Guinness World, record for the biggest virtual event.
Yes, I love it.
And I'm going to pass it back to Carissa or Saji. Saji, would love to hear what your thoughts are.
Well, I think that you guys, I mean, now you start to set standards like that. I think we can all break that record. But Bernard has got to prioritize. That makes sense too. Now, what I said before, and I'll end with this too, as I sort of sunset off this conversation, is that Bernardo, you're the reason why this is happening. You are the reason. I mean, you're very humble in your speak of it. But if it weren't for you, a lot of people won't be showing up and telling their friends and their concentric circles as well. And I've seen you do this over the years. Before my involvement in the self-development industry itself too, I've learned of you. I knew your name. And so to meet you in person and to actually sit with you and break bread and have that conversation and understand a little bit more about you, just as you gave praise to Ava, I'd say the same to you as well. If you weren't who you were, purpose-driven as well, we wouldn't be circling the wagons around you and promoting this as well. So thank you for doing what you're doing.
Thank you. No, listen, it's funny. Kind of like it's how the world, kind of things that you do. I believe that everything that we do in our lives, whatever it is, whatever age it was, it just gives us that sense, that responsibility of and knowledge, for us to be able to create things in at a later life. Even I reinvented myself at 40. I was in real estate. I was terrible at it. I lost my money twice. I was broke at the age of 40. So I started in this career of personal development for my own good, because I wanted to be a Spanish-speaking author. I am Spanish, so I wanted to speak to the Spanish-speaking market. I became a promoter off chance. I became a promoter because I didn't really have anything else. I'd lost all my money, and I had an opportunity in London, so I moved from Spain to London to work. I didn't know anything about promoting events, but I did work in nightclubs. I used to run loads of parties. I was a DJ, so I used to bring a lot of people together. I was also a corporal in the army, which made me very bossy. I also used to build. I had a construction company. I refurbished, so I could visualize very well anything that I needed to build. So if you combine all those skills together, here I am. I'm now running events, which is building, which is bringing people together, which is kind of having fun and bossing people around. So kind of like, we all have skills in our lives that we can bring to a later date. But would have I thought that in my 20s or 30s or 40s, when I'll be running an event, personal development in Los Angeles, a Spaniard coming from England to kind of bring to the Americans, kind of Los Angelinos bring an event. I would have never thought in a million years. But yeah, it's this famous quote, which I know is someone else, but Sharon Lecter told me once when I was making these decisions, she said to me, if not you, then who? And if not now, then when? So, I'm doing it because no one else is, but also because I feel, and that's my personal space right now, I feel it's needed. So, I'm going to continue doing it. I thought I lost my spark a couple of years, during this period of kind of me exploring my own self, but I'm definitely kind of back, and I'm back with a vengeance. So
yes.
Yeah, it's awesome. It is awesome. Thank you for all you're doing.
Well, Bernardo, I just wanted to thank you. I had the opportunity and the privilege to interview you personally and heard a part of this story. What a beautiful story of your journey from being a DJ, doing things in nightclubs to now doing events during daytime. And I'm going to take this opportunity, shameless plug, for everyone to look out for the Los Angeles Tribune Special Thought Leader Edition newspaper. It's definitely going to be coming out, distributed, digitally, to all of the attendees of the Best You Expo. That's one of the bonuses of the Best You Expo attendees, both digitally and in person. And of course, we're going to have physical newspapers during the event. And you're going to find the story of Bernardo Moya on that newspaper. So that's a shameless plug.
Thank you so much. And I'm just going to share this very quickly, and I'm leaving. But funny enough, I want to honor someone, which is Ryan Long, which I know we all know from City Gala. Funny enough, Ryan Long, he also used to work in nightclubs, so we had a lot of synergy. We had massive respect for each other because we had a similar lives, but also massive respect from the point of view of making events happen. So what we're doing on the 4th is we got a gala award ceremony, which we're celebrating and honoring some great people. So we got 10 Best You awards, and one of them is the Ryan Long Humanitarian Award. So Personally, for me, during this period, Ryan Long and Bernie Dorman are two people that were very, very close to my heart. Bernie Dorman was my mentor. It was someone that I loved very dearly. And I'm, if I can in any way, try and support and fill the gaps that these amazing humans left, I have that responsibility. So that's part of my why as well.
Excellent. Excellent.
Okay. Well, guys, thank you so much.
It's been great. Yes.
Thank you so much. Take care. See you soon. Lots of love. Hope to see you all at the best You Expo. Lots of love. Bye-bye.
Bye, Bernardo.
Well, since we don't have David back yet or Mo back yet, I'm going to ask Carissa. Carissa, talk to me about events a little bit since we're on the topic of events. I know you put up your own events too, right?
Spectacular.
Yes.
Events. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So we're actually partnering right now for an event with NAMI and Les Brown, talking about mental health, which I know is a really important topic in the news. And I know Bernardo would sort of agree that, men and suicide right now is a very important thing to discuss. So we're putting on an event in a couple of weeks for that. And we have some things in the works we're going to put on an event probably in LA sometime later this year in person. We're not going to put on the information for that yet, but there's a lot of things coming into works right now. So we're really looking forward to what's taking place in the in-person space later this year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And we do have David back again. So David, what was your takeaway from Bernardo's generous time with us? I know I had a couple more questions with him, but he was with us for quite a long time. So I'm curious, how are you feeling about the Best You Expo and what Bernardo has shared with us thus far?
Yeah, I've been a part of that for years and years. It was exciting to get the Los Angeles Tribune involved at the event. They're going to have their own newsroom. We're excited about Best You Expo. We'll have a massive 20 by 20 booth there. We're also running a bookstore there in a whole separate space. We also brought in a big client and friend of ours, Newcom. So Newcom's there. So just like Bernardo said, it feels like my event as much as his event, which is what he wants, right? You might be saying, well, David, you should be saying that. Well, no, that is what Bernardo wants. He wants us to feel like it's our event as well. And it does when you get involved with it. So yeah, I have a lot of personal pride in it. I'm sure if something doesn't go right, Bernardo can then blame me. And then, if it does go really well, no, I'm just teasing. Bernardo is exactly the opposite when it comes to leadership like that. He is the first, as you guys can see, and Sacha, you were pointing that out as well. As you can see, Bernardo is very quick, very fast to share the limelight, share the success, celebrate all the people that are involved. And so I know it's going to be absolutely everything that would define success. But it is interesting to see how it shows up, right? Sometimes it shows up with quality. Sometimes it shows up with someone that really steals the show. Sometimes it's like one night, that one gala, right? Sometimes it's like one area, there's like a yoga space or a meditation space, or, maybe it's the bookstore and people doing book signings. So like, you never really know entirely. So I'm excited just to see what that looks like, and this is the first really, truly big event, I would say, in my world and West Coast and things like that. I mean, look, Tony Robbins is always doing some amazing things. I get it. But other than that, this is probably one of the first really big events at a place like the Los Angeles Convention Center post shutdown. So there's a lot of people cheering Bernardo on, like, okay, if it works for you, you go first. But if it works for you, so he's pioneering and blazing that trail again. And let's be honest, as for those of you guys who know even just a little bit about what it takes to put on an event, he's taken some risk. And I tip my hat to him because I'm sure it'll all pay off. But I mean, if that's me, man, I would be having some sleepless nights. And I say that as a compliment because he's got some real testicular fortitude. That's the politically correct term. He's got some real testicular fortitude to be doing this. And I admire him.
Now you're challenging Mo in his vocabulary too. It's just
yeah. I was trying to take it up.
Show off, David.
Trying to take it up a notch. So yeah, so that's some of my thoughts and feelings since you guys asked. But overall, now since we have Adora on here, I think it's a good time to sort of tell the origin story. You know, me and Mo were excited to get Adora back on board for another event. As you know, Adora stays pretty busy. You know, she doesn't just take anyone's phone call, not even me and Mo sometimes. So we said, all right, we're thinking about another event. What event are we going to do? And it was really Adora that kicked out the idea. She says,
to be fair, David, not to cut you off, I do easily have access to her voicemail. So I am okay. Messages.
Okay. It's always full when I get there. So maybe you're leaving too long of messages. But Adora came up with the concept of money and just said, you know, money is on a lot of people's minds. And, you know, a lot of people in both the general public, as you know, the Los Angeles Tribune, you know, has a lot of readers that might fit more of a general public type field. But it also has a lot of entrepreneurs, has a lot of business leaders. And, you know, money is always on people's minds, but especially right now, because there is some fear and there is some scare tactics in the media. And I don't think they really want to generally scare you in the media, but they do want to get your attention. So what's a way to get your attention? Well, it's to say things like, you know, layoffs, recession, inflation. They like to throw around these words. And what happens is it kind of becomes somewhat of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? And so we want to manifest something a little bit different. But what we're seeing is the finish line, or at least the finish line's in sight of Adora's idea. So Adora, I think you hit it right on the head there with money being the hot topic and the way we should kick off the year. If it wasn't for that topic, I don't think we would have been able to bring in like Jane King of NASDAQ and some of the other big sponsors and experts we have to really give them the right platform. We're talking credit, we're talking real estate, and we're talking, you know, different ways to make money, you know, whether it's through events or books or courses or apps. We're going to get into all of that over the next couple of days. And that is how it started.
You know what it is, David, Adora, and I just have to say this because it's, you know, I'm inspired to share, is that we have to have people in our lives and we have to honor the people in our lives that can channel the right seeds, right? And so Adora is one of those people for me where she may say a word or a sentence or an idea and it will blossom into something, right? And it will actually grow into something. And so those are the kind of people you never want to cut off, because you never know when one phone call, one sentence could lead to something powerful and have a domino effect. Now, I know that you want to share something, Adora. Couple quick things I have to point out. Over here in the virtual auditorium, Anya Merritt looked up your book, Word Genius, David. So you got some book sales from the event over here. I know that Saji has to leave in about 5 minutes. And even though he's a very lovely and kind attorney and one of my dearest friends and partners, he is billing me right now. And so we want to get him off because he charges by the hour. And so Saji, I know that you have to leave in a couple minutes. If you have any closing words, because we're about to get into it with Adora, but I want to give you a chance to close out, please.
This is I have to step off when Adora is stepping on. This is not fair because Adora, it's good to see you, and these gentlemen are edifying you with good reason though too. Look, I just think that the concept that Adora brought up, even to have this type of theme of an event, is timely, obviously. But more than that, I think having partners like Bernardo and everyone here on this screen, it just shows. I mean, it's a blessing. It's to live in gratitude, to have these opportunities, to provide opportunities for other people, other forums, to shine, to lean in, to find their best you, to further develop and evolve their purpose. Those are all great opportunities. And so I'm sort of tipping my hat to everybody here on the screen and everyone who's tuning in to say that we are definitely moving the needle forward together. This is a timely, I personally don't believe in my philosophy of life that there's any coincidences. We can plan for the best results, and then you lean into the energy and people align. And so I just want to say, I appreciate being a part of this, being a part of the Tribune, being a partner to each of you here, and let's make an impact.
Yeah. Thank you, Saji. I thought for sure you were going to be my other tie-wearing co-host today. I broke out the tie for you. Everybody thinks I'm going to a job interview or something here today.
I saw you appear in the tie and the suit. I felt very inadequate.
Well, I just have to keep raising the bar. I gotta keep changing it up here.
Yeah, you do that. Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, thank you for coming on. We look forward to having you back. I've been preparing some tough questions for you. I'm sure we'll have you on later. There's the real art of the question, as you know. So I've got some real thinkers for you, and I'm going to send you a few of them so you can even prepare in advance, because they're that level of question.
Wow.
Before Saji goes, I'm so glad this was all recorded. It'll be my morning anthem when I need to feel supported by great men on the planet. But Saji, yeah, it's so great to briefly spend time with you here. And I want to personally thank you for your stand for humanity and entrepreneurs being able to access legal counsel early and in an affordable way, because there are a lot of people that their income is directly impacted by not having the right legal resources when they need them. And I know you have such a heart for that and for making it really accessible. And this narrative here, well, Saji, I know you have to go, so you don't have to stay. Okay, so this narrative
I'll
here.
stay. I mean, hey.
Well, so now you're paying us, right? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, but here's the thing: the money conversation is huge, and it's funny now. I'm hearing people other people worried that the recession won't last long enough because they need to get in and buy all the distressed assets and ride the wave up. So that's why it's so important who you surround yourself with. And one thing I love about the Los Angeles Tribune, Top Talent Agency, you, Carissa, Abba, everybody, Bernardo, everyone who's gathered here, is that we're saying we're going to drive that narrative together. We're not going to buy into what the world is trying to feed us. We're going to create media that actually elevates and supports entrepreneurs staying strong in their mind, in their hearts, in their work ethic, and in resources, which you both, everybody I've mentioned, and everybody we invite on here, Doria, who's our hype woman in the room right now, who has done so much, is that I love that we're aligned around that, and we can't be tossed with the media. We instead drive it, and it's quite an honor.
Yeah, really well said. All I can say is that resonates, I think, with everybody here, the way David and I are nodding our heads too. And Doria, you mentioned, she's commenting here. It's that thread runs deep, right? For her to see this evolve too, from the cornerstones that she also put in place too. I mean, it's got to be spectacular. And we hope to do the same in 10, 20 years as well. So well said.
Did you already share with people how to find you and how to be able to attain your services? I don't know if anyone asked that yet, but you make it really affordable.
Thank you. Well, I think I'll probably have a chance with David a little later on to talk about that. But I appreciate you mentioning that. I mean, the truth of the matter is that with U.S. Business Council and so many companies, entrepreneurs, the reason we do what we do is to do it differently, to be accessible, and to empower change, right? And for me, this just happens to be, I got a law license. I have the inner game of businesses at hand. I align with people like Mo Rock, who are looking to redefine the way that people access information, and the information being more true, more impactful, if you will, resonant than what we've been taught to think that it's in the confines, like David was saying before, traditional job, traditional lifestyle, and then you find yourself having to switch fourth, fifth lifestyle. Instead, it's being your true self, the best you. And so thanks for mentioning all the things you mentioned. Yeah, for me, it's accessible services. And I think that to move the needle forward, it's groups of people, and to me, groups of businesses too, entrepreneurs.
I need to say something before Mo jumps in, because you shut me down earlier, Mo, around the relationship with AI. But here's the thing, is that our relationships, more marriages end in divorce over finances and over money. So if you can use AI to better communicate with your partner by saying, hey, you're a psychologist and you're going to help me get on the same page with my partner that's this personality type. And so even the joking is intentional. It all matters. Like, we think it's separate, but if your business is growing and your relationship falls apart, I mean, she gets half, he gets half, unless you've got good legal counsel. So now, tying it all back together, if it is going to fall apart, you need Saji in your corner, and we don't want it to fall apart.
Saji, I didn't know you're a family law attorney.
He
can protect the business. He can protect the business.
That's
right?
true.
Some businesses and partners, it's like a marriage. I tell you, I deal with business owners all the time, and you do feel like a family law attorney. With that, I'll turn over the mic to both of you guys, and with Adora as well. Thank you very much, and I'll be back.
Absolutely.
Soon.
I think, and thank you for that, Adora. You're 100% correct. And we're going to take a quick 1-minute break and come right back to Money Forum Live. Hopefully you have been enjoying this incredible eclectic program. And human beings are having human moments live on the air. We'll be back in 1 minute.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Money Forum Live. I'm having a great time putting this on. I don't know who's having more fun, those of us that are putting it on or those of you in the audience that are watching. But nonetheless, it's a pleasure and privilege to be here. I'm alongside two thought leaders in their own right, David Fagan and Dora Crystal Evans. This is a great opportunity for me to personally thank Ace Productions as well as Top Talent Agency. You know, one of the strengths, one of the great things about having the opportunity to be one of the stewards of a pioneering legacy brand is that we get a lot of attention and we get to stand out. But one of the downsides is that sometimes we overshadow those that we work with unintentionally. And so when people see the Los Angeles Tribune, I want people to understand that you're not seeing one organization. When you hear the Los Angeles Tribune, you're hearing all of the other organizations that we are attached to simultaneously. So when people edify the work of the Los Angeles Tribune, they're edifying Top Talent Agency, they're edifying Ace Productions. I wanted to point that out because we're all one. We're all doing what we're to keep a Captain Lou metaphor, we're on one ship going in the same direction. And so I wanted to personally thank Adora Evans and David Fagan for helping put this event together. We have an excellent keynote closing speaker that'll be joining us in about an hour. But until then, we have some incredible talent of our own that we're going to be dissecting. David Fagan, Adora Evans, Carissa Johnson. We're going to spend the next hour and hear from some of the thought leaders that have been wearing multiple hats. And so, Adora, I know something that you have been so passionate about is this art of connecting. And, David has been known in many different circles as the master of JV. Some would say that JV is connecting. And so I think that's something the two of you have in common. So I'm curious about, how the two of you in conversation for a few minutes about this art of connecting. I selfishly want to sit back and watch these two brilliant minds in action. So I'm curious, Adora, how you feel about sharing some of your insights on connecting alongside David, please.
Yeah, this is a great conversation. First, David, you look like a painting in a museum with that backdrop right now and that hair, right? And I see Chris and Mola. You do. It's like that background is perfect. They're still rolling. Some of you with us in the audience, do you agree? It's very regal.
It takes 3 different kinds of lights to pull off that effect.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I hope you'll teach a master class on that. Knowing you, you will. You will at your next PubCon or somewhere, because you are empowering leaders everywhere to show up. Oh, you're very handsome in the suit, she said. Very dapper. Very dapper. Yeah, so David, this is a fun topic for both of us to jam on. In my early 20s, was nicknamed Celebrity Connector because I was putting together all of these people. And for many years, connector wasn't, I think it was Malcolm Gladwell that first really said, hey, connectors are an important part of your business. And then suddenly we started seeing, VP of Strategic Alliances, and then we started to see these different careers, which connectors, they're in real estate, they're in TV, they're in PR, they're in all kinds of places. But I definitely think, and I'd love to hear from you this year, one of the top ways, every year, but one of the top ways people will be able to multiply their income is by creating joint ventures, whether it's Nike and the new Tiffany shoe, or you're looking at Lyft and what is it? The off-brand, not DoorDash, it's Grubhub. Lyft gave me a year of Grubhub, Target, and Starbucks. Everybody from the top brands, they're doing it, and it certainly works with those on the rise, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think there was a point in time, Dora, that it was this extra thing that maybe you brought to the table at a company or your own company. It was this extra skill set that you would say, hey, I'm a connector. Nowadays, that is a prerequisite. Like, you have to be bare minimum a connector. And we hear people like a Larry Benet, and there's a lot of other ones. I would throw Doria in there as well, that are what you might even call a super connector. Oh, I'm a super connector, whatever fun, clever way you want to say it. Connecting has become a really big thing. And one of the things that I've learned from Doria Cordova, privileged and honored to work on her book, is the power of access, and that really is the new definition of wealth. Again, Doria's words, not mine. I definitely have some of my own words for them, but access is just absolutely key. You can have money and not have access to the right medical care. You could have money and not have access to the backstage passes you want. You could have money and not be able to get your kid into the school you want, right? Or get yourself into the school or education you want. So access, is even more important than money. And people think, oh, money will buy you anything. Well, not always, right? So there is real capital, political capital, human capital that comes into play when you can connect people and give them access. So we're talking about connectivity, but why are we talking about connectivity? Because access is so valuable. And Dora, you have access to some people that me and Mo don't. I have some access to people you and Mo don't. And the list goes on and on and on. Mo has access, right? So, I think it's something that we all kind of know and believe, but it wasn't really till I started working with Doria till I really understood, like, wow, geez, how would you define wealth? Like, most people would say time, right? Time. Well, I can tell you that there's people living under a bridge right now, and I don't say this facetiously, but they have all the time in the world, right? They would rather turn in some of their time for money or for access. So, you're seeing people from other countries, wanting to move internationally. Why? They want access to a better educational system, a better healthcare system. They want access to warmer weather, better weather, right? So I know I'm standing on a soapbox here a little bit right now, but I think it's an important answer to the question. And I want to keep anchoring it and bringing it back to what this event is about. Because to me, it all perfectly fits. But I think sometimes some of you might be thinking, well, Money Forum Live, why are we talking about access? Why are we talking about connectivity? Well, the future of your income, the best thing you could invest in, which is what we're talking about here at Money Forum Live, is connections, is relationships, right? And, you know, there are relationships that can be broken down. Now, Adora, I'm going to break this down for you in kind of a cold-hearted way. So forgive me.
And then it's my turn, David, to break it down in a big-hearted way, but I'll jab a few times because it's your love language. All right.
Okay, good. I'll end with this, right? So you have high maintenance and low maintenance on one side, and you have high profit and low profit on the other side. If we look at relationships, I don't really want the low profit, high maintenance relationship. I want the low maintenance, high profit relationship. So, you know, think about that. I mean, I'll even take a high maintenance, high profit in the beginning, but I'm going to try to train that individual to become, you know, low maintenance. Or, you know, we might even take that low profit relationship in the beginning, but we want to try to make it become a high profit. And I'm not talking about service and charity. There's lots of people that we help because it's a good thing to help. We have one hand up, kind of one hand down. You know, we want to make sure we're pulling people up as much as people are pulling us up. But in the grand scheme of things, for straight business, connectivity, access, and really developing relationships that are high profit and low maintenance, that's what I wanted to share. I turn it back over to you, Adora.
That's awesome. Well, and that's such a great point. Here's another thing. When you're looking at being resourceful this year, I have a client right now, this is happening with, it will be on here, and they've spent years developing very quality products, right? And Science Mind, you have one too, Newcom, right? I have Brain IQ. And so he spent all these years, Bang energy drink, CBD, he supplies all their CBD. He does Mike Tyson's Click Spray. He has his own event, right? So I come in as a connector and I'm opening doors. So it's one thing to have access. That's the first level. You want to pay to be in events and rooms to get access. But with an elite connector, that person can help tie the visions together. Like, hey, you know, we have all these people doing masterminds. We're going to be at the best You Expo. They're throwing back Red Bull and energy drinks. Why wouldn't they drink a nootropic instead, right? So when you start tying together these relationships, investors, people that own sports teams, people, and you come in with someone that all they're thinking about and obsessing about is their field of genius, which is product development, and someone like David Fagan or me or some of these other people that are known as connectors that really specialize in weaving it together, suddenly that excellent product goes from unknown to everybody knows what's going on. Investors are attracted, but it takes someone that can see the bigger picture to say, hey, I think you need to, and when I was younger, and those of you who are connectors, put connector in the comments. You know, when I was younger, I would connect all these people and get a great dinner. You know, I'd connect all these people and be sent on vacation while they made millions. And thankfully, people like Doria and all these different people put their work together. It was Dr. DeMartini. You know, I was in a corner saying, I'm here to empower women, which I am. I wrote a book on manifesting, but what was happening is people were knocking on my door saying, hey, I know you're doing that, but I'll pay you this much if you go get me this connection. I'll give you this amount of equity if you go do this. And so Dr. DeMartini, a friend of many of us here, he often says, hi, Eleanor. He often says that take a look at where you're wealthy. Speaking of money, like we all have an area that we're very wealthy, maybe multiple areas. Maybe you're really great at getting the kids to do their homework, and a lot of parents aren't. Or you're really great at getting small dogs to behave in public, right? And you have an area that you're genius in, and that's an area of wealth for you. So when you know what that area of wealth is and you package it, which David's really good at helping people package their area of wealth, and then you exchange it, then that's how the income flow goes. And so that was the thing for me, is that people kept hunting me down. I'd be like, no, I'm helping women. And they'd be like, it's my birthday, Adora, please, I'll pay you this much. And I realized my major pay wasn't coming from helping women as much as I want to. The bigger checks were coming from, helping create these connections and figuring out being worked into the deal flow. So if you're a connector, know how you want to use that, whether it's PR, whether it's real estate, network marketing, there's so many ways, but there are many connectors that could phrase their verbiage better and be worked in, take equity, just like you would a real estate agent showing a house. You've got years of relationship capital. Get yourself worked in. All right, Mo, I know you're here for a reason. So
we're all here for a reason. Adora, we're all here for a reason.
The audience.
Okay.
You're a gift to the world.
We all have a purpose. We're all here
Yes,
for a
we do.
reason.
I agree,
And here's the thing. I want to incorporate a gentleman to this conversation and to this dialogue who has served as a North Star for many successful entrepreneurs. He's a gentleman who, although he is a physician by trade, he has, created a second career outside of his medical profession in helping assist entrepreneurs. And again, he served as a North Star to many, myself included. Just the other day, I texted him something asking for his guidance on a matter and his advice on a matter. And that's, of course, Dr. Richard K., who we want to incorporate in the conversation here, Dr. Richard K. I know something that you have been doing consistently throughout your career is connecting people and the art of connection and the art of communication. And so please, I just want to hear some of what you're inspired to share from this dialogue that you've heard so far with Adora and David. Dr. Richard K.
Well, thank you. And I actually even answered you the other day when you did text. So, yeah. Just as a distinction, I was practicing as a chiropractor in San Diego, and I actually made a note and I posted it in the link before that it's about collaboration and cooperation. It's how can you show up and support people? The model of scarcity is too prevalent in our world. There's always enough, and if not, there's always more. It's the classic, how do you divide up a pie? You make another pie. There's always more. And trying to avoid that light coming in through the blind. So let me move over a little bit, see if we can get out of the limelight there. All right. When I was practicing in San Diego, I drove from New York to San Diego. Some of you know what an MGB is. It's a little four-seater sports car. And I thought I was going to take, boy, that light is very annoying. I thought I was going to take the town by storm because I was doing different things. And I wound up just serving and serving and serving. I wound up on the 6:30 News, wound up having being on a morning television talk show, multiple stories in the San Diego Tribune, Los Angeles Times, even had a PBS special. And it taught me, I learned a very powerful lesson. It's to get out of my own way. Get out of my own way and allow life to just happen. There are too many people who are all about collaboration, who are not about collaboration and cooperation. I thoroughly have enjoyed, I was going to say this morning, 6 hours now, of my wife was very lovingly standing in front of the shades coming through to get rid of this highlight on my nose. So thanks, babe. And I love that this is pure family here.
Yeah.
With Lou and everybody else. So yeah, it's just about collaboration and cooperation.
I just wanted to point out real quick, Dr. K, there's a few folks in the virtual auditorium that I would be remiss not to point out. I mean, you have been such a hit and we're just getting the ball rolling. I mean, we have people sending you kisses. Look, adorable Dr. Richard. Jennifer sent you a kiss. We have folks in the Philippines that are looking at you through the eyes of their favorite superhero. Dr. Richard K looks like Professor X of X-Men. We have someone, can't wait to hear more. Can't wait to learn more about you, Dr. Richard. Look at this. Jennifer says, Dr. Richard, so handsome. So, I mean, you know, Dr. Richard, I don't know what else to say other than you have become a hit with our virtual auditorium. Just had to point that out. Please go ahead and continue.
Well, and then Dr. Richard's wife is still blocking the shade. So she's still blocking the right. So we're good.
And that's part of what I love about this whole forum, that it's pure family. You know, there are some programs you can't say that kind of stuff. Thanks, babe. and just show up and be in love. So thanks. And thanks, Adora, for what you have contributed to this so massively.
Yeah. So we have a special segment that Richard's going to do, and we're going to ask him a few questions, and he's going to explain a few things. But I just want to set this up a little bit here again. You know, here talking about, you know, Money Forum, and, you know, we have some big people involved and sponsors and things like that. So, you know, we've got to make sure we hit a few things here too. So Richard has been helpful to me and others when it comes to our academies, our universities. We do books, we do courses. So in the spirit of the future of income and investing, you know, the Money Forum here, what are some of the big ways to make money in 2023, 2024? What are some things that have been big that maybe are pivoting or tweaking a little bit? Well, one of those things is courses, membership, subscriptions, and not just courses or not just books, you know, because these things aren't created equal, but really multimedia. So Richard has done some of that, shared some of that. He's been an important part of that. We just redid one of our courses called Attraction and Enrollment that Richard was a big part of. So we are going to share some of these things. We are going to demo some of these things. But the reason why is because, and Adora was speaking to this a little bit earlier, it's great to have this mindset, but you need to pick that area that you're going to share your experiences, your expertise. And if you share your experiences and expertise in the right way, you can monetize them, right? Now, I'm not saying that a book is going to make you rich, but there are a lot of things that a book can do in terms of opening up doors, creating opportunities. A course, a little bit more so. Maybe instead of $10, $20, $30 for a book, maybe we're talking about a course that's more like a $50, $450, $1,500. You know, the investment for courses has come down. You know, it used to be people would spend $5,000, $15,000 for courses, but that has changed a little bit. And we want to reference some of those changes and not reference those changes like, oh, it's going down, I guess it's not as valuable. We want to reference those changes in, hey, if you want to continue to create value, here are the new, better, different ways to do that. You know, we have a platform ourselves that we built our academy, our university on, that's called Learn Worlds, right? And so we're giving a little behind the scenes. Learn Worlds is kind of the Lamborghini or Ferrari of learning management systems. Some people would call that LMS. If you're taking notes, write that down. LMS, Learning Management System. Learn Worlds is just one of those pieces of technology. And so, you know, we've branded it, we've skinned it, we've uploaded it. Los Angeles Tribune, we have a real basic, you know, journalism course in there. We have a few courses from me. We have courses from other clients and affiliates. And if you're listening right now, you know, we might be able to put a course from you on there. Okay. And that's not a sales pitch. That's a wake up, think outside the box. What might you be doing with this? So, Richard, I'm going to turn it over to you to share a few things. And I know that some of this we might do tomorrow, you know, but I know we have a little bit of time now. Adora, have you seen kind of the inside of some of these learning management systems, or have you seen ours? Have you seen our Top Talent Academy by any chance?
I haven't, but I do want to say that for those of you that are course creators, this is a big place. You can align with different academies, starting with yours.
Yeah.
I've experienced other things you do, so I expect that to be excellent. But the other side I want to speak to is those of you who are not course creators or don't see yourself ready. There's a whole realm of making income and being an affiliate to
Yes.
things like this. You can jump in and find courses that you love, and everyone from Amazon doesn't pay as much at all unless you're an influencer, but everything from Amazon to, if you love Learn World, or you love a course, you can always look on the site. Even Ninja Blenders, they have an affiliate program right now. You know, there are places that'll teach you, maybe in Learn World, on how to be a blogger and then to link to all of these things. So, you know, there is a place for everyone to earn income. And we're giving you as many ideas that are tangible, practical, relevant that you can use right now. Last thing is, I love, David, that you talked about where the course pricing used to be versus where it is now. And it goes back to rather than being a victim of that, right? You're going, okay, here's what's going on now. So how do I pivot to become better? What is the industry telling me? And what it is we want more in-person live access, and we want to solve it fast.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say the other way to do that is just buy a Heidelberg press and print money. And that's part of what these courses are.
That's called crypto. That's called cryptocurrency, Dr. Richard.
Well, Mo's
Or
newspaper.
cryptic, right? we'll borrow the people who print the paper, Mo, and use new colored inks in there. Yeah, David, you speak to it so beautifully. There are so many ways to generate revenue. People talk about thinking outside the box. There is no box. That box was created by people who wanted to keep everybody else in check and under control. And I was blessed when I was studying engineering. My first career was electronics engineering. I went to Northeastern University, which is a cooperative education school. What does it mean? I went to school, and starting in the second year, you go out and you work. So you get out into the workplace, and when you graduate, you just don't have a piece of paper. You've got experience. We've kind of done away with the apprenticeship where, millennia ago, eons ago, maybe 100 years ago, people used to go out and know how to do things. Now they come out with book skills and they don't have the tactile sense. They don't know how to do it. So these courses are a way for you to transfer your knowledge, your wisdom, your experience, and have people learn. The data says that, by the way, I think it's in the vicinity of 83% more retention when you are active. So when we go to workshops and programs, and this program in particular, because here's where we are, if you're just sitting back and watching and listening, that's great. And how many people during when Mike was on were taking notes?
Right.
That's where you learn it.
Yes.
And it's, I admire, I don't take notes. I can't even read my own handwriting. As a doctor, I say we had 2 semesters of illegible handwriting training. But when you write it, you link the brain with the mechanism. So how does that translate into a course? It's got nothing to do with it. Let's talk about the course creation. What you can create, if you have some knowledge, wisdom, and experience that you want to share, you can do it one-on-one. And I understand that model when I was practicing chiropractic. If I had one person in the office, that was it. And that's the only person I was able to serve. These days, you can create a program that people can make a nominal investment, and you can share your stuff with myriad people. Mm-hmm. And Ava, do you have that video that you can roll? This is an example of what we created. And Ava,
we're not going to do that right now, but yes,
never mind.
We're going to play that up. Don't you try to stop us from not playing that video. We will play that video.
I support it 100% of Dr. Richard K. Because we're talking about innovation, because we're talking about content creation, because we're talking about bringing ideas to market. We actually invited a special guest to join us for a few minutes now. And of course, that is Ivan. And Ivan is a gentleman whom David, you will be speaking with off the air. If I can fit him in your busy schedule, I'm going to do my best to make that happen. And Ivan, welcome to the Money Forum Live. And I know you're one of our surprise guests here this afternoon. But one thing that you have done so well over the course of your career as a filmmaker, as a marketer, as a consultant, it is what Richard is talking about, what Dr. K is talking about, helping people in the information age, educational age that we're in, taking that education and knowledge and allowing the masses to appreciate it. So Ivan, tell us a little bit about your background, then go straight into some meat and potatoes. I'm putting you on the spot and just go straight into some meat and potatoes and let us take notes about what we're talking about today. Ivan, please.
Absolutely. First of all, I want to say thank you, Mo, for the opportunity. I was actually getting ready to get out of the office. I got his text message. I sent some message out to change things around a little bit. And I get to hear a little bit of what Dr. K was talking about. And it's absolutely the truth. Understanding that turning your passion into profitable business, the access, the systems, the process, the configuration behind it is becoming way more accessible on how it's done. So just to give you a little bit of my background, I developed a framework. My journey started, I moved to the United States about 23 years ago with about $150 in my pocket and no idea of what to create, where to begin. And it was an absolute cultural shock. But from that experience, fast forward to few years later, I was able to build a media company, became a award-winning filmmaker, start a brick and mortar product launch agency that I've gone around to create product systems, content. But then I became really frustrated about why are so many people become successful at creating an idea and taking it to market and converting, and why some will spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and they will get zero. Thank you, Vanessa. And in our research, we created a framework that is called the Idea to Launch Framework. The Idea to Launch Framework. The Idea to Launch Framework is a really simple process that anybody, regardless of where you are in your current present moment reality, to what you decided to become, you can plug it into that system so you can go to market. And I'll give you all of it in about maybe 20, 30 seconds. Number one, the things that stops people from turning their idea to passion, there are 4 things that basically limit us from doing it. Number one is we are afraid. There's a fear that held us in captive. We are afraid of being called an imposter. We are afraid that what if nobody listened to me? You are afraid of the unknown. The unknown is the greatest gift unto mankind, the ability to not know what is happening, but being able to take the risk. But fear stops us. The second thing that stops us is basically we do not have a community of people that understands, that get us, that can partner with us, that can take us through the process and system to be able to get it done. The number 3 things that stop us is we are seeking for permission. We're always looking for somebody to give you permission. And here's what I say: you do not need permission to teach other people what you love. You just need to love people. If you love people enough, all you need to do is start by looking for 5 to 10 people that you can take through a process. Now, don't get me wrong, there are specific systems and process that have to be in place. There are specific strategy that you can plug in your idea to that can help you to get there. And then the number 4 things that stop most people from turning their idea into profitable business is they don't have a guide. That I've done it before, that are still continually doing it. Now, if you take all of these 4 things as out, so you overcome fear, you find a community of people, you give yourself permission, and you find a guide with a curriculum. What does it take to create a $250,000? What does it take to create $1 million? If you simply package a $1,000 value of who you are, for the ideas of your life, for the challenges of your life, for the things that we call the life assets, and you offer it to 1,000 people, that's $1 million. Just think about that for a second. $1,000 offered to 1,000 people, it's $1 million. I always say is that there are 1,000 people out there that will believe this bald-headed guy with a sexy accent and be willing to give him a $1,000 of their hard-earned money. It happens all the time. If you want to create $250,000 in revenue, and I will give you, maybe if I have a chance, maybe 2 or 3 tips that you can take right away, that you can, in the next maybe 24 to 48 hours, you can begin the journey of conversion. If you find 500 people that are willing to offer you $500 in exchange for a value that you carry, you will earn $250,000. It can happen in 6 months, it can happen in 12 months, it can happen in 2 years. But $500 to 500 people is $250,000. Now, if you love people, you're completely genuine in your hearts to see people thrive, the first thing that you want to do is to go back and take a look at your life assets. The product you're about to create is not your most valuable asset. Your life asset is your journey in the last 10, 15, 20 years of your life. Find your burning bush moment. Find your moment of impact. Find the stories. When Mo brought me here, I shared the story of me coming to the United States with $150 in my pocket. Now, I can teach you the 5 things that I've done that helped me to become an award-winning filmmaker, to become, to have a system in place, to have a brick-and-mortar marketing agency that is helping other people to create results. Start by understanding the assets of your life.
Absolutely. And Ivan, we just wanted to give a little sneak peek and have a few seats planted for our audience. This is Money Forum Live, and you're piggybacking what Dr. Richard K shared with our audience. And
Absolutely.
Dr. Richard K gave a macro example, and you shared a micro example. I want to thank you, Ivan, for joining us. Stick around because we want to bring in a couple folks now to join this conversation. Of course, one of which is Robert Evans, along with Dr. Richard K. And David, I'm just curious to hear, how excited are you to hear a little bit from some of the new faces that are joining us here as we close out day one?
Yeah, it's a lot of good stuff, and we have some really cool breaking stories. And I know the Los Angeles Tribune, you guys are always championing, diversity and championing different countries and different businesses and just a little bit of everything. And we have Roosevelt coming on tomorrow. Talking about BizCon 2023. He was just interviewed in the news for Black History Month. And, having Ivan on here is really great. Having Moira on here is really great. What I love about entrepreneurs is they're just always out there hustling. A lot of times they're not really thinking about what time of year it is or what time of month it is or whatever. But, I'm going to go over to Moira, but I want to circle back to you too as well, Ivan. Moira, do you even think about Black History Month, or is this something that you celebrate? How do you feel about this time of year? Do you get questions about this at all?
Consistently. I think Black History Month is not for just for me. It's just Black History Year. I live as Black every single day. So it's not a question for me, Black History Month. It's a day for us to remember, to just be more aware of our culture, of our diversity, a lot of things. But for me, I celebrate Black every day. This is how I live. So there's no month for me. I'm not remembered that I'm Black. I'm just living Black. And I'm Black beauty. That amazingness in me, I celebrate it every day. So I'm so happy, David, because as a healthcare professional, we don't talk about money. So the event, you, Mo, Adora, I love you guys to put this event together. Richard, you're talking a lot about where I feel so connected with you and all you are saying, because as healthcare professional, all we think about is service, and then we end up being broke. So I think the aspect of talking about money, it's so important. I live on an island. It's beautiful Nantucket, where a lot of money is spread around, but we are not aware as a healthcare professional how important is money, and we just live day by day, and that bring awareness. And I invited a lot of people to go to Money Forum Live. This is an event that you need to be part of, because that consciousness about what we need to consistently doing, bringing mindful yes, created by the one and only David Fagan, genius word. He does find the thing to say all the time, like fortitude. The rest of the word. I just learned it earlier. Mo was shocked.
David Fagan was the original Chat GPT. Before the website.
Thank you, Mo.
We had David Fagan before.
That's the spin I want right there. That's what we need. That's going to be the new. Thank you. That's brilliant. I'm going to use that.
Speaking of Chat GPT, we have Robert Evans in the background, and I know Robert Evans is somebody that is very much driven by technology. He has a tech company that we have worked with. I know he's developing something with a Chat GPT API. Robert, I hope that I hope that was not proprietary information I just shared, that you're developing that. I probably should have checked with you first, but with that being said, welcome to Money Forum Live. And Robert, for those that may not know, go ahead and share a little bit about all of the incredible work you do, that your company does, because there's a lot I can say, but I'd like to hear it from you because you have a closer view. Please, David.
I need to say this about Robert. He did. I'm going to brag about him a little bit. For those of you who don't know, we, as the Tribune, I say we, it's not really me, it's Mo and the Los Angeles Tribune, but we as people that are involved in the Tribune, they have a book club, and it's a book club app. Robert, among many other things, he built that app, right? So the technology is really cool. You can go to the App Store, and get that app right now. It's free. Mo loves self-improvement, personal development. He's rounded up some authors. I'm proud to be one of them, but we're just one of them. There's multiple publishers in there. There's multiple authors in there. And, Robert created the technology that drives and continues to support and drive the Los Angeles Tribune book club app. So, Robert, we want you to talk about this and so much more. But for all of you listening, a free gift for you is that book club app. Yes. Mo has brought that to you in a way in which it's free. Robert has done it in a way in which it's free. Nothing wrong with making money. We are opportunists and capitalists around here, but there is a lot of wisdom in creating a following and giving things for free. So take advantage of that, because I can't promise you it will always be free.
Exactly. And I have to piggyback off that, David. And just add on that there are a few things I need to say about that. First of all, yes, go ahead and search for the Los Angeles Tribune Book Club on Apple Store, on Android. And one of the incredible things about working with Robert that we have experienced as an organization is that there's a huge distinction with folks that can just put an app in the Apple Store or in the Android store and actual app developers. In recent years, there's a lot of there has been a flood of apps that you can download if you're a company, but really what they are is just bookmarked links. You go on there, there's a link to this, a link to that, and they call it an app. And so when we decided to figure out who is it that we could partner with alongside Top Talent Agency, we wanted a real developer. Because there are so many third-party options and things have gotten so easy to kind of do these days, there are folks that are calling things apps, but there's actually no application there other than just a very simple skeleton. And so we're proud, first of all, to have multiple New York Times bestselling authors as part of our app, folks like Brian Tracy and Kyle Wilson and Darren Hardy and John Asraf and Les Brown. They're all available in the app. But what Robert is doing, and now we're going to have some conversations off the air about incorporating artificial intelligence and having various different opportunities for the readers as well as the authors, and connecting authors with readers in a way that's never been done before. And that's really the main purpose and goal of what we're doing with the Los Angeles Tribune Book Club app, is finding unique ways for the author to have the control with their relationship with the reader. And Top Talent Agency and the publishing company is all about empowering authors. Empowering the authors is one of the reasons that David Fagan has been able to have such a long, illustrious career, is because very few people empower the author to do well the way that David Fagan does. And so, with that being said,
Robert, how do you like this? You don't even have to say anything at all. You can just kind of sit there. And...
I was just about to say, I don't really have anything else to add, guys. Thank you very much. Good to be here.
I'll tell you that you're sitting alongside Moira Lavelle. We're finishing up her book. She's the host of her own show, Mindful Yes. You'll be seeing her book in the book club app here real soon. And so we thought we'd connect you guys on here as well. But Robert, feel free to tell us a little bit about Action Era. That's your company. And we want to talk about it kind of in the context of, how do people listening leverage an app? How do they make money with an app? Why would they even care about, mobile marketing and things of that nature in this day and age?
Sure, absolutely. Let me just start off with saying, as impressed as I am with AI technology like ChatGPT, it still can never replace David Fagan. So, as far as his genius is concerned. So Action Era was born out of a need and a desire that I had in trying to bring my messages and my businesses into the world, and discovering that mobile apps is by far the single most powerful, most engaging, the largest platform in the world that people are using today to access information, to buy products, to be educated, to learn about and experience businesses such as all of us and everybody that's watching here, most likely. The numbers that relate to these devices that we hold in our hand every single day is just astronomical, with it being the fastest growing technology in the history of technology has been these phones and these apps that are on these phones. So it was 6 years ago that I really started to explore this world, because I was seeing how the changing world of social media and online marketing and all the other things that were instrumental for me as a business owner and me making money and reaching people and transforming people's lives was changing and becoming less effective. And I was just really kind of exploring, well, where are people, this 6 years ago, and it's obviously only skyrocketed since then, but I was wondering where people were spending their time and where they were engaging the most, because that's where I needed to go in order to be able to reach more people. Instead of, thinking, well, I know all the answers because this is what I've always done before, I had to start opening my mind up to new possibilities. And the answer is clearly on these devices, with 86% of the world population, as a good example, have smartphones nowadays. 90% of the time that they're spending on those devices are spent inside of apps. So that alone, I mean, if you look at just the numbers of computers that are sitting on people's desks, it's something right around 4.5-5 billion compared to over 7 billion smartphones. So this is clearly where people are spending their time. And if we want to go as experts, if we want to reach people, to share our knowledge, to sell our programs, to educate people in a way that helps us make money and helps them transform their lives, we've got to be going to the places that they're spending their time. And Mo was talking about ChatGPT. I was reading a stat the other day. Well, ChatGPT, AI in general, but that being the most popular right now, the fastest growing social platform in the world today has been TikTok. They were the fastest to 1 billion users, and ChatGPT is about to break that record. So and it's there's, you can have your opinions about this, but there's there's the good and there's maybe not so good things about AI, but it opens up the world for us to be more effective, to produce, more content, to produce sharper content in a way that that's going to reach more people, and for us to, just be better at what we do. I don't think it's going to replace what we do. I think it's just going to enhance it, especially if you learn how to actually use it in a way that does that. And that's what we're looking to do, is to integrate that kind of technology, not just ChatGPT, but other AI tools into our software, into our apps for our clients who are running their own apps on the app stores, like the Los Angeles Times Tribune Book Club, using to be able to just tap into that and leverage it in some really powerful ways. So, it's not a matter of should we be going into, as business owners, as people that want to, create more abundance in our lives and in the world and in our family's lives, whether or not we should go to apps. That's already there. It's time. Why aren't we doing it now? And if that's not what you're doing, then I would highly recommend you explore that.
So a couple things. First of all, for the record, you guys, even though our last names are both Evans, we are not related. Right?
But we're super cool. Yeah,
we are super cool.
Yeah,
yes. Yeah. And I love where you're going with this. Another nugget for those of you that send emails or you're making online content. One of my business mentors told me you need to take the font up to 17 or 18 because people are watching and reading on their phones. And if it's not big enough font, they check out, right? So being that more people are doing things on their phone, some people are in the position that they can get in the app business. For our newer entrepreneurs, what advice do you have for them? Is there a gateway? If they can't come straight to a builder like you, are you that gateway? But is there a gateway for them moving their world toward app and to being on an app or having an app? And
Sure.
What's that lowest hanging effective fruit for them?
That's a great question, and that's interesting because I didn't set out 6 years ago to start an app business. I started an app business because I found out how difficult and how expensive it was to develop an app, because apps are not the same as websites. They're software programs like Microsoft Word or Microsoft Excel that are installed on computers, which is called an iPhone and an Android phone. So it's very expensive and time consuming to build an app. And when I was excited about launching an app, I found out the app that I wanted was going to cost me just over $100,000 to build. And today, that's still true. If you want an app that you custom build from the ground up that has all the bells and whistles and all the things that most of you would want your app to do for your business, you're going to be spending tens of thousands of dollars. Now, that's the obstacle. That's two obstacles. That's one of them. The second obstacle is that people need to learn about the app world. There's not all apps are created equal, because you can go on social media and see an app that you can get for $29 a month type thing. But there's different types of apps out there. There's static apps, there's dynamic apps. You want a dynamic app so you have the ability to be able to change content on the fly. There are template apps, there are platform apps, that sort of thing. And you want to avoid the template apps because they will often get rejected by the app stores such as Apple and Android. So part of it is just being educated on what type of apps are out there and what are they capable of doing, and is it going to save you money, and is it going to make you money, is it going to help you reach more people? And that's what we've set out to do, is to build a platform that's dynamic in nature, that's very, very low cost, that anybody could get into. In fact, the cost to get into our platform is not only low, but it would also save the typical online expert about $300 a month in other technologies that they would have to spend in order to be able to piecemeal together all the different ways that they would share their message online. So we created our company, and we have evolved our company over the years to provide a world in which you can move your business into the app space without it costing an insane amount of money, with it being easy. So you don't have to be a techie, which is always one of the obstacles that gets in people's ways is, oh, I don't know how to do this and how should I do this? And in a way that really consolidates your world in one place that people can access everything right at their fingertips on their phones.
Well, this is really huge and important because I know this is your world. So when you say go learn this, go learn that, and people are with us over the next 3 days. I mean, I remember when I was first launching as an entrepreneur, it's like you've got to learn funnels and management and outsourcing and know your brand and your audience and how to, be generous, but also monetize. And so, and if you have a family and a life outside of that, that's a whole ability as well. So, it's great that you've already done the deep dive here. And it sounds like you've also created, if people are listening and they're going, you know what, the next level for me is an app. Like if you're in the fitness industry, the health industry, if you have a service business, if you're in content creation or education of any type, those are all accountability groups, coaching, like all of those things are opportunities to move the community into an app, which I love because even though I love Facebook and I love all these other tools, when you can move the community into a space where they're not being fed all these other advertisements to take them outside of your ecosystem, and you can make it easy for them to win, that's awesome. So I love those of you who are on that bridge and you're like, you know what, an app would up level my business, or you're thinking maybe it would. How do they find out about your offering or how to enter in? Like, you've given us a free educational piece or something like that, right?
Yeah. And we, so that's what our company is. Our company is one half a technology company that has built this platform, and the other half of our company is a training company that teaches you all those things that you want to learn to be effective online, to reach people, to make money and that sort of thing, but leveraging this platform as the tool that delivers it all to the end person or to your ideal client. So anybody that becomes part of our world, whether they're coming in under a free account, which is something that we have available, or a trial period, gets that education so that they're not just getting, hey, here's the login and good luck, right? It's here's the login, and then why don't you jump on live calls with us every week and we'll teach you and ask us questions and let us support you. My team and my partners, we're 30 plus years in this industry. So we are here to really serve people at the high level. And if someone wants to learn, is it okay for me to give the website address?
Yes, go ahead, Robert. Okay. Thank you for asking.
I want to make sure I'm not crossing any. Yeah, I mean, our website is actionera.com. So that's action and then ERA.com. And it shows everything on there, and there's opportunity to sign up and not pay anything to get started and play around with this, and we will educate you on the whole process for sure.
Incredible. Well, I want to thank you, Robert Evans, for joining us here, and thank you, Adora, for facilitating that. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back with our keynote closing speaker of the day. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
What you are going to see is an example of a course created on Top Talent Agency.
All right. We're back.
Awesome. We're going to see a couple more videos. We'll be back in about 4 minutes with our keynote closing speaker.
What you are going to see is an example of a course created on Top Talent Agency's learning management system. These are the kinds of courses that can be created for you.
another language pattern. And don't forget, the whole reason for these language patterns is to keep people with you, keep people engaged, keep people moving forward, right? Being interactive. And the language pattern we want to get into right now is the echo.
While this particular segment is with David Fagan, president of Top Talent Academy, he's teaching a program on using an echo while you're speaking. These are the same principles that we apply to any program that you wish to create.
So I just did an echo there, and that's where you say something powerful.
For example, here, as the video plays, you will see segments where there are tags on the bottom. What these are places that the viewer can go to click on to remember what that point is about. And you'll see the screen lights up with that message. On the bottom of the screen, you'll also see a question mark with the word question immediately above that. The film stops at that point, and the viewer must answer a question before they can proceed. Should they select an incorrect answer, they are advised it's incorrect, and then they can continue because the correct answer is provided. When they select the proper answer, they are free certainly to continue watching the rest of the video. These questions and answers are what you'll provide to us when we create your film.
But an echo can be a very powerful way to keep it interactive, to keep the audience listening to you, to help them anchor what it is you're saying so that they can remember what it is you're teaching, because you can't take action on something you don't remember. We'll be back with the next one in a minute.
But wait, there's more. Yeah, there's a lot more. You've seen the basic value of what can be done for you here. What we can also do is add a self-assessment where the viewer evaluates themselves going through what it is they're going through in their business. You may also upload and have your participants in the course download PDFs, audios, anything that you wish for them to have. Yet another option is to have participants in your course upload responses, either written or video or audio, and once a month or perhaps once a week, you have a group call together to keep this totally interactive. You can also create a final exam to evaluate, for you to know what they're doing and for them to know what they're doing. And if you wish they successfully navigate the exam, you can reward them with a certificate of completion. The exams are multiple choice. Some of them are one correct answer. Some of them are multiple correct answers. The way you design the course, you'll create all the material, of course. And also built into this is an automated, when the participant creates a video answering your questions, you now have built-in testimonials that you can use. Reach out to us. Learn how you can have programs and courses custom designed for you. Go to Top.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
And welcome back. And that was such a soothing and relaxing and calming video that we saw of Adora. I mean, the voiceover work done on that clip was very calming and relaxing. And of course, we saw Jane King from NASDAQ, who will be joining us again tomorrow morning as part of the Money Forum Live broadcast. And, you know, it's interesting, Adora, when we sat down with the team and decided who are the speakers that we want part of this broadcast, who are the speakers that we want to bring together to uplift, educate, and inspire this community. And you know, we opened up with Jane King of NASDAQ and David Meltzer, and we decided that the person that would be apropos to kind of weave the day together and close it out is none other than Bill Walsh, a very well-known, well-respected figure. And I know you recently just saw Bill Adora. So tell me, how excited are you for this next segment? I personally am pumped up. I personally am excited. I've had mutual friends with Bill for years, and it's exciting to finally get to work with him and get to know him better. But I want to know, Adora, how excited are you to pick his brain and to sit back, listen, and learn and speak with him? Adora, please.
Yeah, so we'll bring a team in because this guy is genius, right? But at the Super Bowl event in Phoenix, I was hearing, oh, we're going to go to this awesome suite. We're going to meet this incredible guy. I'm walking through this line. I look up and Nikki's going, hey, right here. And I'm like, Bill Walsh. We've known each other 20 years. So there were people lined up to get into his suite because he has done a lot to empower different speakers, teachers, open stages for other people. So I think this is going to be a really important segment if you're someone who likes to speak and get on stages, or if you're someone who wants to put on events and create stages.
And so much more as well. And I'm going to bring in Carissa Johnson to join this dialogue, join this conversation. And, you know, something that I personally admire a lot about Bill is the tenacity and the work ethic. I mean, you never know what city he's in. You never know what state he's in. He's out there in the trenches helping people at this stage in his career. And with that, Bill Walsh, welcome to the Money Forum Live. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. And we're going to kick it off by just asking, you know, you've been, for so many years, you've been helping so many different people in various different industries. And the first question we have for you is, what is a common thread? What is probably the most common problem that you hear from folks that you're helping? What is something that you hear over and over again, regardless of what city, regardless of what industry, and how do you help folks with that common problem? Bill Walsh, please.
I think, first of all, Adora, great to see you. And Mo, thanks for those kind words. And yeah, Adora and I have been friends for, well, I want to say 2 decades now. And we just did host a Super Bowl party for Lee Steinberg. It was incredible. I also got an award from the event, a leadership award, and as a special bonus, a jersey from Patrick Mahomes, a signed jersey nonetheless. And of course, you know, when I talk to entrepreneurs anywhere in the world, it always comes down to some of the same challenges, right? That they feel like they're stuck. They feel like they don't have enough capital. They don't have the right team. They don't have the right systems. So I think when I think about the overall business, you look at these small business all over the country, is that a lot of them are challenged with, they may not know who their avatar is. But I think the number one challenge I see for most companies, it's marketing. So when I talk to businesses, I'll tell them up front that 90% of your success is marketing. You've all seen this. Great products, no sales. Horrible products, great sales. What's the difference, right? Marketing. So when you think of marketing for small business, I always tell everybody that, you know, number one, start with a product or service that solves a problem or it makes something better. You know, after doing 10 years of turnarounds and 20 plus years of live events all over the world, I get to hear some of the similar things over and over, but entrepreneurs have to really figure this out for themselves. What's the next step? So when I look at business owners, I always tell them, number one, what is your area of expertise? Pick the area of expertise, pick that niche. There's a lot of money in the niche. So figure out once again where you're going to be and what you're most serious about. But as an expert, get positioned. There's cool tools out there. One's called Mingle, MINGL.no. You could use that tool today. And mine is /Bill Walsh 360. But you can set up your own influencer site with links to all your social media, all your videos, all your posts, build your community, global text messaging, all for free. Then get a book cover done. You know, there's so many things you can do today. Go to Canva, go to Haro and get yourself listed as a subject matter expert. So a lot of times we're good at what we do. We're great at helping people, but we don't actually get out to the marketplace. We don't take the time to go market themselves. So when you start using free tools that are out there to get started, it gives you a much better chance to win.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Thank you for that answer. And so nice to connect with you, Bill. I met you at the Marketers Cruise very briefly, so it's an honor to have you here today.
Absolutely.
And I a lot of notes on what you were saying at the cruise, and I know that the audience is really going to take away some things here. And so I'd like to go a little bit deeper with you with that concept. You know, that was a really great question that Mel asked in terms of themes, but how has marketing changed over the last 5-10 years? And what sort of changes do you see happening and taking place currently and over the next few years so that people can start to prepare themselves for these changes and be ahead of the curve?
Yeah, I think most people realize that what worked even 3 or 4 years ago is not the same today. We have moved to a complete digital age, which I do believe that people still need people. They want to meet with people live. But if your online game is not good, you better adjust. You know, there's an old saying, if the horse is dead, dismount. So a lot of things used for marketing in the past are not going to work today. So everything's going to that mobile phone. So ask yourself, is your sales funnels, is your opt-ins, are your short videos working? Are you making it easy for people to find you in those short snippets? TikTok 15-second videos, reels on Instagram, you know, 1 minute or less. If you're using Facebook at all, now it's really understanding how to brand yourself as well as to market yourself. Polyagonal marketing when it comes to Facebook, knowing for a fact who your avatar is and how to get to them directly. So I would tell you that today, if you're not moving down Chat GPT and using some of these new AI sources for driving content, as well as think about this in everything you do, digital list building, begin to start putting out good free content. I've been testing things with social media where I just put up pure, good, solid content, no links, no nothing. And I've 25x'd my likes and comments and shares. And these are just little things that I've used because the minute you put a link on there, it kills the logarithm on Facebook where they're not going to share your stuff. But if you put no links, they share everything. Add your links after 30 minutes. And then use a service like Pingler, which is only like $3 a month, and you can ping all those same posts. So now everything you did before that worked, I would tell you go back to some of those things. We went back to live events right away. When all the craziness happened, we went back to live events, just very smaller events at country clubs. Because believe it or not, even though you couldn't go to church in Texas, you could still go play golf because it was a necessary business. So begin to think when everyone tells you how bad things are, it's not about just pivoting. It's about being willing to innovate. But think about innovation every day, which means it's not about lowering price anymore. The price game is for Amazon and Walmart, but for small business, it's all about how do you add more value? How do you keep value stacking more things? So if you own a spa, for example, when they come in and they get a cut or they get a treatment, don't give them money off. Give them things towards their next service. Give them value add, a free shampoo, or even a gift bag. Little gift bags, believe it or not, in traditional business, it can make such a difference to bring that client back. So when you look at business today, think differently about digital transformation, influencer partnerships, begin to invest in other people's networks. I love what Mo and I love what the Los Angeles Tribune is doing and David Fagan, these guys, because they're doing something called collective collaboration. I heard this term 20 years ago, but it's still so relevant today that if you want to go fast, go by yourself. But if you want to go far, go with a great team. So today, invest in powerful networks. Show up for other people's success stories. And before you know it, once you have that, it's a game changer. You cannot spend enough money to catch an influencer's backing of your product or service. If Oprah says she likes your book, Krista, you're an instant New York Times bestseller. But at the same token, you go spend all this money on trying to run ads and everything, where I would tell you today more than ever, investing in relationships with those connected to your audience, it is an absolute game changer for small business.
Thank you for that. And if you're just joining us, this is Money Forum Live, and we have the keynote speaker of the day, Bill Walsh, to close us out. I know Dora Evans is going to join us in a couple minutes, and Carissa and Dora are going to pick your brain for our audience.
No problem.
And Bill, I'm going to use a metaphor of the old school rock band. The old school rock band would earn their fan base and contribute to the community and contribute to their fans by going city by city, shoulder to shoulder, elbow by elbow, hand grease, right? And so regardless of the changes of technology, regardless of social media, regardless of AI, something that I've noticed about you is that you still do the old school, I'm going to visit you, I'm going to see you, I'm going to look you in the eye, I'm going to shake your hand. And so that has never changed.
No, I agree.
For you, I still see you going city to city, doing the old school way. And so let's talk a little bit about that strategy of, even though we're adapting the new, we're not forgetting about the fundamentals, because that's something that is been a consistent theme for you, is that activity. Speak a little bit on that, please.
So what I figured out a long time ago was that, and this comes from Eisenhower, he said, one trip to the field is worth 3 reports. There is nothing a customer loves more, Mo, than when you'll take the time. I'm going to be in the city anyway. Let me just come over, Chris, and take a look at your business. Let me just come out and take some photos in front of your business, right? Because now all of a sudden what happens is you build much deeper relationships. And I'm a huge believer that I'll take quality over quantity every day. Why do we run these power lunches still? Because, you know, what I figured out is that it brings out a higher caliber individual. And you're talking about a spend of less than $1,000 per event to generate more than $20,000. How many days would you show up where you spent $1,000 to make an extra 20? And not only that, you know, what happens is you wind up investing in the relationships. Our business, even though we're big in the seminars and we run 300 live events a year, our core business is still doing deals. So we find individuals through our events that we can partner with somehow. We can channel partner with, we can do JVs, we can invest in, we can help grow the company, take a revenue share, maybe even take an equity stake. But I'll tell you this, it's hard to build those relationships when you're speaking on a 1,000-person stage, because in reality, you lose that personal touch. And you're 100% right that if you'll take the time, and that's why quietly we just kept going city to city. You know, we didn't have to have these big events or big event costs. I would tell you guys today, be frugal, invest more time with your best customers. It'll literally pay you way more money than trying to spread yourself so thin and not have the quality time. That really is where the deepest relationships come from. Why do we sponsor a 5-hour party, the Lee Steinberg Super Bowl party, and get all these big suites and do all these things? Because I'd rather meet 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 great people versus trying to talk to 1,000 for 45 minutes. When I walk off that stage and 2 hours later, I didn't create some of the personal connections. So going city to city on tour, it still works. You know, a friend of mine that he just passed away about 1.5 years ago, literally sold his companies a few years ago for $4.5 billion. But what he told me 25 years ago, he said, Bill, the secret to magic success, he said, see the people and tell the story. See the people and tell the story. And I wrote that down. I've lived it my whole life because I will always bet on high quality relationships with a select few versus less in-depth relationships with people you barely know, especially for long-term business growth.
You know, something else I've also noticed that you do, Bill, is that you find what works and you double down on it, right? You don't try to go outside of the scope of what you know works for you. So talk a little bit about doubling down on your strengths. Now, this could be a particular niche. It could be a particular market that resonates with you and your services and your work and what you have to offer to society. But that's another thing I've noticed you do. You double down on what works and you just keep doing it, reverse engineering it. And speak a little bit on that, please.
And it's always about being consistent. You're going to find the most successful entrepreneurs, they're persistently consistent. So you guys, we launched our Rainmaker business course 2005. We didn't launch our masterminds till 2008. Our Platinum Studio course till 2011. I was approached by a group called the Small Business Expo to be their main sponsor in 2012. Everyone told me not to do it. But I also realized at that point that I could stay in the seminar world and just be on these different stages, or I could go a whole lot bigger and talk to all small business. And then we brought on Google and AT&T and T-Mobile, and Shark Tank had their tryouts there. And we brought on Instagram and Facebook and all these big companies, because once again, who you partner with and who you show up with is who you become. So we stepped outside the comfort zone. That's what I would tell all entrepreneurs listening today, is that it's okay to venture outside the comfort zone. And we tested it for 3 years with an expense of nearly $1 million. So it wasn't like it was a little investment. It was a big investment, but it paid off. It paid the dividends for years and years and years, because as we built that group, we also built the list. And so I would tell you, one of the secrets of unicorns today is about list building. It really is about, if you look at the biggest companies today, they've done one thing and they've done it well, Mo. They've built something called active communities. The greatest amount of growth in all the unicorn companies is because their active community is so big. And so once again, as we went down that path, it was a champion. It was a winner. As we looked at running breakfast clubs, it's a winner. And I've had plenty of failures too, guys. I tell people I fail every week because I'm always trying something. If it doesn't work, I cut it quick. But man, if it's working, I'm all in. You know, and that's a big difference, is that a lot of people will not give something time to let it grow. And sometimes it takes time. I tell people, you're launching a business and it's not working perfect and you're 1 or 2 years in, that's okay. That's part of the deal. You know, when you hear all these get rich quick stories, it's all bullshit. I'm telling you right now, if it takes you a few years to build a business and serve real clients, 20 years later, I know for a fact that it takes time to build any company, any brand, any product or service. But don't give up on what's working. You're 100% right. And what is working, and is definitely, as I go back to this, I think about it, I've never stopped investing in other people's networks. I've never stopped leveraging and bringing people on our stages. We have more women on our stages, on live stages, on a yearly basis than any other company in the country, because I know for a fact that women are great speakers, women are incredible trainers, and some of them are becoming the most powerful sellers from the stage. All they need is the exposure. So often what's missing for a lot of speakers is they go to all these trainings, but they never actually go out there and do it. They never get a chance to get enough stages to get, those first 100 talks in. And that's why I think, once again, when we went down the digital idea, we had 11 days. In March of 2020, we had 11 days to go from all these live events to all digital, because we stopped all the live events. But in 11 days, we put 2,000 people on an online broadcast. We took that same product. We still run it today in small studios each month, but it's still an online broadcast once a month. And we took all the content, cut into 20-minute segments, and we give it all away for free.
Final thing I'll bring up, Bill, before I sit back and let these two lovely co-hosts of mine pick your brain.
And, hey, listen, and thanks for having me on, Mo. I appreciate it a whole lot. And I want to thank David Fagan also for making the introduction.
Absolutely, and it's my pleasure. And another thing that I notice you do, Bill, is you bet on yourself. When you, for example, go and sponsor a Lee Steinberg event, you're betting on yourself. You're betting 100%. That you will be able to come out of that situation with more resources, whether that's relationship equity, whether that's branding, whether that's, business that's being done. And so that's another point that I think a lot of folks watching should take home, is betting on yourself, right? Investing and putting yourself in key opportunities, key positions. Because if you're not even betting on yourself in the first place, how can you ever expect success to happen? And so I want you to talk a little bit on the mindset you have when you bet on yourself. What are the things that you look for when you put yourself in the room? How does Bill Walsh's brain work when he's in the room? Don't tell all the secrets, right?
I don't mind. Here's the thing: is I don't mind sharing the secrets. See, the bottom line is that I love a crowded market. If you can help let's say you're a business coach, you can help my customer. I'm going to tell them how great you are as a business coach, because believe it or not, when you have that shortage of belief in terms of how big the opportunity is, it only hurts you in the long run. So have the true abundant mindset. And so most people would not spend 50 grand to sponsor a 5-hour party. But I look at it this way and think of it, well, let's look at the outcomes, right? If I can get X number of good potential partners, sometimes just marketing partners, it'll pay for it with just one event. And so when you start thinking about who's in the room, when you really look at sponsorship dollars, who's going to be there? What are the opportunities? Does it make sense? And I'll tell you, when you start thinking about, do you bet on yourself? If you don't believe in yourself, why would someone else bet on you? And if you'll put yourself out there, then all of a sudden more doors open. Sometimes when I sponsor events, I get more speaking opportunities from that event. I get more connections. And sometimes I always find great speakers for our events. So there's a lot more to it than just sponsor the event and think, my gosh, if I don't make this money right now, I need you to think much longer term. And you might say, but Bill, I don't have that kind of money. I understand that. You can start really small. You can sponsor local events for $200, $500. You can run Eventbrites for next to nothing. You can run digital webinars for free every week. You can go out to Facebook. If you guys use Eventbrite rightnow.com, and I have no ownership in the company, you can literally create your own event, attach it to your Zoom channel, and they'll do the marketing on LinkedIn. They'll market to the Eventbrite database, and they'll market to your Facebook. And here's the fun part, it's all free. So when you start thinking about what tools do you have at your disposal, begin to think once again is that you have to go back to that thing about being consistent. So my mindset when I sponsor events, it's always, who else is going to be there? How many clients will we have the opportunity to at least talk to? Is there an opportunity to present? All those things matter, because I will tell you that so many times it's about just putting yourself in the right room. And then once it works, you're right. Do it year after year after year after year. Because here's the thing, guys, 5 years goes by fast. You don't realize it. And it's not the time you spent with the wrong person or the wrong group. It's the time you didn't spend with the right group. And that has been the biggest thing that I've looked at. And I've been pretty good at, figuring out who the real hard workers are, the consistent people that I'd love to support their visions, their work, and their dreams, because it'll come back to you 100-fold.
I'm going to step back now, Bill, but I want to let you know I've watched you and I respect you, and you're a very hard worker. And everything that I said up until this point is true as far as the observations go.
Thank you.
So I'm going to step back and I'm going to take notes, and I'm going to let Adora, who herself is a phenomenal connector and herself has her own strategies as far as putting herself in opportunities amongst the people. And Carissa, take the lead. I'm stepping back now. Adora, please.
She has that $1 billion Rolodex.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks,
and
Mo.
You're a B, so you're in the top of that, right? Because it goes by first names in my Rolodex, and then last names, right? But thank you so much for that. So I love what you're talking about, not just with consistency, but investing in sponsorships, because a lot of times entrepreneurs, speakers, they start thinking when they're at a certain level that, okay, I'm only going to be paid, but they don't think of investing anymore. And I think the ego gets in the way there of some brilliant open doors that you're talking about.
Listen, I got a message today, Adora, from a guy who said, I'd like to waive my $10,000 speaker fee so I could speak at your event because I'm a global attraction. And I said, well, since you're a global attraction, when's your next global event? And I'll come and speak at your event. I said, or how about you go rent the Javits Center and I'll come to your event. I said, at the end of the day, when you think about, I've got to be paid to speak, right? So if I have a choice, Bill, we're going to pay you $25,000 to speak for the hour. We have 500 people here at this event, or you speak for free, but you can offer a program or service. I will always take the opportunity to offer a program versus getting the paid fee, because here's what people want today. They don't want more books and tapes. What they want to buy is an experience. So begin to think, how can I create such a great experience for my clients that not only will they be a part of it, they'll probably share with 5 or 10 other people. And
Bill, you just threw in the word tapes. Carissa's too young to remember the days of books and tapes. I know you know what they are, but you reverted back to your ancient
How about digital downloads? Come and get your digital download, right?
Now, keep it fresh, Bill. I know you just reverted back on a neural pathway.
Listen, that's
you went
okay.
way back. You went back to 20 years ago when we knew each other.
Believe it or not, there are still people that sell CDs. Did you know that, Adora?
I do. No, but it is funny. It is interesting. Sometimes the brain will go there because of that is about the time we met each other when tapes were a thing.
Yes.
So sponsoring events, being consistent, being really good at what you do. And there was something else that you talked about right now in this market of making money and in the topic of making money. You talked about the room and you become who you hang around. And I know that can sound like a mindset thing, but how does that impact money?
Well, you know this. You hang out with 4 broke people, you'll be the 5th. I mean, that's as simple as it is. But when you start to think about, are you putting yourself in the right room once a month? So I really challenge everyone that's listening today is that put yourself into one social impact event, one charitable event per month where the right people are going to be. I don't care if you got to fly to Dallas or Chicago or New York. Plan your whole year of charitable events. And don't go alone. Invite some friends. In addition to that, always go an hour early. Always stay an hour late. It's not a fashion show. Understand you're there to support whatever that charity is. But if you'll show up early, you'll meet all the best people. If you'll stay late, you'll meet all the best people. You meet the folks that run the whole event. And I know sometimes you say, well, Bill, I can't afford that. You can't afford not to be there because you can go and you can volunteer. You can go and try to sell a table. You know, when you start to think about it, people pay attention to people that support things they're working on and causes they believe in. And believe it or not, the causes you help them support sometimes are more important than the work that they do. So you begin to think a year in advance, who has events where the right connections are going to be there, and I need to go support it because I love the charitable work they do. But what you're going to find is that before you know it, the room is full of great people. The room is full of individuals that probably are already successful, and they love the idea of giving back. So I would highly recommend, once again, you research this a year in advance, and then make sure you show up. Because what most people do is they always come up with reasons. And I tell people in life and in business, it's always reasons or results. Which ones are you leaning on? So, you know, that has definitely been a game changer for me, as to if someone has a cool charity event, we're going to find a way to be there and find a way to support what they're working on, especially if I believe in them, the charity, and certainly the connections. I just went to an event a few months ago in Dallas, right? Nancy Lieberman, who is Ice Cube's business partner, and, you know, they call her, you know, she's like Miss Magic. I mean, this the youngest player to play it in the Olympics, playing Olympic basketball. But when I went there, I didn't know I was going to meet Martina Navratilova or Jackie Joyner Kersey, you know, and being introduced by the person that runs the event. Now, I took a flight to get there. I had to buy the tickets, of course, but it didn't matter. It's about showing up for other people's causes will open up more doors than sitting home and thinking about it.
Before I turn it to Carissa, and I'm going to get off because I want to let you two get to talk. I love opportunities when we can show that contribution and giving and generosity impacts the bottom line, because so many entrepreneurs are in that level of how am I going to pay, you know, my VA, my COO, how am I going to pay all these bills? And so they think I can't go to these events, but I love when we can prove this absolutely impacts your bottom line. And what you just said about the access of people that you get to know, and then how those networks open doors for you, is very powerful. So I hope you all that have huge hearts, but you're busy trying to make money before you go, so you can then go make a difference. And you heard it right here. This is a business strategy.
Adora, sometimes those people are right in your own backyard. You know, so if you can't afford to go, become a good marketer. I'll do everything that I can to make sure I can sell a table for that event. Because if I can sell a table for that event, invite other people, sometimes it's easier to sell what someone else is doing than what you're doing. If you say, listen, I'm going to be in concert on Thursday night, I'm going to go sing at this place, and I call my friends and be like, yeah, okay, whatever. But if I say on Thursday night I got a concert with this celebrity, all of a sudden Thursday night's open for them. All of a sudden they can find the room for it. But what it does for the person that runs the event, it shows that you care. It makes a difference in their eyes. And I would always tell you this. I didn't know Mark Victor Hansen, author of Chicken Soup for the Soul. I went to his events. I did this, I did that. But I had the opportunity to host a book sponsorship for him. And I said, if you come to Chicago, we'll sell a lot of your books. I'll put a luncheon together. This was 4 months before the event. It was only 3 days before the event. He said, yes, we can definitely come. And sure enough, I was out of the country. I still called a restaurant in the city. We booked the restaurant. We filled it because I called my friends. I said, I only have tables available. It's $1,000 a table. Do you want a table? Yes or no? It's good for you and 10 people to meet two of the best-selling authors of all time. We literally sold 27 tables in 44 minutes. When he walked in, the place was full. He said, I'm not even sure who you are or how you did this. He said, but you and I, we're going to do a lot of business together. That was 15 years ago. So begin to think differently about the power that you have. And it may not always be that you got all the money. It may be that you're willing to be more tenacious than the next person in serving other people. It works.
Yeah. It sort of reminds me of that Napoleon Hill quote. I don't remember exactly what it is, but the best way to become successful is to also support other people in becoming successful and elevating themselves.
Yeah,
and I want
it's an old saying that if you help enough other people get what they want, you'll get what you want. It's kind of a Zig Ziglar and Napoleon Hill. But yeah, you're 100% right, Chris. And if you'll do that, you know, people pay attention to that. They see it happen.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. And I sort of want to circle back to what Mo was saying about you betting on yourself. What I'd also like to add is it seems like you really bet on a lot of other people as well and their ideas and their visions, which is equally as important. So I'm curious if you'll indulge us a little bit. What are some of the people and products and services and things that you're investing in right now that you're really excited to share about? Can we use a little bit of this time to talk about other people that you're really betting on that you're thinking are making a big difference right now?
Absolutely. So as you know, we primarily on the VC side, Power Team has two sides. One is the VC, the investment side. The other side, Power Team International, is like our Rainmaker business course, our platinum speaker programs, our masterminds. But when I look to invest in people, number one, I always invest in the leader. Who's the leader, right? Because I will tell you this. A great leader with a good product is going to make it. A great product with an okay leader is going to fail almost 95% of the time. They will find a way to mess it up. So I'll tell you that we like to invest primarily in companies that have membership-based products, They might also have a SaaS-based business model, but almost always they have a product or service they can sell back to small business. Mobex Pro is one of our latest investments in the last 18 months. It's an all-in-one sales funnel system through mobile. So literally for $100 a month, you can build a whole automated sales funnel. They opt in one time. It can give away your book. It can give away your social media links, YouTube links, your influencer site. It connects them with your sales team. It can put it on your calendar. You never even talk to them until they've been surveyed. And so platforms like that small business can use. I'm a big believer that every business that's out there should think of ways to do three things. Number one, and really this is so important, is that prospect, acquire, and retain clients. If you look at the two biggest ones, it's acquire and retain. A newer product we just invested in is a company called Property Source USA, where what they do is they make it easy for off-market buyers and sellers to connect on real estate deals. Once again, another SaaS-based product designed around community. So if you have a big community, whether you're in real estate or not, you can launch your own community and literally have access to global property deals that are all off-market within seconds. And so now there's ways that you can team up and generate revenue by being a marketing partner for these things. So I like the idea of products or services and or speakers. I like to invest in speakers and their businesses. We're looking to buy more seminar companies now. As you get to a certain point, it's easier to grow through acquisition because many speakers are missing one thing: exposure. So if I can do a revenue share with them or maybe invest in their company or a partnership of some sort, I like speakers that have a good story, that are great at what they do. They solve a problem. They serve a niche where maybe all they're missing is stages. Maybe all they're missing is someone to believe in them. And there's a lot of opportunity there as well. So begin to think differently in terms of, where do you invest your dollars? But for me, there's no doubt. I love to invest in people or leaders that are certainly, they probably had success before they got to me. Maybe they're damaged now. Maybe they had some challenges in the past, but I'll take eagles over ducks all day long.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they're wounded.
I love that. And something that you touched on that I want to go deeper with is the idea that you're investing in leaders, right? Whether they have whatever kind of product or service they have, it's good. You're investing in the leader. And if I heard you correctly, you said that you won an award recently for leadership. And so I know that there's a lot of connection here between leadership and ability to create resources and financial freedom. And so talk a little bit about leadership, what you think are really important qualities as a leader, and then what is the connection here between your ability to make income and create long-term sustainable wealth and a legacy for yourself?
Yeah, a couple things. I was just awarded last week. I haven't made this announcement yet, but 8 years in a row, I've been recognized by Guru Magazine in the top 30 business coaches in the world. This year is number 16. So I went down from 12 to 16, but it's okay. And then over the weekend for the Super Bowl party, I was at Lee Steimer's. I got the leadership award from the Steinberg organization in entrepreneurship. So it was really an honor. But I would tell you that leaders they're a little crazy, number one. They're willing to get up early, go to bed late. I find that leaders are always readers, whether that's reading, in a book, this old thing, Adora, called a book, or they're listening on Audible. That's all cool too. But they're feeding their mind with great stuff. And if they're having a bad day, it doesn't last very long. And if they're around negative people, they will find ways to move out of that situation or, be able to create a space where they can give back and make a difference. But when I'm around really powerful leaders that have had success, I will also tell you, if I had to define success, it's very simple, that persistence plus failure equals success. Persistence plus failure equals success. I've had plenty of failures, guys. I've been broke and wealthy. I promise you that broke sucks, but you'll always find your real friends. Your real friends come in. But when I look to leaders, it's people that don't need someone to push them. They're more inspired. True leaders are inspired by a vision so big they have no choice. It pulls them outside the comfort zone. I don't believe in alarm clocks. I believe when you're passionate, you're on purpose, and you're excited about what you're doing, people can't slow you down. You might have, and I'll tell you this, some days are better than others for sure, but it doesn't matter. Every day I consistently wake up and say, what else can we do to add more value for the clients? What else can we do an even better job of making sure that we're marketing everybody? When I have a chance to buy a back cover for an event, I don't put my picture on the back cover by myself. I don't just talk about our brand. I put all the people I'm highlighting, because you never know who tomorrow's superstar is. And the fun part about it is when you're part of their journey and you see them go knock it out of the park and they're serving lots of customers, those customers are what's called the ripple effect. So I love to invest in leaders that are thinking way beyond just having success for themselves or just success for their customers. It's once again the ripple effect of their work. And to me, when you start to see that stuff, it's priceless. It inspires you even more.
That's a great answer. Thank you so much. And I don't think that we have a lot of time with you left, but I'd love for you to offer.
Whatever you want to do, I'm good.
I'd love for you to offer us, what is something that you feel really inspired to share right now? For our audience, we have a lot of different people from all different walks of life, socioeconomic status. What is something that you'd like to share that you feel is really important that you've learned about wealth, about success, about happiness, that you wish that somebody would have told you, or is a really important lesson here that you haven't said today?
Well, here's the bottom line is that if I look back in timeline, I would tell you that quit trying to do it all by yourself. I learned probably around the year 2000 that, if I would look back and give advice, I would say, number one, be so good you attract a great team. Don't try to find a team. Be so good you attract a great team. And then, of course, allow that team to run with you. We've had members of our team that have been with us for 17 years, 10 plus years, 15 years. So for an 18-year-old business to have nearly all of our executives with us for more than 10 years or 12 years, that is not by accident. I truly believe that you've got to be open to other people's vantage points and viewpoints. And one of the reasons I wrote the book, The Obvious, I love the idea of The Secret, but it's also the fact that many times we know what we're supposed to be doing. We just don't want to go do all the hard work. Everybody wants to get in shape. Nobody wants to go to the gym. So I would tell you the same thing in business, that look at number one, your big goals of revenue. Look at number two, what are you generating per client? And then, of course, how many clients do you have to serve? And the minute you focus all your attention on the number of clients you have to serve to achieve your revenue numbers, it becomes so much easier for an entrepreneur. And I'm not sure if we're supposed to give something away here or give away a book or an opt-in or something. So whatever you guys want me to do, I'm just honored to be here.
Absolutely. And we still have a few minutes with you, Bill. We're going to have you with us for at least another 10 minutes or so, but we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. And of course, this is Money Forum Live, and we are closing out with the one and only Bill Walsh.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back, and we're closing out here. Of course, we're with Bill Walsh, and Bill, we're going to work behind the scenes to get you in the next edition of the Thought Leadership paper. Hopefully, we can make the deadline there. I know that your team and our team are in communication, because a lot of the thought leaders that folks have seen on this summit so far will be featured in this, and that will be available at the Best You Expo, which I know, Bill, you're going to be talking at the Best You Expo to speak a little bit about what folks can expect at the LA Convention Center. We have Bernardo Moya here. I'm personally looking forward to a conversation with you and Larry. That's going to be one that I'm not going to miss. I'm definitely going to make sure that I have my front row seat reserved for that. I'm going to have my pen, have my paper. So speak a little bit about the Best You Expo, Bill, and what folks can expect there.
I can tell you this, that I've known Bernardo for a number of years, and he's brilliant. I've been involved with their events in LA, originally in Long Beach, then, of course, in London. We are not only sponsoring the Best for Business the whole day on Saturday, featuring another half a dozen great speakers there all day long. We've got that whole stage booked for the day. We've got some other speakers coming on Sunday. We've now sponsored the VIP lounge. So if you're anywhere near the VIP lounge, come over and meet us. We got some gifts in there. We're working on creating a really cool surprise for you guys in the VIP lounge there, where you'll be able to shoot some of your videos and broadcast them worldwide from the expo. We also have sponsored the app. So the app for all the people that actually use the app for the event, which is really cool. You can connect with all the virtual booths. You can connect with other people. So we sponsored that as well. I can just tell you that the best You Expo is the place to be. There's going to be probably north of 7,000 to 10,000 people coming through there over the 3 days. And you don't want to miss any of these events or any of the speakers. David, I mean, there's so many speakers. Mo, I know that my good friend Lee Steinberg's going to be there. Greg Reed. I mean, just go down the line. Doria Cordova. I mean, so many great speakers. But I will tell you this, take your time to visit all the booths. Take your time and go booth to booth and walk and talk to people. Because sometimes if you'll take a little bit of time and find out what they do, invest a little time in the relationship, when you really understand the power of expos, and we've run hundreds of these things with large amounts of people there, what people do is they walk so quickly down the aisles. I would say get the booklet or get the online information now. Circle the people you want to go listen to, so you can actually plan your days out perfectly while you're there. And if you'll do that, you'll get so much value from the event. And then, of course, when you do meet people, there's a great app that I shared on the cruise called Hi Hello. Write down the app Hi Hello. It's totally free. You can build a personal little image reader for yourself, where you can connect with people, has your QR codes and information back and forth. There's also a business profile, so you can keep both those on the app and make that readily available when you meet people to connect immediately. And then always take a picture. I will tell you, the mistake people make when they meet people, they don't take a picture with them. This way you can send a picture back. That's another great little tip for these expos. Then make sure you follow up. Follow within 72 hours. So make sure you put a VIP list together or some kind of VIP tag. Sometimes in the company line of your phone, you can add their Expo 23 or, Best You Expo 23. Then you can search by that and make sure you follow with everybody that's there. So those are just a few tips and some great things you're going to see while you're there.
Awesome. Thank you, Bill. If you have any final closing words, now's the time to share it before we formally wrap up day one of Money Forum Live. Bill, any final thing you'd like to share with our audience?
Well, let me know. Do you want me to share an opt-in here or not? If not, I'm sure you guys can find all my stuff.
We're going to send an email out to everyone here, but very briefly, go ahead and let people know what they can expect in the email.
Yeah, so in the email, you guys will get a copy of my book, The Obvious. You'll also get a digital download. And also, we'll throw in a thing called MVP Success Pack, which is a bunch of audios and videos and some other free stuff. So just a bunch of really cool free stuff, including my book. But I would tell you this, guys, if you're listening today, please go share this event. Please go out and put some posts. Do a screenshot. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do a screenshot right now, if that's okay with you guys, while we're talking. I'm going to do a really quick screenshot of this. You will find that by doing these screenshots, this is a great way to take the screenshot, put it on your social media, and then, of course, share this with at least 10 people. Not just 10 people on your Instagram fan page. That's cool. But go out and text some people. See, what I find that text gives you about a 90% open rate. So text some folks that you know right before the event starts. Tomorrow, we're finishing out today. And believe it or not, if everyone does a little bit of that, it makes the event that much better. So I just want to say a huge thanks for having me on. Adora, Carissa, Mo, love you, buddy. Thanks for having me on today, and I'm glad to help any way that I can.
I appreciate you, Bill. Thank you, sir, and we'll talk very soon. We'll see you.
Sounds good. See you guys soon. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Bill Walsh. And we're going to bring back Ava to join as we wrap up here. I know that we have a lot of folks that are working behind the scenes. Hopefully David will come back. I know that he has a lot going on behind the scenes and helping making this possible. But if not, let's go ahead and one by one, just final closing thoughts of day one of Money Forum Live. Please, starting with you, Carissa.
I thought we had a very eclectic bunch of humans come on today, and a very in-depth conversation, as well as a lot of humor. I took a lot of notes around investing and AI. I was very resistant to AI, and this conversation Mo keeps referring to about his friend that was worried was actually me. So I know that I've been a lot of warming up to the idea of AI and how to use it and how to amplify my impact as well as my wealth creation. So I'm leaving and walking away with a lot of awareness and a lot of excitement around what's possible. Adora, how about you? What are you taking away from today?
So much. And I love that my game was changed around AI, and I'd already been convinced to open up to it. So it was a little, but I love that we've talked about real tangible things for entrepreneurs from every level. Even what Bill shared right then of take a screenshot and share, or go volunteer at an event, drive sales to a table. It's like those are things you can do even if you don't have the money to invest yet, even if you don't know, how to get involved. So that's something for everyone, because even great entrepreneurs have had those moments where they went from $1 million in the bank to nothing, and in those moments they feel uncomfortable, right? So knowing, okay, what do I do in these moments? And then I love that we got some high level, here's how you can move in the world of apps, AI, money, technology. Your bank account or credit score are not your worth. It was just so many good things. Yes.
And David
Hallelujah.
will be joining us here in a couple of minutes. So, Ava, what are some closing thoughts that you have before David will wrap us up?
Well, this day has been so valuable. Really, as a business owner, this is like transformative. The things and the tips that we got, how to do business, how to even do things for free. If we're limited with, we don't have enough resources or we don't have enough, capital. There were a lot of those that were given today, and it's just so encouraging, so empowering. I feel like all of our speakers really gave it all, like they didn't hold back, and was just absolutely generous. So thank you so much. Really enjoyed and grew so much from this day, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I second a lot of the sentiments here. I'm very proud of what the team accomplished, opening up with Jane King and David Meltzer and all of the wonderful speakers in between and here at the end. And it was a very eclectic group and a very eclectic, wide-ranging levels of information. We had practical real estate tips. We had investment tips. Of course, it was absolutely vital and necessary to go through practical ways to use ChatGPT. And so if you're not incorporating artificial intelligence in your business, go back, watch this. We literally break it down with an expert of marketing, with an expert of AI. And let's bring back in David Fagan and have David Fagan officially close this out. Of course, there would be no Money Forum Live without Adora Evans, without David Fagan. And so let's have David Fagan close us with the final word here before we wrap up and see everyone back tomorrow morning. David Fagan, please.
So remember, this is just day one. After we do all this, it's like, oh my goodness, it feels like it's just all coming to an end. Yet this is only the beginning, right? So this is just day one. We have some other cool segments coming in from Jane King. I was actually just texting with Bill Walsh about his gold nuggets, and he was like, hey, I thought I was only on for 15 minutes. I'm like, hey, what can I say? They love you. So yeah, a lot of cool things, still coming, happy to be a part of this, proud to be a part of this. I remember, Mo, you and Adora doing the first, winning tour. And, this style to this day is still a little confusing for people. Is it an event? Is it a broadcast? Is it an interview? Is it more media? Is it this? Is it that? And we tell people you really just have to come experience it. There's certain things in life, the words just can't do justice. And this is just one of those things. But this is the future of more and more shows, broadcasts. This is that popular, whether you like The View a little bit more or whether you like The Five, those are very opposite ends of the political spectrum there. But whether you like one or the other, this is what people want to see. They want to see the banter. They don't want to see one person get up and give a 60-minute monologue, right? They want to see some of that. I know it's a little odd for people too watching because sometimes we disagree, and that's when some people get engaged the most. It's like, oh, it doesn't sound like they agree on that. That's okay. And we've shared a little bit of a disclaimer, and now's a good time to share it again. And that is, the views of the people here, including myself, aren't necessarily the views of the Tribune or the views of Mo or the views of Adora or whatever. So I'm always honored to be a part of the discussion. And I think most things we do agree upon. But it's okay if we don't. And I I like Chris is saying, you know, being a little vulnerable, and I can relate to this myself. Like, you know, I don't know how excited I can be about AI. Like, people come to me for the words, man. Writing articles, writing books, you know, they come to me for the words. And so, you know, I'm going to sit back and kind of see what happens, and I'm going to leverage technology every chance I get. But I think this is the first time, and a lot of other people have faced this already across other industries, travel agents, right? A lot of people that have gone away. This is the first time that I feel like some of my own personal skill sets are being challenged. Like, shoot, I'm competing with a computer. Now it's not competing. I'm catching myself on that, but I'm saying that your guys' attention out there and say, hey, this is, you know, even we here have to embrace the direction of technology, the direction of the economy. And, you know, I think Bill was wondering how much I was listening. Here's my favorite quote from Bill. And I've never heard this before. You know, the saying of, you know, if the horse died, dismount. You know, when the horse dies, dismount. And, you know, it's such a great visual in a lot of ways. Like, you just imagine these people just kind of like, come on, giddy up. Come on, we got to get there. Sometimes we've got to dismount the vehicles we're riding to the finish line. Sometimes those things have played themselves out. And look at television. You know, who's watching television anymore? I used to watch it mostly just for sports, but now my football's on Amazon Prime, my football's on Paramount Plus, my basketball is on ESPN. I don't even have to go to television, mainstream television anymore, mainstream cable for my sports. That was the only thing that kept me there, and even that's gone. So this is the future. And Mo, when you set me up to summarize this and cap this, you got to know you're going to get an earful. So I blame you.
Well, David,
it's okay, David. Just blame me for everything. I'm good with it.
And don't forget Roku. Don't forget Roku. And also, yes, David, now I understand why you read us 4 emails on our last meeting, was to remind us of how genius you are, and AI is not going to be able to replace you.
Well, look, you know, there's a few golden gems, a handful of really incredible gems that I'm going to stay, that are going to stay with me forever, including that Bill quote, David. But hopefully I contributed to those gems when I said that David Fagan was the original Chat GPT. So before there was Chat GPT, we had to do it the old school way. We had to go buy the book that's available on Amazon about what words to use, right?
Yeah. Well, in all seriousness, to start to plug tomorrow, to start to tease tomorrow, what we're going to transition into is how we leverage these things. So things like Chat GPT are amazing, but if it's garbage in, it's garbage out. There is still a level of expertise that is required to know what to ask for, what to put in, what looks good. You know, the better you are at knowing what something's supposed to look like, whether it's a website that's being created, whether it's sales copy, whether it's an article to be written, there is still a very much needed talent for people to know what it's supposed to look like. And Mike Filsaime today, he was talking about this a little bit, but on the cruise, we were talking about this more. You got to play around with these things. So my advice for people that are writers, people that are journalists, people that have talk shows, people that are content creators, my advice is start playing with this, start experimenting with it, because not all things are created equal. You know, I've been in publishing for a long time, and there's more books than there's ever been. When I wrote my first book back in 2009, there was maybe a couple hundred books that whole month. Now there's 4,000 plus new books being uploaded every day, Mo. So good is no longer good enough. You know, I know we have that saying, good is good enough. Well, it isn't any longer. And what we're going for is great. Make your book great. Make your article great, and use technology to help it become great, to make that website great, to make that event great. There's lots of people doing events nowadays. You don't see Bernardo saying, well, I'm going to get out of the event space. You know, there's just too many people in it. He goes and says, you know what, then I'm going to go 100,000 square foot. I'm going to go to the Los Angeles Convention Center. I'm going to create events inside of events, and so on and so forth. So that's what I want to challenge everybody to do. And if you tune in over the next 2 or 3 days, we're going to start to give some very specific examples of how to level up with all of the extra tools that are now should be in your tool belt.
And David, something that I'm just proud of, and what gives me a sense of joy and pride in the work that we do collectively here, is that what people are witnessing now cannot be duplicated with any AI, right? The human beings coming together the way that you see them come together on programs such as this. This is not about AI. This is not about CGI, right? Yeah. This is about heart-to-heart human beings coming together and truly expressing the human experience in business, financially, in life. And that's exactly what the Los Angeles Tribune stands for. That's why this newspaper that, it's still a printed newspaper. We still hold traditional methodology despite the changing times. Yeah. But we do apply modern day things to the work that we do, and we definitely embrace everything. But this right here cannot be duplicated with Chat GPT, right? There's still the human spirit. There's still the human soul. There's still those 7 pounds that sure. that exist. And with that being said, I just wanted to reiterate that. And if there's anything else, David, or should we wrap up?
Yeah, we've got a little bit of time, but we are wrapping up. I want to continue to tease tomorrow a little bit. In the spirit of the future of income and investing, a way for a lot of people to make money in this day and age is what I would call the advice business. It's the business of giving advice. And, what is your area of expertise that you can give advice on? And there's a lot of new things coming out that if you want to go learn those things, you're going to be in demand. So whether it's AI, whether it's TikTok, whether it's these learning management systems, whether it's, apps, there's still a lot of room in the marketplace. And you said this very well yourself, Mo. There's nothing wrong with being number 2, right? Remember the Hertz commercials that we discuss sometimes, or, back in the day for me, it was, even Burger King being number 2 to McDonald's, they did okay. So, Pepsi being number 2 to Coke, before I stir up, too much with that, but it's okay to be number 2. So in terms of the advice business, start thinking about what can you learn relatively quickly that you can go out and be the person that has the answers. Chris is very, very good at this, right? There's a lot of things in the world of health, wellness. There's a lot of things that she's doing, in attracting a group. I'm blown away when I get on Instagram. I see, Carissa, 2,000 likes, 3,000 likes, thousands of likes. I'm like, how is she doing this? Like, I'm over here going, all right, Carissa, you got to teach me how to do this. I guess I'm getting too old. I'm just on Facebook. Got to beef up that Instagram. How are you doing this? Ava coming in, doing all kinds of things behind the scenes, improving upon systems. Like me and my own team is looking at what Ava's doing in the event space. You guys don't see all this stuff behind the scenes of creating these folders and all these links. But my own team is going, Ava, you got to teach this to us, right? Do you make people want? It's our job to make people want. When they spend time with us, do they go, dang, I like who I am when Ava's in the room. I need more Ava. I really like who I am when Chris is in the room. How do I get more Carissa in my life? This is the future of the individual entrepreneur, the solopreneur, the business owner. And it's nothing really new because people have been doing it for a while. What's new is more than ever, we're not going to the big companies looking for the answers. We like somebody that we gel with, right? We can't hug a building, right? It's kind of cold and, cement. This is why reality television has been so popular over the years, is because we want to identify with individuals. And some people are going to gel more with Isabel than they are me. Most do, right? Some are going to gel a little bit more with Richard, maybe than they are somebody else, me once again, right? So know that you have an audience out there. You have a crowd out there. And over the next couple of days, that's what we're going to be talking about. And that's kind of what I want to leave you, hopefully wanting a little bit more and exciting to get on here tomorrow as we talk more about the advice business. We've got Donnie coming on from USA Today, kind of talking more about the future of media and advertising, in conjunction with you, Mo. We've got Vince Caruso, one of the producers of Jane King's show on NASDAQ. This is the man behind the scenes. We're not just taking the people that are in front of the camera, we're getting the people behind the scenes, right? So here comes Vince, going to talk about billboards in Times Square, talking about airing content on Fox Business and Bloomberg. These are the types of interviews you wouldn't get anywhere else. Vince doesn't go out and do on-camera work. He has Jane for that. But we know the value of people like Vince, so we went and got him. We know the value of people like Donnie, so we went and got him. So if you want to see the behind-the-scenes people that really understand the direction of things, they're the ones really pioneering and creating that future, come back tomorrow. And this is these people I mentioned. This is just a couple of the interviews happening tomorrow. So thank you, Mo. I'm complete with that, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody was as excited as I am to come back for tomorrow, because there's still so much
honestly,
more to come.
David, I would love to open up with you. I mean, sometimes I think people forget what a phenomenal speaker you are just because you wear the hat of host on these events. But David, in his own right, has gotten so many accolades under his belt as a speaker. He's been on many national TV shows. I know you've been featured on Fox and Friends and Good Morning America. I mean, look, being on Good Morning America is a dream come true for a lot of people. I mean, those are some serious things. And so I just, I'm just mentioning that because I think people forget. And that goes for everyone on here. I mean, Ava and Carissa and Adora is a multiple best-selling author in her own right. And you mentioned Carissa, and although, so it's just a pleasure and privilege for me. If I had to say, what is it that I would attribute to progress and productivity in my life? It is quite simply the power of association. It is quite simply being able to call David Fagan a friend and partner, call Ava a friend and partner, Carissa a friend and partner, Adora a friend and partner. That is my secret sauce. That is, and I'm sharing it in here. David mentioned Coke. I know Coca-Cola has a vault that no one really knows the secret ingredients to Coke, but I'll share with you my secret ingredients free of charge right here on the Los Angeles Tribune public broadcast. And so it is just the power of association, right? But I will also add to that, you have to be somebody that I believe brings something to the table as well, right? And focusing on authentically making sure that, not in a transactional way, but going to our conversation earlier with Bernardo and you, David, authentically wanting people to do well, right? Yeah. That's not transactional. But it's also like, hey, I want you to do well. You want me to do well. Let's do it together. And that's been my mentality, and it works. Sometimes, though, you have to focus on the discernment, right? Because there are situations where if you don't also have good discernment, that mentality could work against you. But that comes with experience, and that comes with time. And so, there's no shortcuts to certain things in life. Anyways, it's funny, David, because you when we were putting this event together, you were so focused on practical, tangible, specific business investing. And here we are talking about, here we are closing out again on mindset. I just can't help myself. I'm going to try my best tomorrow to focus on more specifics.
That's interesting, because I didn't even hear that as mindset. I really heard that as, specific ways that people can make money. But that just goes to show you that we need all of us here, because, we're going to speak to different people, different ways.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And with that, I believe we're good to go then. And we will see everyone tomorrow morning right here, same time, same place. Thank you very much.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.